In Secret. Robert William Chambers. Chapter 1. Cup and Lip. The case in question concerned a letter in a yellow envelope, which was dumped along with other incoming mail upon one of the many long tables where hundreds of women and scores of men sat opening and reading thousands of letters for the Bureau of P.C. Whatever that may mean. In due course of routine, a girl picked up and slit open the yellow envelope, studied the enclosed letter for a few moments, returned it to its envelope, wrote a few words on a slip of paper, attached the slip to the yellow envelope, and passed it along to the D.A.C. Whoever he or she may be. The D.A.C., in course of time, opened this letter for the second time, inspected it, returned it to the envelope, added a memorandum, and sent it on up to the A.C. Whatever A.C. may signify. Seated at his desk, the A.C. perused the memoranda, glanced over the letter and the attached memoranda, added his terse comment to the other slips, pinned them to the envelope, and routed it through certain channels which ultimately carried the letter into a room where 6 silent and preoccupied people sat busy at 6 separate tables. Fate had taken charge of that yellow envelope from the moment it was mailed in Mexico. Chance now laid it on a yellow oak table before a yellow-haired girl. Destiny squinted over her shoulder as she drew the letter from its strictly violated envelope and spread it out on the table before her. A rich, warm flush mounted to her cheeks as she examined the document. Her chance to distinguish herself had arrived at last. She divined it instantly. She did not doubt it. She was a remarkable girl. The room remained very still. The 5 other cipher experts of the PI service were huddled over their tables, pencil in hand, absorbed in their several ungodly complications and laborious calculations. But they possessed no Rosetta Stone to aid them in deciphering hieroglyphics. Toad-like, they carried the precious stone in their heads. M.D. No indiscreet sound interrupted their mental gymnastics, save only the stealthy scrape of a pen, the subdued rustle of writing paper, the flutter of a codebook's leaves thumbed furtively. The yellow-haired girl presently rose from her chair, carrying in her hand the yellow letter and its yellow envelope with yellow slips attached, and this harmonious combination of color passed noiselessly into a smaller adjoining office, where a solemn young man sat biting an unlighted cigar and gazing with preternatural sagacity at nothing at all. Possibly his pretty affianced was the object of his deep reverie. He had her photograph in his desk, perhaps official cogitation as D.C. of the E.C. D. If you understand what I mean, ? May have been responsible for his owlish abstraction. Because he did not notice the advent of the yellow-haired girl until she said in her soft, attractive voice, "May I interrupt you a moment, Mr. Vaux?" Then he glanced up. "Surely, surely," he said. Please be seated, Miss Erith." Surely. She laid the sheets of the letter and the yellow envelope upon the desk before him and seated herself in a chair at his elbow. She was very pretty. But engaged men never notice such details. "I'm afraid we are in trouble," she remarked. He read placidly the various memoranda written on the yellow slips of paper, scrutinized the cancelled stamps, postmarks, superscription. But when his gaze fell upon the body of the letter, his complacent expression altered to one of disgust. "What's this, Miss Erith? Code cipher, I'm afraid." "The deuce." Miss Erith smiled. She was one of those girls who always look as though they had not been long out of a bathtub. She had hazel eyes, a winsome smile, and hair like warm gold. Her figure was youthfully straight and supple, but that would not interest an engaged man. The D.C. glanced at her inquiringly. "Surely, surely," he muttered, and tried to fix his mind on the letter. In fact, she was one of those girls who unintentionally and innocently render masculine minds uneasy through some delicate, indefinable attraction which defies analysis. "Surely," murmured the D.C., "surely." A subtle freshness like the breath of spring in a young orchard seemed to linger about her. She was exquisitely fashioned to trouble men, but she didn't wish to do such. Vaux, who was in love with another girl, took another uneasy look at her, sideways, then picked up his unlighted cigar and browsed upon it. "Yes," he said nervously, "this is one of those accursed code ciphers. They always route them through to me. Why don't they notify the 5? Are you going to turn this over to the Postal Inspection Service? What do you think about it, Miss Erith? You see, it's one of those hopeless arbitrary ciphers for which there is no earthly solution except by discovering and securing the code book and working it out that way." 7, she said calmly, but with heightened color. "A copy of that book is, presumably, in possession of the man to whom this letter is addressed. Surely. Hum. What's his name, Miss Erith?" Glancing down at the yellow envelope. "Oh, yes, Herman Laufer. He opened a big book containing the names of enemy aliens and perused it, frowning. The name of Herman Laufer was not listed. He consulted other volumes containing supplementary lists of suspects and undesirables, lists furnished daily by certain services unnecessary to mention. "Here he is," exclaimed Vaux, "Herman Laufer, picture framer and gilder. That's his number on Madison Avenue," pointing to the typewritten paragraph. "You see, he's probably already under surveillance. One of the several services is doubtless keeping tabs on him. I think I'd better call up there, please!" Mr. Vaux, she pleaded. He had already touched the telephone receiver to unhook it. Miss Erith looked at him appealingly. Her eyes were very, very hazel. "Couldn't we handle it?" she asked. "We? You and I? But that's not our affair, Miss Erith. Make it so." "Oh, please do. Won't you?" Vaux's arm fell to the desktop. He sat thinking for a few minutes. Then he picked up a pencil in an absent-minded manner and began to trace little circles, squares, and crosses on his pad, stringing them along line after line as though at hazard and apparently thinking of anything except what he was doing. The paper on which he seemed to be so idly employed lay on his desk directly under Miss Erith's eyes, and after a while the girl began to laugh softly to herself. "Thank you, Mr. Vaux," she said. "This is the opportunity I have longed for." Vaux looked up at her as though he did not understand. But the girl laid one finger on the lines of circles, squares, dashes and crosses, and, still laughing, read them off, translating what he had written. "You are a very clever girl. I've decided to turn this case over to you. After all, your business is to decipher cipher, and you can't do it without the book." They both laughed. "I don't see how you ever solved that," he said, delighted to tease her. "How insulting!" When you know it is one of the oldest and the most familiar of codes, the 1, 2, 3 and ABC combination. "Rather rude of you to read it over my shoulder, Miss Erith. It isn't done. You meant to see if I could. You know you did." "Did I? Of course. That old Seal of Solomon cipher is perfectly transparent." "Really? But how about this?" Touching the sheets of the Laufer letter. "How are you going to read this sequence of Arabic numerals?" "I haven't the slightest idea," said the girl, candidly. "But you request the job of trying to find the key?" he suggested ironically. "There is no key. You know it. I mean the code book. I would like to try to find it. How are you going to go about it?" "I don't know yet." Vaux smiled. "All right, go ahead, my dear Miss Erith. You're officially detailed for this delightful job. Do it your own way, but do it. Thank you so much. In 24 hours, he added grimly. "Otherwise I'll turn it over to the PI." "Oh, that is brutal of you. Sorry. But if you can't get the code book in 24 hours, I'll have to call in the service that can." The girl bit her lip and held out her hand for the letter. "I can't let it go out of my office," he remarked. "You know that, Miss Erith. I merely wish to copy it," she said reproachfully. Her eyes were hazel. "I ought not to let you take a copy out of this office," he muttered, "but you will, won't you? All right. Use that machine over there." Hum. For 20 minutes the girl was busy typing before the copy was finally ready. Then, comparing it and finding her copy accurate, she returned the original to Mr. Vaux. and rose with that disturbing grace peculiar to her every movement. "Where may I telephone you when you're not here?" she inquired diffidently, resting one slim, white hand on his desk. "At the racket club." "Are you going out?" "Yes." "What? You abandon me without my permission?" She nodded with one of those winsome smiles which incline young men to reverie. Then she turned and walked toward the cloakroom. The D.C. was deeply in love with somebody else, yet he found it hard to concentrate his mind for a while, and he chewed his unlighted cigar into a pulp. Alas! Men are that way. Not sometimes. Always. Finally he shoved aside the pile of letters which he had been trying to read, unhooked the telephone receiver, called a number, got it, and inquired for a gentleman named Cassidy. To the voice that answered he gave the name, business and address of Herman Laufer, and added a request that undue liberties be taken with any outgoing letters mailed and presumably composed and written by Mr. Laufer's own fair hand. "Much obliged, Mr. Vaux," cooed Cassidy, in a voice so suave that Vaux noticed its unusual blandness and asked if that particular service already had anything on Laufer. "Not soon but yet," replied Mr. Cassidy facetiously, "thanks entirely to your kind tip, Mr. Vaux." And Vaux, suspicious of such urbane pleasantries, rang off and resumed his mutilated cigar. "Now, what the devil does Cassidy know about Herman Laufer?" he mused, "and why the devil hasn't his bureau informed us?" After long pondering he found no answer. Besides, he kept thinking at moments about Miss Erith, which confused him and diverted his mind from the business on hand. So, in his perplexity, he switched on the electric foot warmer, spread his fur overcoat over his knees, uncorked a small bottle and swallowed a precautionary formaldehyde tablet, unlocked a drawer of his desk, fished out a photograph, and gazed intently upon it. It was the photograph of his Philadelphia affianced. Her first name was Erith Huser. To him there was a nameless fragrance about her name. And sweetly, subtly, gradually the lovely phantasm of Miss Evelyn Erith faded, vanished into the thin and frigid atmosphere of his office. That was his antidote to Miss Erith's intent inspection of his fiancée's very beautiful features as inadequately reproduced by an expensive and fashionable Philadelphia photographer. It did the business for Miss Erith every time. The evening was becoming one of the coldest ever recorded in New York. The thermometer had dropped to 8 degrees below zero and was still falling. Fifth Avenue glittered, sheathed in frost. Traffic police on post stamped and swung their arms to keep from freezing. Dry snow underfoot squeaked when trodden on. Crossings were greasy with glare ice. It was, also, one of those meatless, wheatless, heatless nights when the privation which had hitherto amused New York suddenly became an ugly menace. There was no coal to be had and only greenwood. The poor quietly died, as usual. The well-to-do ventured a hod and a stick or two in open grates, or sat huddled under rugs over oil or electric stoves, or migrated to comfortable hotels. And bachelors took to their clubs. That is where Clifford Vaux went from his chilly bachelor lodgings. He fled in a taxi, buried cheek-deep in his fur collar, hating all cold companies, and all gay eyes. In the racket club he found many friends similarly self-dispossessed, similarly obsessed by discomfort and hatred. But there seemed to be some steam heat there, and several open fires, and when the meatless meal was ended and the usual coteries drifted to their usual corners, Mr. Vaux found himself seated at a table with a glass of something or other at his elbow, which steamed slightly and had a long spoon in it, and he presently heard himself saying to 3 other gentlemen, 4 hearts. His voice sounded agreeably in his own ears. The gentle glow of a lignum vitae wood fire smote his attenuated shins. He balanced his cards in one hand, a long cigar in the other, exhaled a satisfactory whiff of aromatic smoke, and smiled comfortably upon the table. 4 hearts, he repeated affably. "Does anybody?" The voice of doom interrupted him. "Mr. Vaux, sir." The young man turned in his easy chair and beheld behind him a club servant, all over silver buttons. "The telephone, Mr. Vaux," continued that sepulchral voice. "All right," said the young man. "Bill." Will you take my cards? He laid his hand, face down, rose and left the pleasant warmth of the card room with a premonitory shiver. Well? He inquired, without cordiality, picking up the receiver. Mr. Vaux? Came a distinct voice which he did not recognize. Yes, he snapped. Who is it, Miss Erith? Oh, surely. Good evening, Miss Erith. Good evening, Mr. Vaux. Are you, by any happy chance, quite free this evening? Well, I'm rather busy unless it is import. And exclamation mark in line of duty, you know. You may judge. I'm going to try to secure that code book tonight. Oh. Have you called in there? No. Haven't you communicated with? No. Why not? Because there's too much confusion already, too much petty jealousy and working at cross purposes. I have been thinking over the entire problem. You yourself know how many people have escaped through jealous or overzealous officers making premature arrests. We have 6 different Secret Service agencies, each independent of the other and each responsible to its own independent chief, all operating for the government in New York City. You know what these agencies are: the United States Secret Service, the Department of Justice Bureau of Investigation, the Army Intelligence Service, Naval Intelligence Service, Neutrality Squads of the Customs, and the Postal Inspection. Then there's the State Service and the police and several other services. And there is no proper coordination, no single head for all these agencies. The result is a ghastly confusion and shameful inefficiency. This affair which I am investigating is a delicate one, as you know. Any blundering might lose us the key to what may be a very dangerous conspiracy. So I prefer to operate entirely within the jurisdiction of our own service. What you propose to do is outside of our province. He interrupted. I'm not so sure. Are you? Well, exclamation mark. What is it you propose to do tonight? I should like to consult my chief of division. Meaning me? Of course. When? Now. Where are you just now, Miss Erith? At home. Could you come to me? Vaux shivered again. Where did you live? He asked, with chattering teeth. She gave him the number of a private house on 83D Street just off Madison Avenue. And as he listened he began to shiver all over in the anticipated service of his country. Very well, he said, I'll take a taxi. But this has valet. Forge stung to death, you know. She said. I took the liberty of sending my car to the racket club for you. It should be there now. There's a foot warmer in it. Thank you so much, he replied with a burst of shivers. I'll be right up. As he left the telephone, the doorman informed him that an automobile was waiting for him. So, swearing under his frosty breath, he went to the cloakroom, got into his fur coat, walked back to the card room and gazed wrathfully upon the festivities. What did my hand do, Bill? He inquired glumly, when at last the scorer picked up his pad and the dealer politely shoved the pack toward his neighbor for cutting. You ruined me with your 4 silly hearts, replied the man who had taken his cards. Did you think you were playing coon-coon? Sorry, Bill. Sit in for me. There's a good chap. I'm not likely to be back tonight, hang it. Perfunctory regrets were offered by the others, already engrossed in their new hands. Vaux glanced unhappily at the tall, steaming glass, which had been untouched when he left, but which was now merely half full. Then, with another lingering look at the cheerful fire, he sighed, buttoned his fur coat, placed his hat firmly upon his carefully parted hair, and walked out to perish bravely for his native land. On the sidewalk a raccoon-furred chauffeur stepped up with all the abandon of a Kodiak bear. Mr. Vaux, sir? Yes, Miss Erith's car. Thanks, grunted Vaux, climbing into the pretty coupe and cuddling his shanks under a big mink robe, where, presently, he discovered a foot warmer, and embraced it vigorously between his patent leather shoes. It had now become the coldest night on record in New York City. Fortunately he didn't know that, he merely sat there and hated fate. Up the street and into Fifth Avenue glided the car and sped northward through the cold, silvery luster of the arc lights hanging like globes of moonlit ice from their frozen stalks of bronze. The noble avenue was almost deserted, nobody cared to face such terrible cold. Few motors were abroad, few omnibuses, and scarcely a wayfarer. Every sound rang metallic in the black and bitter air, the windows of the coupe clouded from his breath, the panels creaked. At the plaza he peered fearfully out upon the deserted circle, where the bronze lady of the fountain, who is supposed to represent plenty, loomed high in the electric glow, with her magic basket piled high with icicles. Yes, plenty of ice, sneered Vaux. I wish she'd bring us a hod or two of coal. The wintry landscape of the park discouraged him profoundly. A man's an ass to linger anywhere north of the equator, he grumbled. Dicky birds have more sense. And again he thought of the wood fire in the club and the partly empty but steaming glass, and the aroma it had wafted toward him, and the temperature it must have imparted to Bill. He was immersed in Arctic gloom when at length the car stopped. A butler admitted him to a brownstone house, the steps of which had been thoughtfully strewn with furnace cinders. Miss Erith? Yes, sir, announced Mr. Vaux, partly frozen. The library, if you please, sir, murmured the butler, taking hat and coat. So Vaux went upstairs with the liveliness of a crippled spider, and Miss Erith came from a glowing fireside to welcome him, giving him a firm and slender hand. You are cold, she said. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you this evening. He said, hum, very kind msh hum. There were 2 deep armchairs before the blaze. Miss Erith took one, Vaux collapsed upon the other. She was disturbingly pretty in her evening gown. There were cigarettes on a little table at his elbow, and he lighted one at her suggestion and puffed feebly. Which? She inquired smilingly. He understood. Irish, please. Hot? Thank you. Yes. When the butler had brought it, the young man began to regret the racket club less violently. It's horribly cold out, he said. There's scarcely a soul on the streets. She nodded brightly. It's a wonderful night for what we have to do. And I don't mind the cold very much. Are you proposing to go out? He asked, alarmed. Why, yes. You don't mind, do you? Am I to go, too? Certainly. You gave me only 24 hours, and I can't do it alone in that time. He said nothing, but his thoughts concentrated upon a single unprintable word. What have you done with the original Laufer letter, Mr. Vaux? She inquired rather nervously. The usual. No invisible ink had been used, nothing microscopic. There was nothing on the letter or envelope, either, except what we saw. The girl nodded. On a large table behind her chair lay a portfolio. She turned, drew it toward her, and lifted it into her lap. What have you discovered? He inquired politely, basking in the grateful warmth of the fire. Nothing. The cipher is, as I feared, purely arbitrary. It's exasperating, isn't it? He nodded, toasting his shins. You see, she continued, opening the portfolio, here is my copy of this wretched cipher letter. I have transferred it to one sheet. It's nothing but a string of Arabic numbers interspersed with meaningless words. These numbers most probably represent, in the order in which they are written, first the number of the page of some book, then the line on which the word is to be found, say, the 10th line from the top, or maybe from the bottom, and then the position of the word second from the left or perhaps from the right. It's utterly impossible to solve that unless you have the book, he remarked. Therefore, why speculate, Miss Erith? I'm going to try to find the book. How? By breaking into the shop of Herman Laufer. Housebreaking? Robbery? Yes. Vaux smiled incredulously. Granted that you get into Laufer's shop without being arrested, what then? I shall have this cipher with me. There are not likely to be many books in the shop of a gilder and maker of picture frames. I shall, by referring to this letter, search what books I find there for a single coherent sentence. When I discover such a sentence I shall know that I have the right book. The young man smoked reflectively and gazed into the burning coals. So you propose to break into his shop tonight and steal the book? There seems to be nothing else to do, Mr. Vaux. Of course, he remarked sarcastically, we could turn this matter over to the proper authorities. I won't. Please don't. Why not? Because I have concluded that it is part of our work. And I've begun already. I went to see Laufer. I took a photograph to be framed. What does he look like? A mink, not one of those sharp-muscled little animals! ! Two tiny eyes, rather close together, a long nose that wrinkles when he talks, as though he were sniffing at you, a ragged, black mustache, like the furry muzzle bristles of some wild thing. That is a sketch of Herman Laufer. A pretty man, commented Vaux, much amused. He's little and fat of abdomen, but he looks powerful. Prettier and prettier. They both laughed. A pleasant steam arose from the tall glass at his elbow. Well, she said, I have to change my gown. Good Lord. Are we going now? He remonstrated. Yes. I don't believe there will be a soul on the streets, but I don't wish to go at all, he explained. I'm very happy here, discussing things, I know it. But you wouldn't let me go all alone, would you? Mr. Vaux, I don't want you to go anywhere, but I'm going. Here's where I perish, groaned Vaux, rising as the girl passed him with her pretty, humorous smile, moving lithely, swiftly as some graceful wild thing passing confidently through its own domain. Vaux gazed meditatively upon the coals, glass in one hand, cigarette in the other. Patriotism is a tough career. This is worse than inhuman, he thought. If I go out on such an errand tonight, I sure am doing my bit a bit. Probably some policeman will shoot me unless I freeze to death. This is a vastly unpleasant affair. Vastly. He was still caressing the fire with his regard when Miss Erith came back. She wore a fur coat buttoned to the throat, a fur toque, fur gloves. As he rose, she naively displayed a jimmy and 2 flashlights. I see, he said, very nice, very handy. But we don't need these to convict us. She laughed and handed him the instruments, and he pocketed them and followed her downstairs. Her car was waiting, engine running. She spoke to the Cadillac chauffeur, got in, and Vaux followed. You know, he said, pulling the mink robe over her and him. Self, you're behaving very badly to your superior officer. I'm so excited, so interested. I hope I'm not lacking in deference to my honored chief of division. Am I, Mr. Vaux? You certainly hustle me around some. This is a crazy thing we're doing. Oh, I'm sorry. You're an autocrat. You're a Lady Nero. Tell me, Miss Erith, were you ever afraid of anything on Earth? Yes. What? Lightning and caterpillars. Those are probably the only really dangerous things I never feared, he said. You seem to be young and human and feminine. Are you? Oh, very. Then why aren't you afraid of being shot for a burglar, and why do you go so gaily about grand larceny? The girl's light laughter was friendly and fearless. Do you live alone? He inquired after a moment's silence. Yes. My parents are not living. You are rather an unusual girl, Miss Erith. Why? Well, girls of your sort are seldom as much in earnest about their war work as you seem to be, he remarked with gentle irony. How about the nurses and drivers in France? Oh, of course. I mean nice girls, like yourself, who do near war work here in New York. You are brutal, she exclaimed. I am mad to go to France. It is a sacrifice, a renunciation for me to remain in New York. I understand nursing and I know how to drive a car, but I have stayed here because my knowledge of ciphers seemed to fit me for this work. I was teasing you, he said gently. I know it. But there is so much truth in what you say about near-war work. I hate that sort of woman. Why do you laugh? Because you're just a child. But you are full of ability and possibility, Miss Erith. I wish my ability might land me in France. Surely, he murmured. Do you think it will, Mr. Vaux? Maybe it will, he said, not believing it. He added, I think, however, your undoubted ability is going to land us both in jail, at which pessimistic prognosis they both began to laugh. She was very lovely when she laughed. I hope they'll give us the same cell, she said. Don't you? Surely, he replied gaily. Once he remembered the photograph of Erith Huser in his desk at headquarters, and thought that perhaps he might need it before the evening was over. Surely, he muttered to himself, hum. Her coupe stopped in 56th Street near Madison Avenue. The car will wait here, remarked the girl, as Vaux helped her to descend. Laufer's shop is just around the corner. She took his arm to steady herself on the icy sidewalk. He liked it. In the bitter darkness there was not a soul to be seen on the street. No tramcars were approaching on Madison Avenue, although far up on the crest of Lenox Hill the receding lights of one were just vanishing. "Do you see any policemen?" she asked in a low voice. "Not one. They're all frozen to death, I suppose, as we will be in a few minutes." They turned into Madison Avenue past the Hotel Essex. There was not a soul to be seen. Even the silver-laced porter had retired from the freezing vestibule. A few moments later Miss Erith paused before a shop on the ground floor of an old-fashioned brownstone residence which had been altered for business. Over the shop window was a sign, H. Laufer, Frames and Gilding. The curtains of the shop windows were lowered. No light burned inside. Over Laufer's shop was the empty show window of another shop on the second floor, the sort of place that milliners and tea shopkeepers delight in, but inside the blank show window was pasted the sign "To Let." Above this shop were 3 floors, evidently apartments. The windows were not lighted. "Laufer lives on the 4th floor," said Miss Erith. "Will you please give me the jimmy, Vaux?" He fished it out of his overcoat pocket and looked uneasily up and down the deserted avenue while the girl stepped calmly into the open entryway. There were 2 doors, a glass one opening on the stairs leading to the upper floors, and the shop door on the left. She stooped over for a rapid survey, then with incredible swiftness jimmied the shop door. The noise of the illegal operations awoke the icy and silent avenue with a loud, splitting crash. The door swung gently inward. "Quick," she said. And he followed her guiltily inside. The shop was quite warm. A stove in the rear room still emitted heat and a dull red light. On the stove was a pot of glue, or some other substance used by gilders and frame makers. Steam curled languidly from it, also a smell not quite as languid. Vaux handed her an electric torch, then flashed his own. The next moment she found a push button and switched on the lights in the shop. Then they extinguished their torches. Stacks of frames in raw wood, frames in compo, samples gilded and in natural finish littered the untidy place. A few process mezzo tints hung on the walls. There was a counter on which lay twine, shears and wrapping paper, and a copy of the most recent telephone directory. It was the only book in sight, and Miss Erith opened it and spread her copy of the cipher letter beside it. Then she began to turn the pages according to the numbers written in her copy of the cipher letter. Meanwhile, Vaux was prowling. There were no books in the rear room, of this he was presently assured. He came back into the front shop and began to rummage. A few trade catalogues rewarded him and he solemnly laid them on the counter. "The telephone directory is not the key," said Miss Erith, pushing it aside. A few moments were sufficient to convince them that the key did not lie within any of the trade catalogues either. "Have you searched very carefully?" she asked. "There's not another book in the bally shop." "Well, then, Laufer must have it in his apartment upstairs." "Which apartment is it?" "The 4th floor. His name is under a bell on a brass plate in the entry. I noticed it when I came in." She turned off the electric light. They went to the door, reconnoitered cautiously, saw nobody on the avenue. However, a tramcar was passing, and they waited. Then Vaux flashed his torch on the bell plate. Under the bell-marked 4th floor was engraved Herman Laufer's name. "You know," remonstrated Vaux, "we have no warrant for this sort of thing, and it means serious trouble if we're caught." "I know it. But what other way is there?" she inquired naively. "You allowed me only 24 hours, and I won't back out. What procedure do you propose now?" he asked, grimly amused, and beginning to feel rather reckless himself, and enjoying the feeling. "What do you wish to do?" he repeated. "I'm game. I have an automatic pistol," she remarked seriously, tapping her fur coat pocket, "and a pair of handcuffs, the sort that open and lock when you strike a man on the wrist with them. You know the kind, surely? You mean to commit assault and robbery in the 1st degree upon the body of the aforesaid Herman?" "Is that it?" she faltered. "It is." She hesitated. That is rather dreadful, isn't it? Somewhat. It involves almost anything short of life imprisonment. But I don't mind. We couldn't get a search warrant, could we? We have found nothing, so far, in that cipher letter to encourage us in applying for any such warrant," he said cruelly. "Wouldn't the excuse that Lawful is an enemy alien and not registered aid us in securing a warrant?" she insisted. "He is not an alien. I investigated that after you left this afternoon. His parents were German but he was born in Chicago. However, he is a Hun. All right, I don't doubt that. What do you propose to do now?" She looked at him appealingly. "Won't you allow me more than 24 hours? I'm sorry, why won't you? Because I can't dawdle over this affair." The girl smiled at him in her attractive, resolute way. "Unless we find that book we can't decipher this letter. The letter comes from Mexico, from that German-infested republic. It is written to a man of German parentage and it is written in cipher. The names of Luxembourg, Laux, Bolo, Bernstorff are still fresh in our minds. Every day brings us word of some new attempt at sabotage in the United States. Isn't there any way, Mr. Vaux, for us to secure key to this cipher letter? Not unless we go up and knock this man Lawful on the head." "Do you want to try it? Couldn't we knock rather gently on his head?" Vaux stifled a laugh. The girl was so pretty, the risk so tremendous, the entire proceeding so utterly outrageous that a delightful sense of exhilaration possessed him. "Where's that gun?" he said. She drew it out and handed it to him. "Is it loaded?" "Yes." "Where are the handcuffs?" She fished out the nickel-plated bracelets and he pocketed his torch. A pleasant thrill passed through the rather ethereal anatomy of Mr. Vaux. "All right," he said briskly. "Here's hoping for adjoining cells." To Jimmy the glass door was the swiftly cautious work of a moment or two. Then the dark stairs rose in front of them and Vaux took the lead. It was as cold as the pole in there, but Vaux's blood was racing now. And alas! The photograph of Arethusa was in his desk at the office. On the third floor he flashed his torch through an empty corridor and played it smartly over every closed door. On the fourth floor he took his torch in his left hand, his pistol in his right. "The door to the apartment is open," she whispered. It was. A lamp on a table inside was still burning. They had a glimpse of a cheap carpet on the floor, cheap and gaudy furniture. Vaux extinguished and pocketed his torch. Then, pistol lifted, he stepped noiselessly into the front room. It seemed to be a sort of sitting room, and was in disorder. Cushions from a lounge lay about the floor, several books were scattered near them, an upholstered chair had been ripped open and disemboweled, and its Excelsior stuffing strewn broadcast. "This place looks as though it had been robbed," whispered Vaux. "What the deuce do you suppose has happened?" They moved cautiously to the connecting door of the room in the rear. The lamplight partly illuminated it, revealing it as a bedroom. Bedclothes trailed to the floor, which also was littered with dingy masculine apparel flung about at random. Pockets of trousers and of coats had been turned inside out, in what apparently had been a hasty and frantic search. The remainder of the room was in disorder, too. Underwear had been pulled from dresser and bureau, the built-in wardrobe doors swung ajar and the clothing lay scattered about, every pocket turned inside out. "For heaven's sake," muttered Vaux, "what do you suppose this means?" "Look," she whispered, clutching his arm and pointing to the fireplace at their feet. On the white-tiled hearth in front of the unlighted gas logs lay the stump of a cigar. From it curled a thin thread of smoke. They stared at the smoking stub on the hearth, gazed fearfully around the dimly lighted bedroom, and peered into the dark dining room beyond. Suddenly Miss Erith's hand tightened on his sleeve. "Hark!" she motioned. He heard it, too, a scuffling noise of heavy feet behind a closed door somewhere beyond the darkened dining room. "There's somebody in the kitchenette," she whispered. Vaux produced his pistol. They stole forward into the dining room, halted by the table. "Flash that door," he said in a low voice. Her electric torch played over the closed kitchen door for an instant. Then, at a whispered word from him, she shut it off and the dining room was plunged again into darkness. And then, Before Vaux or Miss Erith had concluded what next was to be done, the kitchen door opened, and, against the dangling lighted bulb within, loomed a burly figure wearing hat and overcoat, and a big bass voice rumbled through the apartment. All right, keep your shirt on and I'll get your coat and vest for you." Then Miss Erith flashed her torch full in the man's face, blinding him. And Vaux covered him with a leveled pistol. Even then the man made a swift motion toward his pocket, but at Vaux's briskly cheerful warning he checked himself and sullenly and very slowly raised both empty hands. All right, he grumbled. "It's on me this time." "Go on, what's the idea?" "Well, upon my word," stammered Vaux, "it's Cassidy." "For the love o' God," growled Cassidy, "is that you, Mr. Vaux?" He lowered his arms sheepishly, reached out and switched on the ceiling light over the dining room table. "Well, he began, and, seeing Miss Erith, subsided. "What are you doing here?" demanded Vaux, disgusted with this glaring example of interference from another service. "What am I doing?" repeated Cassidy with a sarcastic glance at Miss Erith. "Faith, I'm pinching a German gentleman we've been watching these 3 months and more." "Is that what you're up to, too? Herman Laufer?" "That's the lad, sir. He's in the kitchen yonder, dressing to take a little walk. I gotta get his coat and vest." "And what are you doing here, sir? How did you get in?" asked Miss Erith, flushed with chagrin and disappointment. "With keys, ma'am." "Oh, Lord," said Vaux, "we jimmied the door." "What do you think of that, Cassidy? Did you so?" grinned Cassidy, now secure in his triumphant priority and inclined to become friendly. "I never dreamed that your division was watching Laufer," continued Vaux, still red with vexation. "It's a wonder we didn't spoil the whole affair between us. It is that," agreed Cassidy with a wider grin. "And you can take it from me, Mr. Vaux, we never knew that the postal inspection was onto this fellow at all until you called me to stop outgoing letters." "What have you on him?" inquired Vaux. Cassidy laughed. "Oh, listen then. Would you believe this fellow was trying the old diagonal trick? Sure, it was easy. I saw him mail a letter this afternoon and I got it. I'd been waiting 3 months for him to do something like that. But he's a fox, he is that, Mr. Vaux. Do you want to see the letter? I have it on me." He fished it out of his inside pocket and spread it on the dining table under the light. "You know the game," he remarked, laying a thick forefinger on the diagonal line bisecting the page. "All I had to do was to test the letter by drawing that line across it from corner to corner. Read the words that the line cuts through. Can you beat it?" Vaux and Miss Erith bent over the letter, read the apparently innocent message it contained, then read the words through which the diagonal line had been drawn. Then Cassidy triumphantly read aloud the secret and treacherous information which the letter contained. 7 United States transports today New York, by their northern route. Inform our U-boats. Urgency requires instant measures. 10 more are to sail from here next week. The dirty botch," added Cassidy. "Dugan has left for Mexico to look up this brother of his and I'm looking up this snake, so I guess there's no harm done so far. New York, January 3rd, 1916. My dear brother. For 7 long weeks I have awaited a letter from you. The United States mails from Mexico seem to be interrupted. Imagine my transports of joy when at last I hear from you today. You and I, dear brother, are the only ones left of our family, you in Veracruz. I in New York, you in a hot southern climate, I in a northern, amid snow and ice, where the tardy sun does not root me from my bed till late in the morning. However, I inform you with pleasure that I am well. I rejoice that our good health is mutual. After all, the dear old U.S. suits me. Of course railroads or boats could carry me to a warm climate, in case urgency required it. But I am quite well now, and my health requires merely prudence. However, if I am again ill at any instant, I shall leave for Florida, where although proper measures can be taken to combat my rheumatism. 10 days ago I was in bed, and unable to do more than move my left arm. But doctors are confident that my malady is not going to return. If it does threaten to return, I shall sail for Jacksonville at once, and from there go to Miami, and not return here until the warm and balmy weather of next spring has lasted at least a week. Affectionately your brother, Herman. He pocketed the letter and went into the bedroom to get a coat and vest for the prisoner. Miss Erith looked at Vaux. Cassidy seems to know nothing about the code cipher, she whispered. I think he rummaged on general principles, not in search of any code book. She looked around the dining room. The doors of the yellow oak sideboard were open, but no book was there among the plated knives and forks and the cheap dishes. Cassidy came back with the garments. He had been looking for an overcoat, coat and vest, and he carried them into the kitchenette, whither presently Vaux followed him. Cassidy had just unlocked the handcuffs from the powerful wrists of a dark, stocky, sullen man who stood in his shirt sleeves near a small deal table. Loafer? Inquired Vaux, dryly. It sure is, ain't it, Herman? Replied Cassidy facetiously. Now, then, me Dutch bucko, climb into your jeans, if you please. There's a good little botch. Vaux gazed curiously at the spy, who returned his inspection coolly enough while he wrinkled his nose at him, and his beady eyes roamed over him. When the prisoner had buttoned his vest and coat, Cassidy snapped on the bracelets again, whistling cheerily under his breath. As they started to leave the kitchenette, Vaux, who brought up the rear, caught sight of a large, thick book lying on a pantry shelf. It was labeled Perfect Cookbook, but he picked it up, shoved it into his overcoat pocket en passant, and followed Cassidy and his prisoner into the dining room. Here Cassidy turned humorously to him and to Miss Erith. I've cleaned up the place, he remarked, but you're welcome to stay here and rummage if you want to. I'm sending one of our men back to take possession as soon as I lock up this bird. All right. Good luck, nodded Vaux. Cassidy tipped his doubly to Miss Erith, bestowed a friendly grin on Vaux. Come along, old sport, he said genially to Loafer, and he walked away with his handcuffed prisoner, whistling. Gary Owen, wait, motioned Vaux to Miss Erith. He went to the stairs, listened to the progress of Agent Prey, heard the street door clash, then hastened back to the lighted dining room, pulling the Perfect Cookbook from his pocket. I found that in the kitchenette, he remarked, laying it before her on the table. Maybe that's the key? A cookbook. She smiled, opened it. Why, it's a dictionary, she exclaimed excitedly. A dictionary? Yes. Look. Stormonth's English Dictionary, by Ginger, he said. I believe it's the code book. Where is your cipher letter, Miss Erith? The girl produced it with hands that trembled a trifle, spread it out under the light. Then she drew from her pocket a little pad and a pencil. Quick, she said, look for page 17. Yes, I have it. First column. Yes, now try the 20th word from the top. He counted downward very carefully. It is the word anagraph, he said, and she wrote it down. Also, we had better try the 20th word counting from the bottom of the page up, she said. It might possibly be that. The 20th word, counting from the bottom of the column upward, is the word an, he said. She wrote it. Now, she continued, try page 15, second column, third word from top. Ambrosia is the word. Try the third word from the bottom. American. She pointed to the 4 words which she had written. Counting from the top of the page downward, the first 2 words were anagraph ambrosia. But counting from the bottom upward, the 2 words formed the phrase, an American. Try page 730, first column, 7th word from the bottom, she said, controlling her excitement with an effort. The word is who. Page 212, second column, first word, 4. Page 507, first column, 7th word, reasons. We have the key, she exclaimed. Look at what I've written! An American who for reasons. And here, in the cipher letter, it goes on of the most. Do you see? It certainly looks like the key, he said. But we'd better try another word or two. Try page 717, first column, 9th word. The word is vital. Page 274, second column, second word, importance. It is the key. Here is what I have written, an American who for reasons of the most vital importance. Quick. We don't want a Secret Service man to find us here, Mr. Vaux. He'd object to our removing this book from Laura's apartment. Put it into your pocket and run. And the pretty Miss Erith turned and took to her heels with Vaux after her. Through the disordered apartment and down the stairs they sped, out into the icy darkness and around the corner, where her car stood, engine running, and a blanket over the hood. As soon as the chauffeur espied them he whisked off the blanket. Miss Erith said, "Home," and jumped in, and Vaux followed. Deep under the fur robe they burrowed, shivering more from sheer excitement than from cold, and the car flew across to Fifth Avenue and then northward along deserted sidewalks and a wintry park, where naked trees and shrubs stood stark as iron in the luster of the white electric lamps. That time the Secret Service made a mess of it, he said with a nervous laugh. Did you notice Cassidy's grin of triumph? Poor Cassidy, she said. I don't know. He butted in. All the services are working at cross purposes. It's a pity. Well, Cassidy got his man. That's practically all he came for. Evidently he never heard of a code book in connection with Laura's activities. That diagonal cipher caught him. What luck, she murmured, that you noticed that cookbook in the pantry. And what common sense you displayed in smuggling it. I didn't suppose it was the book, I just took a chance. To take a chance is the best way to make good, isn't it? She said, laughing. Oh, I am so thrilled, Mr. Vaux. I shall sit up all night over my darling cipher and my fascinating code book dictionary. Will you be down in the morning? He inquired. Of course. Then tomorrow evening, if you will come to my house, I shall expect to show you the entire letter neatly deciphered. Fine. He exclaimed as the car stopped before her door. She insisted on sending him home in her car, and he was very grateful, so when he had seen her safely inside her house with the cookbook dictionary clasped in her arms and a most enchanting smile on her pretty face, he made his adducts, descended the steps, and her car whirled him swiftly homeward through the Arctic night. Chapter 2. The Slip. When Clifford Vaux arrived at a certain huge building now mostly devoted to government work connected with the war, he found upon his desk a dictionary camouflaged to represent a cookbook, and also Miss Erith's complete report. And he lost no time in opening and reading the latter document. Clifford Vaux, Esquire. D.C. of the E.C.D.P.I. Service. Confidential. Sir, I have the honor to report that the matter with which you have entrusted me is now entirely cleared up. This short preliminary memorandum is merely to refresh your memory concerning the particular case herewith submitted in detail, in Re Herman Law. The code book, as you recollect, is Stormonth's English Dictionary, 13 edition, published by William Blackwood and Sons, Edinburgh and London, Mtkskvi. This book I herewith return to you. The entire cipher is, as we guessed, arbitrary and stupidly capricious. Phonetic spelling is indulged in occasionally, I should almost say humorously, were it not a Teuton mind which evolved the phonetic combinations which represent proper names not found in that dictionary, names like Holzminden and New York, for example. As for the symbols and numbers, they are not at all obscure. Reference to the dictionary makes the cipher perfectly clear. In Stormonth's dictionary you will notice that each page has 2 columns, each column a varying number of paragraphs. Some of the paragraphs contain more than one word to be defined. In the cipher letter the first number of any of the groups of figures which are connected by dashes, and separated by vertical bar, represents the page in Stormonth's dictionary on which the word is to be found. The second number represents the column, 1 or 2, in which the word is to be found. The third number indicates the position of the word, counting from the bottom of the page upward, in the proper column. Roman numerals which sometimes follow, enclosed in a circle, give the position of the word in the paragraph. If it does not, as usual, begin the paragraph, The phonetic spelling of Holzminden is marked by an asterisk when first employed. Afterward only the asterisk is used, instead of the cumbersome phonetic symbol. Minus and plus signs are namely used to subtract or to add letters or to connect syllables. Reference to the code book makes all this clear enough. In the description of the escaped prisoner, Roman numerals give his age, Roman and Arabic his height in feet and inches. Arabic numerals enclosed in circles represent capital letters as they occur in the middle of a page in the dictionary as S, for example, is printed in the middle of the page, and all words beginning with S follow in proper sequence. With the code book at your elbow, the cipher will prove to be perfectly simple. Without the code it is impossible for any human being to solve such a cipher, as you very well know. I herewith append the cipher letter, the method of translation, and the complete message. Respectfully, Evelyn Erith, E.C.D. Complete translation of cipher letter with parenthetical suggestions by Miss Erith, 2, B6002. An American, who for reasons of the most vital importance has been held as an English, civilian, civic prisoner in the mixed civilian, concentration, camp at Holzminden, has escaped. It is now feared that he has made his way safely to New York. Memo: please note the very ingenious use of phonetics to spell out New York. His name is K. Mackay, and he has been known as K. Mackay of Islay, a Scotch title he having inherited from his grandfather, a property in Scotland called Islay, which is but a poor domain, consisting of the river, Islay and the adjoining moors and a large whitewashed manor house, in very poor repair. After his escape from Holzminden it was at first believed that Mackay had been drowned in the river Weser. Later it was ascertained that he sailed for an American port via a Scandinavian liner sometime, in October. This is his description: age 32, height 5 feet 8 liters/2 inches, eyes brown, hair brown, nose straight, mouth regular, face oval, teeth white and even, no dental work, small light brown mustache, no superficial identification marks. The bones in his left foot were broken many years ago, but have been properly set. Except for an hour or so every 2 or 3 months, he suffers no lameness. He speaks German without accent, French with an English accent. Until incarcerated, in Holzminden camp, he had never been intemperate. There, however, through orders from Berlin, he was tempted and encouraged in the use of intoxicants, other drink, indeed, being excluded from his allowance, so that after the second year he had become more or less addicted to the use of alcohol. Unhappily, however, this policy, which had been so diligently and so thoroughly pursued in order to make him talkative and to surprise secrets from him when intoxicated, failed to produce the so properly expected results and only succeeded in making of the young man a hopeless drunkard. Sterner measures had been decided on, and, in fact, had already been applied, when the prisoner escaped by tunneling. Now, it is most necessary to discover this Mackay man's whereabouts and to have him destroyed by our agents in New York. Only his death can restore to the Imperial German government its perfect sense of security and its certainty of ultimate victory. The necessity for his destruction lies in the unfortunate and terrifying fact that he is cognizant of the great secret. He should have been executed at Holzminden within an hour of his incarceration. This was the urgent advice of von Tirpitz. But unfortunately High Command intervened with the expectation of securing from the prisoner further information concerning others who, like himself, might possibly have become possessed in some measure of a clue to the great secret. The result is bad. That the prisoner has escaped without betraying a single word of information useful to us. Therefore, find him and have him silenced without delay. The security of the fatherland depends on this man's immediate death. M17. Evidently the writer of the letter, For a long time Vaux sat studying cipher and translation. And at last he murmured, "Surely, surely. Fine, very fine. Excellent work. But what is the great secret?" There was only one man in America who knew. and he had landed that morning from the Scandinavian steamer, Peer Gynt, and, at that very moment, was standing by the bar of the Hotel Astor, just sober enough to keep from telling everything he knew to the bartenders, and just drunk enough to talk too much in a place where the enemy always listens. He said to the indifferent bartender who had just served him. "If you knew what I know about Germany, you'd be one full man. I'm one full man. I know something. Going tell, too. Going see authorities this afternoon. Going tell them great secret. Gremiltry secret. Tell them all about it. Gressy Kresh. Nobody knows Gressy Kresh except himself. What do you think of that? Gimme Lil Holland snaps and water on a side." Hours later he was, apparently, no drunker, as though he could not manage to get beyond a certain stage of intoxication, no matter how recklessly he drank. "'Nother Holland snaps," he said hazily. "Goin' see authorities 'bout Gressy Kresh. Tell 'em all 'bout it. Anybody try stop me, knock 'em down. Thass away. NN knock 'em out!" Stand no nonsense. Me? Later he sauntered off on slightly unsteady legs to promenade himself in the lobby and Peacock Alley. 3 men left the barroom when he left. They continued to keep him in view. Although he became no drunker, he grew politer after every drink, also whiter in the face, and the bluish, bruised look deepened under his eyes. But he was a Chesterfield in manners. He did not stare at any of the lively young persons in Peacock Alley, who seemed inclined to look pleasantly at him. He made room for them to pass, hat in hand. Several times he went to the telephone desk and courteously requested various numbers, and always one of the 3 men who had been keeping him in view stepped into the adjoining booth, but did not choose the instrument. Several times he strolled through the crowded lobby to the desk and inquired whether there were any messages or visitors for Mr. K. Mackay, and the quiet, penetrating glances of the clerks on duty immediately discovered his state of intoxication, but nothing else, except his extreme politeness and the tense whiteness of his face. 2 of the 3 men who were keeping him in view tried, at various moments, to scrape acquaintance with him in the lobby, and at the bar, and without any success. The last man, who had again stepped into an adjoining booth while Mackay was telephoning, succeeded, by inquiring for Mackay at the desk and waiting the while he was being paged. The card on which this 3rd man of the trio had written bore the name Stanley Brown, and when Mackay hailed the page and perused the written name of his visitor, he walked carefully back to the lobby, not too fast, because he seemed to realize that his legs, at that time, would not take kindly to speed. In the lobby the 3rd man approached him. "Mr. Mackay? Mr. Brown?" "Oh, Agent," said Brown in a low voice. "You telephoned to Major Biddle, I believe." Mackay inspected him with profound gravity. "How do," he said. "Kind for you come way up here see me. But I gotta see Major Biddle, I understand. Major Biddle has asked me to meet you and bring you to him." "Oh. Kind. Gotta see Major. Confidential. Can't tell anybody 'cept Major. The Major will meet us at the pizza this evening," explained Brown. "Meanwhile, if you will do me the honor of dining with me, kind. Pleasure. Have lil drink, Mr. Brown?" "Not here," murmured Brown. "I'm not in uniform, but I'm known, quite so. Understand perfectly." "Wando." "No. Had you thought of dressing for dinner?" inquired Mr. Brown carelessly. Mackay nodded, went over to the desk and got his key. But when he returned to Brown he only laughed and shoved the key into his pocket. "Forgot," he explained. "Just came over. Haven't any clothes. Got these in Christiania. Ellis Island style. Style I've got. Good overcoat though." He fumbled at his fur coat as he stood there, slightly swaying. "We'll get a drink where I'm not known," said Brown. "I'll find a taxi." "Kind," murmured Mackay, following him unsteadily to the swinging doors that opened on Long Acre, now so dimly lighted that it was scarcely recognizable. An icy blast greeted them from the darkness, refreshing Mackay for a moment, but in the freezing taxi he sank back as though weary, pulling his beaver coat around him and closing his battered eyes. Had a hard time, he muttered. Feel done in. Prisoner. Got away. 3 months making Dutch border. Hell. Tell, Major, all about it. Great secret. What secret is that? Asked Brown, peering at him intently through the dim light, where he swayed in the corner with every jolt of the taxi. Sorry, dear fellow. Mustn't ask me that. Gotta tell Major, no one else. But I am the Major's confidential. Sorry. You'll excuse me, msh. Can't talk, misser. Brow exclamation mark exceedingly cessity reticence. Understand? The taxi stopped before a vaguely lighted saloon on 15th Street east of 5th Avenue. Mackay opened his eyes, looked around him in the bitter darkness, stumbled out into the snow on Brown's arm. A quiet, cozy little cafe, said Brown, where I don't mind joining you in something hot before dinner. Thasso? Fine. Hot scotch we good and cold day. We'll have a lil drink, keep us warm and snug. A few respectable-looking men were drinking beer in the cafe as they entered a little room beyond, where a waiter came to them and took Brown's orders. Hours later Mackay seemed to be no more intoxicated than he had been, no more loquacious or indiscreet. He had added nothing to what he had already disclosed, boasted no more volubly about the great secret, as he called it. Now and then he recollected himself and inquired for their Major. But a drink always sidetracked him. It was evident, too, that Brown was becoming uneasy and impatient to the verge of exasperation, and that he was finally coming to the conclusion that he could do nothing with the man Mackay as far as pumping was concerned. Twice, on pretexts, he left Mackay alone in the small room and went into the cafe, where his 2 companions of the Hotel Astor were seated at a table, discussing sardine sandwiches and dark brew. I can't get a damn thing out of him, he said in a low voice. Who the hell he is and where he comes from is past me. Had I better fix him and take his key? Yes, nodded one of the other men. It's perhaps better that we search now his luggage in his room. I guess that's all we can hope for from this guy. Say. He's a clam. And he may be only a jazzer at that. He comes on the pier Gint this morning. We shall not forget that already, nor how he is calling at those telephones all afternoon. He may be a nosy newspaper man, just a fresh souse, said Brown. All the same, I think I'll fix him and we'll go see what he's got in his room. The 2 men rose, paid their reckoning, and went out. Brown returned to the small room, where Mackay sat at the table with his curly brown head buried in his arms. He did not look up immediately when Brown returned. Time for the latter to dose the steaming tumbler at the man's elbow, and slip the little bottle back into his pocket. Then, thinking Mackay might be asleep, he nudged him, and the young man lifted his marred and dissipated visage and extended one hand for his glass. They both drank. Where is a Major? Inquired Mackay. Gotta see him right away. Great secret. Take a nap. You're tired. Yes'm, all in, muttered the other. Had a hard time, prisoner. 3 months hiding. His head fell on his arms again. Brown rose from his chair, bent over him, remained poised above his shoulder for a few moments. Then he coolly took the key from Mackay's overcoat pocket and very deftly continued the search, in spite of the drowsy restlessness of the other. But there were no papers, no keys, only a checkbook and a wallet packed with new bank notes and some foreign gold and silver. Brown merely read the name written in the new checkbook but did not take it or the money. Then, his business with Mackay being finished, he went out, paid the reckoning, tipped the waiter generously, and said, "My friend wants to sleep for half an hour. Let him alone until I come back for him." Brown had been gone only a few moments when Mackay lifted his head from his arms with a jerk, looked around him blindly, got to his feet and appeared in the cafe doorway, swaying on unsteady legs. "Gotta see the Major," he said thickly. "Not key well." "Gotta." The waiter attempted to quiet him, but Mackay continued on toward the door, muttering that he had to find the Major and that he was not feeling well. They let him go out into the freezing darkness. Between the saloon and the Plaza Circle he fell twice on the ice, but contrived to find his feet again and lurch on through the deserted street and square. The black cold that held the city in its iron grip had driven men and vehicles from the streets. On Fifth Avenue scarcely a moving light was to be seen. Under the fuel conservation order, club, hotel and private mansion were unlighted at that hour. The vast marble mass of the Plaza Hotel loomed enormous against the sky. The New Netherlands, the Savoy, the Metropolitan Club, the Great Vanderbilt Mansion, were darkened. Only a few ice-dimmed lamps clustered around the plaza fountain, where the bronze goddess, with her basket of ice, made a graceful and shadowy figure under the stars. The young man was feeling very ill now. His fur overcoat had become unbuttoned and the bitter wind that blew across the park seemed to benumb his body and fetter his limbs so that he could barely keep his feet. He had managed to cross Fifth Avenue, somehow, but now he stumbled against the stone balustrade which surrounds the fountain, and he rested there, striving to keep his feet. Blindness, then deafness possessed him. Stupefied, instinct still aided him automatically in his customary habit of fighting. He strove to beat back the mounting waves of lethargy. Half conscious, he still fought for consciousness. After a while his hat fell off. He was on his knees now, huddled under his overcoat, his left shoulder resting against the balustrade. Twice one arm moved as though seeking something. It was the mind's last protest against the betrayal of the body. Then the body became still, although the soul still lingered within it. But now it had become a question of minutes, not many minutes. Fate had knocked him out, destiny was counting him out, had nearly finished counting. Then chance stepped into the squared circle of life. And Mackay was in a very bad way indeed when a coupe, speeding northward through the bitter night, suddenly veered westward, ran into the curb, and stopped, and Miss Erith's chauffeur turned in his seat at the wheel to peer back through the glass at his mistress, whose signal he had just obeyed. Then he scrambled out of his seat and came around to the door, just as Miss Erith opened it and hurriedly descended. "Wayland," she said, "there's somebody over there on the sidewalk. Can't you see the by the marble railing by the fountain? Whoever it is will freeze to death. Please go over and see what is the matter." The heavily furred chauffeur ran across the snowy oval. Miss Erith saw him lean over the shadowy, prostrate figure, shake it, then she hurried over too, and saw a man, crouching, fallen forward on his face beside the snowy balustrade. Down on her knees in the snow beside him dropped Miss Erith, calling on Wayland to light a match. "Is he dead, miss?" "No. Listen to him breathe. He's ill. Can't you hear the dreadful sounds he makes? Try to lift him, if you can. He's freezing here. I'm thinking he's just drunk and snoring, miss." "What of it? He's freezing, too. Carry him to the car." Wayland leaned down, put both big arms under the shoulders of the unconscious man, and dragged him upright, holding him by main strength. "He's drunk, all right, miss," the chauffeur remarked with a sniff of disgust. That he had been drinking was evident enough to Miss Erith now. She picked up his hat. A straggling yellow light from the ice-bound lamps fell on Mackay's battered features. "Get him into the car," she said. "He'll die out here in this cold." The big chauffeur half carried, half dragged the inanimate man to the car and lifted him in. Miss Erith followed. "The Samaritan Hospital that's the nearest," she said hastily. "Drive as fast as you can, Wayland." Mackay had slid to the floor of the coupe. Miss Erith turned on the ceiling light, drew the fur robe around him, and lifted his head to her knees, holding it there supported between her gloved hands. The light fell full on his bruised visage, on the crisp brown hair dusted with snow, which lay so lightly on his temples, making him seem very frail and boyish in his deathly pallor. His breathing grew heavier, more labored, the coupe reeked with the stench of alcohol, and Miss Erith, feeling almost faint, opened the window a little way, then wrapped the young man's head in the skirt of her fur coat and covered his icy hands with her own. The ambulance entrance to the Samaritan Hospital was dimly illuminated. Wayland, turning in from Park Avenue, sounded his horn, then scrambled down from the box as an orderly and a watchman appeared under the vaulted doorway. And in a few moments the emergency case had passed out of Miss Erith's jurisdiction. But as her car turned homeward, Upon her youthful mind was stamped the image of a pale, bruised face of a boyish head reversed upon her knees of crisp, light brown hair dusted with particles of snow. Within the girl's breast something deep was stirring, something unfamiliar, not pain not pity, yet resembling both, perhaps. She had no other standard of comparison. After she reached home she called up the Samaritan Hospital for information, and learned that the man was suffering from the effects of alcohol and chloral, the latter probably an overdose self-administered because he had not been robbed. Miss Erith also learned that there were $500 in new United States banknotes in his pockets, some English sovereigns, a number of Dutch and Danish silver pieces, and a new checkbook on the Schuyler National Bank, in which was written what might be his name. "Will he live?" inquired Miss Erith, solicitous, as are people concerning the fate of anything they have helped to rescue. "He seems to be in no danger," came the answer. "Are you interested in the patient, Miss Erith?" "No, that is yes. Yes, I am interested. Shall we communicate with you in case any unfavorable symptoms appear?" "Please do." "Are you a relative or friend?" "No. I am very slightly interested in his recovery. Nothing more." "Very well. But we do not find his name in any directory. We have attempted to communicate with his family, but nobody of that name claims him." "You say you are personally interested in the young man?" "Oh, no," said Miss Erith, "except that I hope he is not going to die. He seems so young and friendless." "Then you have no personal knowledge of the patient?" "None whatever." "What did you say his name is?" "Mackay." For a moment the name sounded oddly familiar but meaningless in her ears. Then, with a thrill of sudden recollection, she asked again for the man's name. "The name written in his checkbook is Mackay." "Mackay," she repeated incredulously. "What else?" "K." "What?" "That is the name in the checkbook, K. Mackay." Dumb, astounded, she could not utter a word. "Do you know anything about him, Miss Erith?" inquired the distant voice. Yes. I don't know whether I do. I have heard that name, a similar name." Her mind was in a tumult now. Could such a thing happen? It was utterly impossible. The voice on the wire continued. "The police have been here but they are not interested in the case, as no robbery occurred. The young man is still unconscious, suffering from the chloral. If you are interested, Miss Erith, would you kindly call at the hospital tomorrow?" "Yes." "Did you say that there was foreign money in his pockets?" "Dutch and Danish silver and English gold." "Thank you. I shall call tomorrow. Don't let him leave before I arrive." "What? I wish to see him." "Please do not permit him to leave before I get there. It is very important, vital in case he is there." Man the K. Mackay in question. "Very well. Good night." Miss Erith sank back in her armchair, shivering even in the warm glow from the hearth. "Such things cannot happen," she said aloud. "Such things do not happen in life." And she told herself that even in stories no author would dare, not even the veriest amateur scribbler would presume to affront intelligent readers by introducing such a coincidence as this appeared to be. "Such things do not happen," repeated Miss Erith firmly. "Such things, however, do occur." Was it possible that the great secret, of which the Lawfer cipher letter spoke, was locked within the breast of this young fellow who now lay unconscious in the Samaritan Hospital? Was this actually the escaped prisoner? Was this the man who, according to instructions in the cipher, was to be marked for death at the hands of the German government's secret agents in America? And, if this truly were the same man, was he safe, at least for the present, now that the cipher letter had been intercepted before it had reached Herman Lawfer? Hour after hour, lying deep in her armchair before the fire, Miss Erith crouched a prey to excited conjectures, not one of which could be answered until the man in the Samaritan Hospital had recovered consciousness. Suppose he never recovered consciousness? Suppose he should die? At the thought Miss Erith sprang from her chair and picked up the telephone. With fast-beating heart she waited for the connection. Finally she got it and asked the question. "The man is dying," came the calm answer. A pause. Then, "I understand the patient has just died." Miss Erith strove to speak but her voice died in her throat. Trembling from head to foot, She placed the telephone on the table, turned uncertainly, fell into the armchair, huddled there, and covered her face with both hands. For it was proving worse, a little worse than the loss of the great secret, worse than the mere disappointment in losing it, worse even than a natural sorrow in the defeat of an effort to save life. For in all her own life Miss Erith had never until that evening experienced the slightest emotion when looking into the face of any man. But from the moment when her brown eyes fell upon the pallid, dissipated, marred young face turned upward on her knees in the car, in that instant she had known for the first time a new and indefinable emotion, vague in her mind, vaguer in her heart, yet delicately apparent. But what this unfamiliar emotion might be, so faint, so vague, she had made no effort to analyze. It had been there, she had experienced it, that was all she knew. It was almost morning before she rose, stiff with cold, and moved slowly toward her bedroom. Among the whitening ashes on her hearth only a single coal remained alive. Chapter 3. To a finish. The hospital called her on the telephone about 8 o'clock in the morning. "Miss Evelyn Erith, please." "Yes," she said in a tired voice. "Who is it?" "Is this Miss Erith?" "Yes. This is the superintendent's office, Samaritan Hospital, Miss Dalton speaking." The girl's heart contracted with a pang of sheer pain. She closed her eyes and waited. The voice came over the wire again. "A wreath of Easter lilies with your card came early this morning. I'm very sure there is a mistake." "No," she whispered, "the flowers are for a patient who died in the hospital last night, a young man whom I brought there in my car." "Mackay, I was afraid so." "What? Mackay isn't dead. It's another patient. I was sure somebody here had made a mistake." Miss Erith swayed slightly, steadied herself with a desperate effort to comprehend what the voice was telling her. "There was a mistake made last night," continued Miss Dalton. "Another patient died, a similar case. When I came on duty a few moments ago I learned what had occurred. The young man in whom you are interested is conscious this morning. Would you care to see him before he is discharged?" Miss Erith said, unsteadily, that she would. She had recovered her self-command, but her knees remained weak and her lips tremulous, and she rested her forehead on both hands which had fallen, tightly clasped, on the table in front of her. After a few moments she felt better and she rang up her D.C., Mr. Vaux, and explained that she expected to be late at the office. After that she got the garage on the wire, ordered her car, and stood by the window watching the heavily falling snow until her butler announced the car's arrival. The shock of the message informing her that this man was still alive now rapidly absorbed itself in her reviving excitement at the prospect of an approaching interview with him. Her car ran cautiously along Park Avenue through the driving snow, but the distance was not far, and in a few minutes the great red quadrangle of the Samaritan Hospital loomed up on her right. And even before she was ready, before she quite had time to compose her mind in preparation for the questions she had begun to formulate, she was ushered into a private room by a nurse on duty who detained her a moment at the door. "The patient is ready to be discharged," she whispered, "but we have detained him at your request. We are so sorry about the mistake." "Is he quite conscious?" "Entirely. He's somewhat shaken, that is all. Otherwise he shows no ill effects." "Does he know how he came here?" "Oh, yes. He questioned us this morning and we told him the circumstances." "Does he know I have arrived?" "Yes, I told him." "He did not object to seeing me?" inquired Miss Erith. A slight color dyed her face. "No, he made no objection. In fact, he seemed interested. He expects you. You may go in." Miss Erith stepped into the room. Perhaps the patient had heard the low murmur of voices in the corridor, for he lay on his side in bed gazing attentively toward the door. Miss Erith walked straight to the bedside. He looked up at her in silence. "I am so glad that you are better," she said with an effort made doubly difficult in the consciousness of the bright blush on her cheeks. Without moving he replied in what must have once been an agreeable voice, "Thank you. I suppose you are, Miss Erith." "Yes. Then I am very grateful for what you have done. It was so fortunate. Would you be seated if you please?" She took the chair beside his bed. "It was nice of you," he said, almost sullenly. Few women of your sort would bother with a drunken man." They both flushed. She said calmly, "It is women of my sort who do exactly that kind of thing." He gave her a dark and sulky look. "Not often," he retorted. "There are few of your sort from Samaria." There was a silence, then he went on in a hard voice. "I'd been drinking a lot. As usual. But it isn't an excuse when I say that my beastly condition was not due to a drunken stupor. It just didn't happen to be that time." She shivered slightly. "It happened to be due to chloral," he added, reddening painfully again. "I merely wished you to know." "Yes, they told me," she murmured. After another silence, during which he had been watching her askance, he said, "Did you think I had taken that chloral voluntarily?" She made no reply. She sat very still, conscious of vague pain somewhere in her breast, acquiescent in the consciousness, dumb, and now incurious concerning further details of this man's tragedy. "Sometimes," he said, "the poor devil who, in chloral, seeks a refuge from intolerable pain becomes an addict to the drug. I do not happen to be an addict. I want you to understand that." The painful color came and went in the girl's face. He was now watching her intently. "As a matter of fact, but probably of no interest to you," he continued, "I did not voluntarily take that chloral. It was administered to me without my knowledge when I was more or less stupid with liquor. It is what is known as knockout drops, and is employed by crooks to stupefy men who are more or less intoxicated so that they may be easily robbed." He spoke now so calmly and impersonally that the girl had turned to look at him again as she listened. "And now," she said, "were you robbed?" "They took my hotel key, nothing else." "Was that a serious matter, Mr. Mackay?" He studied her with narrowing brown eyes. "Oh, no," he said. "I had nothing of value in my room at the Astor except a few necessaries in a steamer trunk. Thank you so much for all your kindness to me, Miss Erith," he added, as though relieving her of the initiative in terminating the interview. As he spoke he caught her eye and divined somehow that she did not mean to go just yet. Instantly he was on his guard, lying there with partly closed lids, awaiting events, though not yet really suspicious. But at her next question he rose abruptly, supported on one elbow, his whole frame tense and alert under the bed coverings as though gathered for a spring. "What did you say?" he demanded. "I asked you how long ago you escaped from Holzminden camp," repeated the girl, very pale. "Who told you I had ever been the question mark wherever that is? You were there as a prisoner, were you not, Mr. Mackay? Where is that place?" "In Germany on the River Weser. You were detained there under pretense of being an Englishman before we declared war on Germany. After we declared war they held you as a matter of course." There was an ugly look in his eyes. "Now, you seem to know a great deal about a drunkard you picked up in the snow near the Plaza Fountain last night. Please don't speak so bitterly." Quite unconsciously her gloved hand crept up on her fur coat until it rested over her heart, pressing slightly against her breast. Neither spoke for a few moments. Then, "I do know something about you, Mr. Mackay," she said. "Among other things I know that if you have become intemperate it is not your fault. That was vile of them honorably wicked to do what they did to you." "Who are you?" he burst out. "Where have you heard such things? Did I babble all this?" "You did not utter a sound. Then in God's name—" "Oh, yes, yes," she murmured, "in God's name. That is why you and I are here together in God's name and by His grace. Do you know He wrought a miracle for you and me here in New York, in these last hours of this dreadful year that is dying very fast now? Do you know what that miracle is? Yes, it's partly the fact that you did not die last night out there on the street. 13 degrees below zero. And you did not die. And the other part of the miracle is that I of all people in the world should have found you. That is our miracle." Somehow he divined that the girl did not mean the mere saving of his life had been part of this miracle. But she had meant that, too, without realizing she meant it. "Who are you?" he asked very quietly. "I'll tell you, I'm Evelyn Erith, a volunteer in the C.E.D. Service of the United States." He drew a deep breath. sank down on his elbow, and rested his head on the pillow. "Still, I don't see how you know," he said. "I mean the beastly details. I'll tell you sometime. I read the history of your case in an intercepted cipher letter. Before the German agent here had received and decoded it, he was arrested by an agent of another service. If there is anything more to be learned from him, it will be extracted. But of all men on earth, you are the one man I wanted to find. There is the miracle, I found you. Even now I can scarcely force myself to believe it is really you." The faintest flicker touched his eyes. "What did you want of me?" he inquired. "Help, help? From such a man as I? What sort of help do you expect from a drunkard?" "Every sort. All you can give. All you can give." He looked at her wearily. His face had become pallid again, the dark hollows of dissipation showed like bruises. "I don't understand," he said. "I'm no good, you know that. I'm done in, finished. I couldn't help you with your work if I wanted to. There's nothing left of me. I am not to be depended on." And suddenly, in his eyes of a boy, his self-hatred was revealed to her in one savage gleam. "No good," he muttered feverishly, "not to be trusted, no willpower left. It was in me, I suppose, to become the drunkard I am." "You are not," cried the girl fiercely. "Don't say it." "Why not? I am. You can fight your way free." His laugh frightened her. "Fight? I've done that. They tried to pump me that way, to try to break my brain to pieces by stopping my liquor. I suppose they thought I might really go insane, as they gave it back after a while, after a few centuries in hell, and tried to make me talk by other methods." "Don't, please." She turned her head swiftly, unable to control her quivering face. "Why not? I can't bear it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shock you, I know." She sat for a while with head averted, and presently spoke, sitting so. "We'll fight it, anyway," she said. "What do you mean, if you'll let me?" After a silence, she turned and looked at him. He stammered, very red. "I don't quite know why you speak to me so." She herself was not entirely clear on that point, either. After all, her business with this man was to use him in the service of her government. "What is the great secret?" she asked calmly. After a long while he said, lying there very still, "So you have even heard about that?" "I have heard about it, that is all." "Do you know what it is?" "All I know about it is that there is such a thing, something known to certain Germans, and by them spoken of as the Great Secret. I imagine, of course, that it is some vital military secret which they desire to guard. Is that all you know about it?" "No, not all." She looked at him gravely out of very clear, honest eyes. "I know, also, that the Berlin government has ordered its agents to discover your whereabouts, and to silence you." He gazed at her quite blandly for a moment, then, to her amazement, he laughed such a clear, untroubled, boyish laugh that her constrained expression softened in sympathy. "Do you think that Berlin doesn't mean it?" she asked, brightening a little. "Mean it? Oh, I'm jolly sure Berlin means it. Then why do I laugh?" "Well, yes. Why do you?" "It does not strike me as very humorous." At that he laughed again, laughed so wholeheartedly, so delightfully, that the winning smile curved her own lips once more. "Would you tell me why you laugh?" she inquired. "I don't know. It seems so funny, those Huns, those botches, already smeared from hair to feet with blood, pausing in their wholesale butchery to devise a plan to murder me." His face altered, he raised himself on one elbow. "The swine have turned all Europe into a bloody wallow. They're belly deep in it, Kaiser and necked. But that's only part of it. They're destroying souls by millions. Mine is already damned." Miss Erith sprang to her feet. "I tell you not to say such a thing," she cried, exasperated. "You're as young as I am. Besides, souls are not slain by murder. If they perish, it's suicide, always." She began to pace the white room nervously, flinging open her fur coat as she turned and came straight back to his bed again. Standing there and looking down at him, she said, "We've got to fight it out. The country needs you. It's your bit and you've got to do it. There's a cure for alcoholism drive. Langford's cure. Are you afraid because you think it may hurt? He lay looking up at her with hell's own glimmer in his eyes again. You don't know what you're talking about, he said. You talk of cures, and I tell you that I'm half dead for a drink right now. And I'm going to get up and dress and get it. The expression of his features and his voice and words appalled her, left her dumb for an instant. Then she said breathlessly, You won't do that. Yes, I will. No, why not? He demanded excitedly. You owe me something. What I said was conventional. I'm not grateful to you for saving the sort of life mine is. I was not thinking of your life. After a moment he said more quietly, I know what you mean. Yes, I am grateful. Our government ought to know. Then tell me, now, you know, he said brutally, I have only your word that you are what you say you are. She reddened but replied calmly, that is true. Let me show you my credentials. From her muff she drew a packet, opened it, and laid the contents on the bedspread under his eyes. Then she walked to the window and stood there with her back turned looking out at the falling snow. After a few minutes he called her. She went back to the bedside, replaced the packet in her muff, and stood waiting in silence. He lay looking up at her very quietly and his bruised young features had lost their hard, sullen expression. I'd better tell you all I know, he said, because there is really no hope of curing me. You don't understand. My willpower is gone. The trouble is with my mind itself. I don't want to be cured. I want what's killing me. I want it now, always, all the time. So before anything happens to me I'd better tell you what I know so that our government can make the proper investigation. Because what I shall tell you is partly a surmise. I leave it to you to judge to our government. She drew from her muff a little pad and a pencil and seated herself on the chair beside him. I'll speak slowly, he began, but she shook her head, saying that she was an expert stenographer. So he went on. You know my name Kay Mackay. I was born here and educated at Yale. But my father was Scotch and he died in Scotland. My mother had been dead many years. They lived on a property called Isla which belonged to my grandfather. After my father's death my grandfather allowed me an income, and when I had graduated from Yale I continued here taking various postgraduate courses. Finally I went to Cornell and studied agriculture, game breeding and forestry, desiring someday to have a place of my own. In 1914 I went to Germany to study their system of forestry. In July of that year one went to Switzerland and roamed about in the vagabond way I once liked. His visage altered and he cast a side glance at the girl beside him, but her eyes were fixed on her pad. He drew a deep breath, like a sigh. In that corner of Switzerland which is thrust westward between Germany and France there are a lot of hills and mountains which were unfamiliar to me. The flora resembled that of the Vosges, so did the bird and insect life except on the higher mountains. There is a mountain called Mount Terrible. I camped on it. There was some snow. You know what happens sometimes in summer on the higher peaks? Well, it happened to me. The whole snowfield slid when I was part way across it and I thought it was all off. Never dreamed a man could live through that sort of thing with the sheer nice ledges below. It was not a big avalanche, not the terrific thundering sort, rather an easy slipping, I fancy, but it was a devilish thing to lie aboard, and, of course, if there had been precipices where I slid. He shrugged. The girl looked up from her shorthand manuscript. He seemed to be dreamily living over in his mind those moments on Mount Terrible. Presently he smiled slightly. I was horribly scared, smothered, choked, half senseless. Part of the snow and a lot of trees and boulders went over the edge of something with a roar like Niagara. I don't know how long afterward it was when I came to my senses. I was in a very narrow, rocky valley, up to my neck in soft snow, and the sun beating on my face. So I crawled out. I wasn't hurt, I was merely lost. It took me a long while to place myself geographically. But finally, by map and compass, I concluded that I was in some one of the innumerable narrow valleys on the northern side of Mount Terrible. Basel seemed to be the nearest proper objective, judging from my map. Can you form a mental picture of that particular corner of Europe, Miss Erith? No. Well, The German frontier did not seem to be very far northward, at least that was my idea. But there was no telling. The place where I landed was a savage and shaggy wilderness of firs and rocks without any sign of habitation or of roads. The things that had been strapped on my back naturally remained with me: map, binoculars, compass, botanizing paraphernalia, rations for 2 days, that sort of thing. So I was not worried. I prowled about, experienced agreeable shivers by looking up at the mountain which had dumped me down into this valley, and finally, after eating, I started northeast by compass. It was a rough scramble. After I had been hiking along for several hours, I realized that I was on a shelf high above another valley, and after a long while I came out where I could look down over miles of country. My map indicated that what I beheld must be some part of Alsace. Well, I lay flat on a vast shelf of rock and began to use my field glasses. He was silent so long that Miss Erith finally looked up questioningly. Mackay's face had become white and stern, and in his fixed gaze there was something dreadful. "Please," she faltered, "go on." He looked at her absently. The color came back to his face. He shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, yes. What was I saying? Yes, about that vast ledge up there under the mountains. I stayed there 3 days. Partly because I couldn't find any way down. There seemed to be none. But I was not bored. Oh, no. Just anxious concerning my situation. Otherwise I had plenty to look at." She waited, pencil poised. "Plenty to look at," he repeated absently. "Plenty of Huns to gaze at." Huns? They were like ants below me, there. They swarmed under the mountain ledge as far as I could see, thousands of busy botchers, busy as ants. There were narrow-gauge railways, too, apparently running right into the mountain, and a deep broad cleft, deep as another valley, and all crawling with Huns. A tunnel? Nobody alive ever dreamed of such a gigantic tunnel, if it was one. Well, I was up the 3 days. It was the 1st of August thereabouts, and I'd been afield for weeks. And, of course, I'd heard nothing of war, never dreamed of it. If I had, perhaps what those thousands of Huns were doing along the mountain wall might have been plainer to me. As it was, I couldn't guess. There was no blasting, none that I could hear. But trains were running and some gigantic enterprise was being accomplished, some enterprise that apparently demanded speed and privacy. Not one civilian was to be seen, not one dwelling. But there were endless mazes of fortifications, and I saw guns being moved everywhere. Well, I was becoming hungry up on that fur-clad battlement. I didn't know how to get down into the valley. It began to look as though I'd have to turn back, and that seemed a rather awful prospect. Anyway, what happened, eventually, was this: I started east through the forest along that pathless tableland, and on the afternoon of the next day, tired out and almost starved, I stepped across the Swiss boundary line, a wide, rocky, cleared space crossing a mountain flank like a giant's road. No guards were visible anywhere, no sentry boxes, but, as I stood hesitating in the middle of the frontier, and just why I hesitated I don't know, I saw half a dozen gauges of a German mounted regiment tried up on the German side of the boundary. For a second the idea occurred to me that they had ridden parallel to the ledge to intercept me, but the idea seemed absurd. Granted even that they had seen me upon the ledge from below, which I never dreamed they had. So when they made me friendly gestures to come across the frontier, I returned their cheery gruscot and plodded thankfully across. And their leader, leaning from his saddle to take my offered hand, suddenly struck me in the face, and at the same moment a trooper behind me hit me on the head with the butt of a pistol. The girl's flying pencil faltered. She lifted her brown eyes, waiting. "That's about all," he said, "as far as facts are concerned. They treated me rather badly. I faced their firing squads half a dozen times. After that bluff wouldn't work, they interned me as an English civilian at Holzminden. They hid me when, at last, an inspection took place. No chance for me to communicate with our ambassador or with any of the commission." He turned to her in his boyish, frank way. "But do you know, Miss Erith, it took me quite a while to analyze the affair and to figure out why they arrested me, lied about me, and treated me so hellishly. You see, I was kept in solitary confinement and never had a chance to speak to any of the other civilians interned there at Holzminden. There was no way of suspecting why all this was happening to me except by the attitude of the Huns themselves and their endless questions and threats and cruelties. They were cruel. They hurt me a lot. Miss Erith's eyes suddenly dimmed as she watched him, and she hastily bent her head over the pad. Well, he went on, the rest, as I say, is pure surmise. This is my conclusion. I think that for the last 40 years the Huns have been busy with an astounding military enterprise. Of course, since 1870, the Boche has expected war, and has been feverishly preparing for it. All the world now knows what they have done, not everything that they have done, however. My conclusion is this, that, when Mount Terrible shrugged me off its northern flank, the snowslide carried me to an almost inaccessible spot of which even the Swiss hunters knew nothing. Or, if they did, they considered it impossible to reach from their own territory. From Germany it could be reached, but it was Swiss territory. At any rate, I think I am the only civilian who has been there, and who has viewed from this enormous work in which the Huns are engaged. And I believe that this mysterious, overwhelmingly enormous work is nothing less than the piercing not of a mountain or a group of mountains, but of that entire part of Switzerland which lies between Germany and France. I believe that a vast military road, deep, deep, under the earth, is being carried by an enormous tunnel from far back on the German side of the frontier, under Mount Terrible, under all the mountains, hills, valleys, forests, rivers under Switzerland, in fact into French territory. I believe it has been building since 1871. I believe it is nearly finished, and that it will, on French territory, give egress to a Hun army debouching from Alsace, under Switzerland, into France behind the French lines. That part of the Franco-Swiss frontier is unguarded, unfortified, uninhabited. From there a Hun army can strike the French trenches from the rear, strike Toul, Nancy, Belfort, Verdun. Why, the road is open to Paris that way, open to Calais, to England. This is frightful, cried the girl. If such a dreadful... Wait. I told you that it is merely a surmise. I don't know. I guess. Why, I guess it. I have told you. They were savage with me, those Huns. They got nothing out of me. I lied steadily, even when drunk. No, they got nothing out of me. I denied I had seen anything. I denied, and truly enough, that anybody had accompanied me. No, they wrenched nothing out of me, not by starving me, not by water torture, not by their firing squads, not by blows, not even by making of me the drunkard I am. The pencil fell from Miss Erith's hand, and the hand caught Mackay's, held it, crushed it. You're only a boy, she murmured. I'm not much more than a girl. We've both got years ahead of us, the best of our lives. You have. You also. Oh, don't look at me that way. I'll help you. We've got work to do, you and I. Don't you see? Don't you understand? Work to do for our government. Work to do for America. It's too late for me to. No. You've got to live. You've got to find yourself again. This depends on you. Don't you see it does? Don't you see that you have got to go back there and prove what you merely suspect? I simply can't. You shall. I'll make this right with you. I'll stick to you. I'll fight to give you back your willpower, your mind. We'll do this together, for our country. I'll give up everything else to make this fight. He began to tremble. If I could. I tell you that you shall. We must do our bit, you and I. You don't know, he cried in a bitter voice, then fell trembling again with the sweat of agony on his face. No, I don't know, she whispered, clutching his hand to steady him. But I shall learn. You'll learn that a drunkard is a dirty beast, he cried. Do you know what I'd do if anybody tried to keep me from drink? Anybody! ! Even you. No, I don't know. She shook her head sorrowfully. A mindless man becomes a demon, I suppose. Would you injure me? He was shaking all over now, and presently he sat up in bed and covered his head with one desperate hand. You poor boy, she whispered. Keep away from me, he muttered. I've told you all I know. I'm no further use. Keep clear of me. I'm sorry to be what I am. When I leave, what are you going to do? She asked gently. Do? I'll dress and go to the nearest bar. Do you need it so much already? He nodded, his bowed head covered by the hand that gripped his hair. Yes, I need it badly. She rose, loosened his clutch on her slender hand, picked up her muff. I'll be waiting for you downstairs, she said simply. His face expressed sullen defiance as he passed through the waiting room. Yet he seemed a little taken aback as well as relieved when Miss Erith did not appear among the considerable number of people waiting there for discharged patients. He walked on, buttoning his fur coat with shaky fingers, past the doorway and stepped out into the falling snow. At the same moment a chauffeur buried in coonskins moved forward, touching his cap. Miss Erith's car is here, sir. Miss Erith expects you. Mackay hesitated, scowling now in his perplexity, passed his quivering hand slowly across his face, then turned, and looked at the waiting car drawn up at the gutter. Behind the frosty window Miss Erith gave him a friendly smile. He walked over to the curb, the chauffeur opened the door, and Mackay took off his hat. Don't ask me, he said in a low voice that trembled slightly like a sick man's. I do ask you. You know what's the matter with me, Miss Erith, he insisted in the same low, unsteady voice. Please, she said, and laid one small gloved hand lightly on his arm. So he entered the car, the chauffeur drew the rope over them, and stood awaiting orders. Home, said Miss Erith faintly. If Mackay was astonished, he did not betray it. Neither said anything more for a while. The man rested an elbow on the sill, his troubled, haggard face on his hand. The girl kept her gaze steadily in front of her with a partly resolute, partly scared expression. The car went up Park Avenue and then turned westward. When it stopped, the girl said, You will give me a few moments in my library with you, won't you? The visage he turned to her was one of physical anguish. They sat confronting each other in silence for an instant, then he rose with a visible effort and descended, and she followed. Be at the garage at 2, Wayland, she said, and ascended the snowy stoop beside Mackay. The butler admitted them. Luncheon for 2, she said, and mounted the stairs without pausing. Mackay remained in the hall until he had been separated from hat and coat, then he slowly ascended the stairway. She was waiting on the landing and she took him directly into the library where a wood fire was burning. Just a moment, she said, to make myself as persuasive as I can. You are perfectly equipped, Miss Erith. Oh, no, I must do better than I have done. This is the great moment of our careers, Mr. Mackay. Her smile, brightly forced, left his grim features unresponsive. The undertone in her voice warned him of her determination to have her way. He took an involuntary step toward the door like a caged thing that sees a loophole, halted as she barred his way, turned his marred young visage and glared at her. There was something terrible in his intent gaze, a pale flare flickering in his eyes like the uncanny light in the orbs of a cornered beast. You'll wait, won't you? She asked, secretly frightened now. After a long interval, yes, his lips motioned, thank you. Because it is the supreme moment of our lives. It involves life or death. Be patient with me. Will you? But you must be brief, he muttered restlessly. You know what I need. I am sick, I tell you. So she went away, not to arrange her beauty more convincingly, but to fling coat and hat to her maid and drop down on the chair by her desk and take up the telephone. Dr. Langford's hospital? Yes. Miss Erith wishes to speak to Dr. Langford. Is that you, Doctor? Oh, yes, I'm perfectly well. Tell me, how soon can you cure a man of dipsomania? Of course. It was a stupid question. But I'm so worried and unhappy. Yes, it's a man I know. It wasn't his fault, poor fellow. If I can only get him to you and persuade him to tell you the history of his case. I don't know whether he'll go. I'm doing my best. He's here in my library. Oh, no. He isn't intoxicated now, but he was yesterday. And oh, Doctor. He is so shaky and he seems so ill, I mean in mind and spirit more than in body. Yes. He says he needs something. What? Give him some whiskey if he wants it. Do you mean a highball? How many? Oh. Yes. Yes, I understand. I'll do my very best. Thank you. At 3 o'clock. Thank you so much, Dr. Langford. Goodbye. She hung up the receiver, took a look at herself in the dressing glass, and saw reflected there a yellow-haired hazel-eyed girl who looked a trifle scared. But she forced a smile, made a hasty toilette and rang for the butler, gave her orders, and then walked leisurely into the library. Mackay lifted his tragic face from his hands where he stood before the fire, his elbows resting on a mantel. Come, she said in her pretty, resolute way, you and I are perfectly human. Let's face this thing together and find out what really is in it. She took one armchair, he the other, and she noticed that all his frame was quivering now, his hands always in restless, groping movement, as though with palsy. A moment later the butler came with a decanter, ice, mineral water and a tall glass. There was also a box of cigars on the silver tray. You'll fix your own highball, she said carelessly, nodding dismissal to the butler. But she looked only once at Mackay, then turned away, pretense of picking up her knitting, so terrible it was to her to see in his eyes the very glimmer of hell itself as he poured out what he needed. Minute after minute she sat there by the fire knitting tranquilly, scarcely ever even lifting her calm young eyes to the man. Twice again he poured out what he needed for himself before the agony in his sickened brain and body became endurable, before the tortured nerves had been sufficiently drugged once more and the indescribable torment had subsided. He looked at her once or twice where she sat knitting and apparently quite oblivious to what he had been about, but his glance was no longer furtive. He unconsciously squared his shoulders, and his head straightened up. Without lifting her eyes she said, I thought we'd talk over our plans when you feel better. He glanced sideways at the decanter. I am all right, he said. She had not yet lifted her eyes. She continued to knit while speaking. First of all, she said, I shall place your testimony and my report in the hands of my superior, Mr. Vaux. Does that meet with your approval? Yes, she knitted in silence a few moments. He kept his eyes on her. Presently, and still without looking up, she said, Are you within the draft age? No. I am 32. Will you volunteer? No. Would you tell me why? Yes, I'll tell you why. I shall not volunteer because of my habits. You mean your temporary infirmity, she said calmly. But her cheeks reddened and she bent lower over her work. A dull color stained his face, too, but he merely shrugged his comment. She said in a low voice, I want you to volunteer with me for overseas service in the Army Intelligence Department. You and I, together. To prove what you have surmised concerning the German operations beyond Mount Terrible. And first I want you to go with me to Dr. Langford's hospital. I want you to go this afternoon with me. And face the situation. And see it through. And come out cured. She lifted her head and looked at him. Will you? And in his altering gaze she saw the flicker of half-senseless anger intensified suddenly to a flare of hatred. Don't ask anything like that of me, he said. She had grown quite white. I do ask it. Will you? If I wanted to I couldn't, and I don't want to. I prefer this hell to the other. Won't you make a fight for it? No, he said brutally. The girl bent her head again over her knitting. But her white fingers remained idle. After a long while, staring at her intently, he saw her lip quiver. Don't do that. He broke out harshly. What the devil do you care? Then she lifted her tragic white face. And he had his answer. My God. He faltered, springing to his feet. What's the matter with you? Why do you care? You can't care. What is it to you that a drunken beast slinks back into hell again? Do you think you are Samaritan enough to follow him and try to drag him out by the ears? A man whose very brain is already cracking with it all, a burnt-out thing with neither mind nor manhood left. She got to her feet, trembling and deathly white. I can't let you go, she whispered. Exasperation almost strangled him and set afire his unhinged brain. For Christ's sake! He cried. What do you care? I care, she stammered, "For Christ's sake." "And yours?" Things went dark before her eyes. She opened them after a while on the sofa where he had carried her. He was standing looking down at her. After a long while the ghost of a smile touched her lips. In his haunted gaze there was no response. But he said in an altered, unfamiliar voice, "I'll go if you say so. I'll do all that's in me to do." "Will you be there for the first day or two?" "Yes. All day long. Every day if you want me." "Do you?" "Yes. But God knows what I may do to you." "There'll be somebody to watch me, won't there?" "I don't know what may happen to you or to myself. I'm in a bad way, Miss Erith. I'm in a very bad way." "I know," she murmured. He said with an almost childish directness, "Do men always live through such cures?" "I don't see how I can live through it." She rose from the sofa and stood beside him, feeling still dizzy, still tremulous and lacking strength. "Let us win through," she said, not looking at him. "I think you will suffer more than I shall. A little more. Because I had rather feel pain than give it, rather suffer than look on suffering. It will be very hard for us both, I fear." Her butler announced luncheon. Chapter 4, Wreckage. The man had been desperately ill in soul and mind and body. And now in some curious manner the ocean seemed to be making him physically better but spiritually worse. Something, too, in the horizon wide waste of waters was having a sinister effect on his brain. The grey daylight of early May, bitter as December, the utter desolation, the mounting and raucous menace of the sea, were meddling with normal convalescence. Dull animosity awoke in a battered mind not yet readjusted to the living world. What had these people done to him anyway? The sullen resentment which invaded him groped stealthily for a vent. Was this, then, their cursed cure? This foggy nightmare through which he moved like a shade in the realm of phantoms? Little by little what had happened to him was becoming an obsession, as he began to remember in detail. Now he brooded on it and looked askance at the girl who was primarily responsible, conscious in a confused sort of way that he was a blackguard for his ingratitude, but his mind had been badly knocked about, and its limping machinery creaked. That meddling woman, he thought, knowing all the time what he owed her, remembering her courage, her unselfishness, her loveliness. Curse her, he muttered, amid the shadows confusing his wounded mind. Then a meaningless anger grew with him. She had him, now. He was trapped and caged. A girl who drags something floundering out of hell is entitled to the thing if she wants it. He admitted that to himself. But how about that cure? Was this it, this terrible blankness, this misty unreality of things? Surcease from craving, yes. But what to take its place, what to fill in, occupy mind and body? What sop to his restless soul? What had this young iconoclast offered him after her infernal era of destruction? A distorted world, a cloudy mind, the body substance of a ghost? And for the magic world she had destroyed she offered him a void to live and curse her. There were no lights showing aboard the transport, all ports remained screened. Arrows, painted on the decks in luminous paint, pointed out the way. Below decks, a blue globe here and there emitted a feeble glimmer, marking corridors which pierced to depthless darkness. No noise was permitted on board, no smoking, no other lights in cabin nor saloon. There was scarcely a sound to be heard on the ship, save the throbbing of her engines, the long, splintering crash of heavy seas, and the dull creak of her steel vertebrae tortured by a million rivets. As for the accursed ocean, that to Mackay was the enemy paramount which had awakened him to the stinging vagueness of things out of his stupid acquiescence in convalescence. He hated the sea. It was becoming a crawling horror to him in its every protean phase, whether flecked with ghastly lights in storms or haunted by pallid shapes in color. Always it remained repugnant to him under its eternal curse of endless motion. He loathed it. He detested the livid skies by day against which tossing waves showed black. He hated every wave at night and their ceaseless unseen motion. Mackay had been cured. Mackay was very, very ill. There came to him, at intervals, A girl who stole through the obscurity of the pitching corridors, guiding him from one faint blue light to the next. A girl who groped out the way with him at night to the deck by following the painted arrows underfoot. Also sometimes she sat at his bedside through the unreal flight of time, her hand clasped over his. He knew that he had been brutal to her during his cure. He was still rough with her at moments of intense mental pressure. Somehow, realized it made efforts toward self-command, toward reason again, mental control. Sometimes felt that he was on the way to acquiring mental mastery. But traces of injury to the mind still remained sensitive places, and there were swift seconds of agony, of blind anger, of crafty, unbalanced watching to do harm. Yet for all that he knew, he was convalescent, that alcohol was no longer a necessity to him, that whatever he did had now become a choice for him, that he had the power and the authority and the will, and was capable, once more, of choosing between depravity and decency. But what had been taken out of his life seemed to leave a dreadful silence in his brain. And, at moments, this silence became dissonant with the clamor of unreason. On one of his worst days, when his crippled soul was loneliest, the icy seas became terrific. Cruisers and destroyers of the escort remained invisible, and none of the convoy transports were to be seen. The watery, lowering daylight faded, the unseen sun set, the brief day ended, and the wind went down with the sun. But through the thick darkness the turbulent wind appeared to grow luminous with tossing wraiths, and all the world seemed to dissolve into a nebulous, hell-driven thing, unreal, dreadful, unendurable. Mr. Mackay. He had already got into his wool dressing robe and felt shoes, and he sat now very still on the edge of his berth, listening stealthily with the cunning of distorted purpose. Her tiny room was just across the corridor. She seemed to be eternally sleepless, always on the alert night and day, ready to interfere with him. Finally he ventured to rise and move cautiously to his door, and he made not the slightest sound in opening it, but her door opened instantly, and she stood there confronting him, an ulster buttoned over her nightdress. "What is the matter?" she said gently. "Nothing. Are you having a bad night?" "I'm all right. I wish you wouldn't constitute yourself my nurse, servant, mentor, guardian, keeper, and personal factotum." Sudden rage left him inarticulate, and he shot an ugly look at her. "Can't you let me alone?" he snarled. "You poor boy," she said under her breath. "Don't talk like that. Damnation. I can't stand much more. I can't stand it, I tell you." "Yes, you can, and you will. And I don't mind what you say to me." His malignant expression altered. "Do you know," he said, in a cool and evil voice, "that I may stop saying things and take to doing them? Would you hurt me physically? Are you really as sick as that?" "Not yet." "How do I know?" Suddenly he felt tired and leaned against the doorway, covering his dulling eyes with his right forearm. But his hand was now clenched convulsively. "Could you lie down?" "I'll talk to you," she whispered. "I'll see you through. I can't endure this tension," he muttered. "For God's sake let me go." "Where, you know?" "Yes. But it won't do. We must carry on, you and I. If you knew, I do know. When these crises come, try to fix your mind on what you have become." "Yes. A hell of a soldier." "Do you really believe that my country needs a thing like me?" She stood looking at him in silence, knowing that he was in a torment of some terrible sort. His eyes were still covered by his arm. On his boyish brow the blonde brown hair had become damp. She went across and passed her arm through his. His hand rested, fell to his side, but he suffered her to guide him through the corridors toward a far bluish spark that seemed as distant as Venus, the star. They walked very slowly for a while on deck, encountering now and then the shadowy forms of officers and crew. The personnel of the several hospital units in transit were long ago in bed below. Once he said, "You know, Miss Erith, it is not I who behaves like a scoundrel to you." "I know," she said with a dauntless smile. "Because," he went on, searching painfully for thought as well as words, "I'm not really a brute, was not always a blackguard. Do you suppose for one moment that I blame a man who has been irresponsible through no fault of his, and who has made the fight and has won back to sanity? I am not yet well. I understand. They paused beside the portrayal a few moments. I suppose you know, he muttered, that I have thought at times of ending things down there. You seem to know most things. Did you suspect that? Yes. Don't you ever sleep? I wake easily. I know you do. I can't stir in bed but I hear you move, too. I should think you'd hate and loathe me for all I've done, for all I've cost you. Nurses don't loathe their patients, she said lightly. I should think they'd want to kill them. Oh, Mr. Mackay. On the contrary, they grow to like them exceedingly. You dare not say that about yourself and me. Miss Erith shrugged her pretty shoulders. I don't have to say anything, do I? He made no reply. After a long silence she said casually, the sea is calmer, I think. There's something resembling faint moonlight up among those flying clouds. He lifted his tragic face and gazed up at the storm rack speeding overhead. And through the hurrying vapors behind flying rags of cloud, a pallid luster betrayed the smothered moon. There was just enough light, now, to reveal the forward gun under its jacket, and the shadowy gun crew around it where the ship's bow like a vast black plow ripped the sea asunder into deep, foaming furrows. I wish I knew where we are at this moment, mused the girl. She counted the days on her fingertips. We may be off Bordeaux. It's been a long time, hasn't it? To him it had been a century of dread endured through half our awakened consciousness of the latest inferno within him. It's been very long, he said, sighing. A few minutes later they caught a glimpse of a strangled moon overhead, a livid corpse of a moon, tarnished and battered almost out of recognition. Clearing weather, she said cheerfully, adding, tomorrow we may be in a danger zone. Did you ever see a submarine? Yes. Did you? There were some up the Hudson. I saw them last summer, while motoring along Riverside Drive. The spectral form of an officer appeared at her elbow, said something in a low voice, and walked aft. She said, well, then, I think we'd better dress. Do you feel better? He said that he did, but his somber gaze into darkness belied him. So again she slipped her arm through his and he suffered himself to be led away along the path of shining arrows underfoot. At his door she said cheerfully, no more undressing for bed, you know. No more luxury of night clothes. You heard the orders about lifebelts? Yes, he replied listlessly. Very well. I'll be waiting for you. She lingered a moment more, watching him in his brooding reverie where he stood leaning against the doorway. And after a while he raised his haunted eyes to hers. I can't keep on, he breathed. Yes you can. No. The world is slipping away underfoot. It's going on without me in spite of me. It's you that are slipping, if anything is. Be fair to the world at least, even if you mean to betray it and me. I don't want to betray anybody anything. He had begun to tremble when he stood leaning against his door. I don't know what to do. Stand by the world. Stand by me. And, through me, stand by your own self. The young fellow's forehead was wet with a vague horror of something. He made an effort to speak, to straighten up, gave her a dreadful look of appeal which turned into a snarl. He whispered between writhing lips, can't you let me alone? Can't I end it if I can't stand it without your blocking me every time I stir a finger, Mackay? Wait. Don't touch me! ! Don't do that. But he had her in a sudden grip now, was looking right and left for a place to hurl her out of the way. I've stood enough, by God, he muttered between his teeth. Now I'm through, please listen. You're out of your mind, she said breathlessly, not struggling to free herself, but striving to twist both her arms around one of his. You hurt me, she whimpered. Don't be brutal to me. I've got to get you out of my way. He tried to fling her across the corridor into her own cabin, but she had fastened herself to him. Don't. She panted. Don't do anything to yourself. Let go of me. Unclasp your arms. But she clung them more desperately and wound her limbs around his, almost tripping him. I won't give you up. She gasped. What do you care? He retorted hoarsely, striving to tear himself loose. I want to get some rest somewhere. You're hurting. You're breaking my arm. Kay. What are you doing to me? She wailed, Something, perhaps the sound of his own name falling from her lips for the first time, checked his mounting frenzy. She could feel every muscle in his body become rigidly inert. "K," she whispered, fastening herself to him convulsively. For a full minute she sustained his half-insane stare, then it altered, and her own eyes slowly closed, though her head remained upright on the rigid marble of her neck. The crisis had been reached. The tide of frenzy was turning, had turned, was already ebbing. She felt it, was conscious that he also had become aware of it. Then his grasp slackened, grew lax, loosened, and almost spent. She ventured to unwind her limbs from his, to relax her stiffened fingers, unclasp her arms. It was over. She could scarcely stand, felt blindly for support, rested so, and slowly unclosed her eyes. "I've had to fight very hard for you," she whispered. "But I think I've won," he answered with difficulty. "Yes, if you want the dog you fought for. It isn't what I want, Kay. All right, I guess I can face it through after this. But I don't know why you did it." "I do. Do you? Don't you know I'm not a man, but a beast? And there are 500 million real men to replace me to do what you and the country expect of real men. What may be expected of them I expect of you. Kay, I've made a good fight for you, haven't I?" He turned his quenched gaze on her. "From gutter to hospital, from hospital to sanitarium, from sanitarium to ship," he said in a colorless voice. "Yes, it was a good fight. What a Calvary," she murmured, looking at him out of clear, sorrowful eyes. "And on your knees, poor boy. You ought to know. You have made every station with me on your tender bleeding knees of a girl." He choked, turned his head swiftly, and she caught his hand. The break had come. "Oh, Kay, she said, quivering all over, "I have done my bit and you are cured. You know it, don't you? Look at me, turn your head." She laid her slim hand flat against his tense cheek but could not turn his face. But she did not care. The palm of her hand was wet. The break had come. She drew a deep, uneven breath, let go his hand. "Now," she said, "we can understand each other at last. Our minds are rational, and whether in accord or conflict they are at least in contact, and mine isn't clashing with something disordered and foreign which it can't interpret, can't approach," he said, not turning toward her. "You are kind to put it that way. I think self-control has returned, willpower, all that. I won't betray you, Miss Erith. You never would, Mr. Mackay. But I've been in terror of what has been masquerading as you, I know. But whatever you think of such a man, I'll do my bit, now. I'll carry on until the end. I will too. I promise you." He turned his head at that and a mirthless laugh touched his wet eyes and drawn visage. "As though you had to promise anybody that you'd stick. You beautiful, magnificent young thing, you superb kid." Her surprise and the swift blaze of color in her face silenced him. After a moment, the painful red still staining his face, he muttered something about dressing. He watched her turn and enter the room, saw that she had closed her door, something she had not dared do heretofore. Then he went into his own room and threw himself down on the bunk, shaking in every nerve. For a long while, preoccupied with the obsession for self-destruction, he lay the face downward, exhausted, trying to fight off the swimming sense of horror that was creeping over him again. Little by little it mounted like a tide from hell. He struggled to his feet with the unuttered cry of a dreamer tearing his throat. An odd sense of fear seized him and he dressed and adjusted his clumsy life suit. For the ship was in the danger zone, now, and orders had been given, and dawn was not far off. Perhaps it was already day. He could not tell in his dim cabin. And after he was completely accoutred for the hazard of the Hun-cursed seas, he turned and looked down at his bunk with the odd idea that his body still lay there, that it was a thing apart from himself, something inert, unyielding, corpse-like, sprawling there in a stupor, something visible, tangible, taking actual proportion and shape there under his very eyes. He turned his back with a shudder and went on deck. To his surprise the blue lights were extinguished, and corridor and saloon were all rosy with early sunlight. Blue sky, blue sea, silver spindrift flying and clouds of silvery gulls, a glimmer of heaven from the depths of the pit, a glimpse of life through a crack in the casket, and land close on the starboard bow. Sheer cliffs, with the bonny green grass atop, all furrowed by the wind and the yellow-flowered broom and the shimmering winds blowing. "Why, it's Scotland," he said aloud. "It's Glenark Cliffs and the head of Strathlone, my people's fine place in the old world where we took root, and oh my God, Yankee that I am, it looks like home." The cape of a white fleece cloak fluttered in his face, and he turned and saw Miss Erith at his elbow, yellow-haired, a slender, charming thing in her white wind-blown coat. She stood leaning on the spray-wet rail close to his shoulder. And with him it was suddenly as though he had known her for years, as though he had always been aware of her beauty and her loveliness, as though his eyes had always framed her, his heart had always wished for her, and she had always been the sole and exquisite tenant of his mind. "I had no idea that we were off Scotland," he said, "off Strathlone Head and so close in. Why, I can see the cliff flowers." She laid one hand lightly on his arm, listening. High and heavenly sweet above the rushing noises of the sea they heard the singing of shoreward skylarks above the grey cliff of Glenark. He began to tremble. "That nightmare through which I've struggled," he began, but she interrupted. "It is quite ended, Kay. You are awake. It is day and the world's before you." At that he caught her slim hand in both of his. "Eve. Eve. You've brought me through death's shadow. You gave me back my mind." She let her hand rest between his. At first he could not make out what her slightly moving lips uttered, and bending nearer he heard her murmur, "Beside the still waters." The sea had become as calm as a pond, and now the transport was losing headway, scarcely moving at all. Forward and aft the gun crews, no longer alert, lounged lazily in the sunshine, watching a boat being loaded and swung outward from the davits. "Is somebody going ashore?" asked Mackay. "We are," said the girl. "Just you and I, Eve, just you and I." Then he saw their luggage piled in a lifeboat. "This is wonderful," he said. "I have a house a few miles inland from Strathlone Head. Will you take me there, Kay?" Such a sense of delight possessed him that he could not speak. "That's where we must go to make our plans," she said. "I didn't tell you in those dark hours we have lived together, because our minds were so far apart and I was fighting so hard to hold you. Have you forgiven me, you wonderful girl?" His voice shook so that he could scarcely control it. Miss Erith laughed. "You adorable boy," she said. "Stand still while I unlace your life belt. You can't travel in this." He felt her soft fingers at his throat and turned his face upward. All the blue air seemed glittering with the sun-tipped wings of gulls. The skylark's song, piercingly sweet, seemed to penetrate his soul. And, as his life suit fell about him, so seemed to fall the heavy weight of dread like a shroud, dropping at his feet. And he stepped clear, took his first free step toward her, as though between them there were no questions, no barriers, nothing but this living, magic light which bathed them both. There seemed to be no need of speech, either, only the sense of heavenly contact as through the girl were melting into him, dissolving in his arms. "Kay." Her voice sounded as from an infinite distance. There came a smothered thudding like the soft sound of guns at sea, and then her voice again, and a grayness as if a swift cloud had passed across the sun. "Kay." A sharp, cold wind began to blow through the strange and sudden darkness. He heard her voice calling his name, felt his numbed body shaken, lifted his head from his arms and sat upright on his bunk in the dim chill of his cabin. Miss Erith stood beside his bed, wearing her life suit. "Kay, are you awake?" "Yes." "Then put on your life suit. Our destroyers are firing at something. Quick, please, I'll help you." Dazed, shaken, still mazed by the magic of his dream, not yet clear of its beauty and its passion, he stumbled to his feet in the obscurity. And he felt her chilled hand aiding him. "Eve, I thought." "What?" "I thought your name was Eve," he stammered. "I've been dreaming." Then was a silence as he fumbled stupidly with his clothing and life suit. The sounds of the guns, rapid, distinct, echoed through the unsteady obscurity. She helped him as a nurse helps a convalescent. Her swift, cold little fingers moving lightly and unerringly. And at last he was equipped, and his mind had cleared darkly of the golden vision of love and spring. Icy seas, monstrous and menacing, went smashing past the sealed and blinded port, but there was no wind and the thudding of the guns came distinctly to their ears. A shape in uniform loomed at the cabin door for an instant and a calm, unhurried voice summoned them. Corridors were full of dark figures. The main saloon was thronged as they climbed the companionway. There appeared to be no panic, no haste, no confusion. Voices were moderately low, the tone casually conversational. Miss Erith's arm remained linked in Mackay's where they stood together amid the crowd. "U-boats, I fancy," she said. "Probably." After a moment, "What were you dreaming about, Mr. Mackay?" she asked lightly. In the dull bluish dusk of the saloon his boyish face grew hot. "What was it you called me?" she insisted. "Was it Eve?" At that his cheeks burnt crimson. "What do you mean?" he muttered. "Didn't you call me Eve? When a man is dreaming asleep. My name is Evelyn, you know." "Nobody ever called me Eve." "Yet it's odd, isn't it, Mr. Mackay? I've always wished that somebody would call me Eve." "But perhaps you were not dreaming of me?" "I was, really." "How interesting." He remained silent. "And did you call me Eve in that dream? That is curious, isn't it, after what I've just told you? So I've had my wish in a dream." She laughed a little. "In a dream, your dream," she repeated. "We must have been good friends in your dream that you called me Eve." But the faint thrill of the dream was in him again, and it troubled him and made him shy, and he found no word to utter, no defense to her low-voiced banter. Then, not far away on the port quarter, a deck gun spoke with a sharper explosion, and intense stillness reigned in the saloon. "If there's any necessity," he whispered, "you recollect your boat, don't you?" "Yes. I don't want to go without you," he said, in a pleasant firm voice which was new to her. "I know what you mean. But you are not to worry. I am absolutely well." The girl turned toward him, the echoes of the guns filling her ears, and strove to read his face in the ghastly, dreary light. "I'm really cured, Miss Erith," he said. "If there's any emergency I'll fight to live. Do you believe me? If you tell me so, I tell you so." The girl drew a deep, unsteady breath, and her arm tightened a trifle within his. "I am so glad," she said in a voice that sounded suddenly tired. There came a near-splitting detonation from the afterdeck, silencing every murmur. "Something is shelling us," whispered Mackay. "When orders come, go instantly to your boat and to your station. I don't want to go alone. The nurses of the unit to which you—" The crash of a shell drowned his voice. Then came a deathly silence, then the sound of the deck guns in action once more. Miss Erith was leaning rather heavily on his arm. He bent it, drawing her closer. "I don't want to leave you," she said again. "I told you. It isn't that. Don't you understand that I have become your friend? Such a brute as I am, I like you." In the silence he could hear his heart drumming between the detonations of the deck guns. He said, "It's because you are you. No other woman on earth but would have loathed me. Beastly rotter that I was." Don't," she breathed. "I don't know, we may be very close to death. I want to live. I'd like to. But I don't really mind death. But I can't bear to have things end for you just as you've begun to live again." Crash. Something was badly smashed on deck that time, for the brazen jar of falling wreckage seemed continuous. Through the metallic echo she heard her voice. "Kay. I'm afraid a little. I think it's all right so far. Listen, there go our guns again." "It's quite all right, Eve dear. I didn't know I was so cowardly. But of course I'll never show it when the time comes." "Of course you won't. Don't worry. Shells make a lot of noise when they explode on deck. All that tin pan effect we heard was probably a ventilator collapsing, perhaps a smokestack." After a silence punctured by the flat bang of the deck guns. "You are cured, aren't you, Kay?" "Yes," she repeated in a curiously exultant voice. "You are cured, all of a sudden after that black crisis, too. You wake up. Well, you woke me, of course. added, "Were those guns frightening me?" "You woke me, Eve," he repeated coolly, "and my dream had already cured me. I am perfectly well. We'll get out of this mess shortly, you and I." And then he paused so long that she looked up at him in the bluish dusk. "And what then?" she asked. He did not answer. She said, "Tell me, Kay," but as his lips unclosed to speak, a terrific shock shook the saloon, a shock that seemed to come from the depths of the ship, tilt up the cabin floor, and send everybody reeling about. Through the momentary confusion and the bluish obscurity, the cool voice of an officer sounded unlimned, giving orders. There was no panic. The hospital units formed and started for the deck. A young officer passing near exchanged a calm word with Mackay, and passed on, speaking pleasantly to the women who were now moving forward. Mackay said to Miss Erith, "It seems that we've been torpedoed. We'll go on deck together. You know your boat and station?" "Yes, I'll see you safely there." "You're not afraid anymore, are you?" "No." He gave a short dry laugh. "What a rotten deal," he said. "My dream was different. There is your boat, that one. I'll say good luck. I'm assigned to a station on the port side. Good luck. And thank you, Eve." "Don't go." "Yes, I must. We'll find each other ashore or somewhere, Kay. The port boats can't be launched. Take your place. You're next, Eve." Her hand, which had clung to his, he suddenly twisted up, and touched the convulsively tightening fingers with his lips. "Good luck, dear," he said gaily, and watched her go and take her place. Then he lifted his cap, as she turned and looked for him, and sauntered off to where his boat and station should have been had not the U-boat shells annihilated boat and rail and deck. "What a devil of a mess," he said to a petty officer near him. A young doctor smoking a cigarette surveyed his own life suit and the clumsy apparel of his neighbors with unfeigned curiosity. "How long do these things keep one afloat?" he inquired. "Long enough to freeze solid," replied an ambulance driver. "Did we get the Hun?" asked Mackay of the petty officer. "No," he replied in disgust, "but the destroyers ought to nail him. Look out, so you'll go sliding down that slippery toboggan." "How long'll she float?" asked the young ambulance driver. "This ship? She's all right," remarked the petty officer absently. "She went down, nose first." Those in the starboard boats saw her stand on end for full 5 minutes, screws spinning, before a muffled detonation blew the bowels out of her and sucked her down like a plunging arrow. Destroyers and launches from some of the cruisers were busy amid the wreckage where here, on a spar, some stunned form clung like a limpet, and there, a bob in the curling seas, a swimmer in his life suit tossed under the wintry sky. There were men on rafts, too, and several clinging to hatches. There was not much loss of life, considering. Toward midday a seaplane which had been releasing depth bombs and hovering eagerly above the wide iridescent and spreading stain, sheered shoreward and shot along the coast. There was a dead man afloat in a cave, rocking there rather peacefully in his life suit, or at least they supposed him to be dead. But on a chance they signaled the discovery to a distant trawler, then soared upward for a general coup d'oeil, turned there aloft like a sea hook for a while, shearing in widening spirals, and finally, high in the grey sky, set a steady course for parts unknown. Meanwhile a boat from the trawler fished out Mackay, wrapped him in red-hot blankets, pried open his blue lips, and tried to fill him full of boiling rum. Then he came to life. But those honest fishermen knew he had gone stark mad because he struck at the pannikin of steaming rum and cursed them vigorously for their kindness. And only a madman could so conduct himself toward a pannikin of steaming rum. They understood that perfectly. And, understanding it, they piled more hot blankets upon the struggling form of Mackay and roped him to his bunk. Toward evening, becoming not only coherent but frightfully emphatic, they released Mackay. "What's this damn place?" he shouted. "Strathlone Firth," they said. "That's my country." He raged. "I want to go ashore." They were quite ready to be rid of the cracked Yankee, and told him so. "And the boats? How about them?" he demanded. "All in the Firth, sir." "Any women lost?" "None, sir." At that, Struggling into his clothes, he began to shed gold sovereigns from his ripped money belt all over the cabin. Weather-beaten fingers groped to restore the money to him. But it was quite evident that the young man was mad. He wouldn't take it. And in his crazy way he seemed very happy, telling them what fine lads they were and that not only Scotland but the world ought to be proud of them, and that he was about to begin to live the most wonderful life that any man had ever lived as soon as he got ashore. Because, he explained, as he swung off and dropped into the small boat alongside, I've taken a look into hell and I've had a glimpse of heaven, but the earth has got them both stung to death, and I like it and I'm going to settle down on it and live a while. You don't get me, do you? They did not. It doesn't matter. You're a fine lot of lads. Good luck. And so they were rid of their Yankee lunatic. On the Firth Quay and along the docks all the inhabitants of Glenark and Strathlone were gathered to watch the boats come in with living, with dead, or merely the news of the sea fight off the grey head of Strathlone. At the foot of the slippery water stairs, green with slime, Mackay, grasping the worn rail, lifted his head and looked up into the faces of the waiting crowd, and saw the face of her he was looking for among them. He went up slowly. She pushed through the throng, descended the steps, and placed one arm around him. Thanks, Eve, he said cheerfully. Are you all right? All right, Kay. Are you hurt? No. I know this place. There's an inn. If you'll give me your arm, it's just across the street. They went very leisurely, her arm under his and his face, suddenly colorless, half resting against her shoulder. Chapter 5, Isla Water. Earlier in the evening there had been a young moon on Isla Water. Under its spectres of the mist floated in the pale lustre, a painted moorhen steered through ghostly pools leaving fan-shaped wakes of crinkled silver behind her. Heavy fish splashed, swirling again to drown the ephemera. But there was no moonlight now, not a star, only fog on Isla Water, smothering ripples and long still reaches, bank and upland, wall and house. The last light had gone out in the stable. The windows of Isla were darkened. There was a faint scent of heather in the night, a fainter taint of peat smoke. The world had grown very still by Isla Water. Toward midnight a dog otter, swimming leisurely by the bridge of Isla, suddenly dived and sped away under water, and a stoat, prowling in the garden, also took fright and scurried through the wicket. Then in the dead of night the iron bell hanging inside the court began to clang. Mackay heard it first in his restless sleep. Finally the clangor broke his somber dream and he awoke and sat up in bed, listening. Neither of the two servants answered the alarm. He swung out of bed and into slippers and dressing gown and picked up a service pistol. As he entered the stone corridor he heard Miss Erith's door creak on its ancient hinges. "Did the bell wake you?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes. What is it?" "I haven't any idea." She opened her door a little wider. Her yellow hair covered her shoulders like a mantilla. "Who could it be at this hour?" she repeated uneasily. Mackay peered at the phosphorescent dial of his wristwatch. "I don't know," he repeated. "I can't imagine who would come here at this hour. Don't strike a light." She whispered. "No, I think I won't." He continued on down the stone stairs, and Miss Erith ran to the rail and looked over. "Are you armed?" she called through the darkness. "Yes." He went on toward the rear of the silent house and through the servants' hall, then around by the kitchen garden, then felt his way along a hedge to a hatch-like lodge where a fixed iron bell hung quivering under the slow blows of the clapper. "What the devil's the matter?" demanded Mackay in a calm voice. The bell still hummed with the melancholy vibrations, but the clapper now hung motionless. Through the brooding rumor of metallic sound came a voice out of the mist. "The hours of life are numbered." "Is it true?" "It is," said Mackay coolly, "and the hairs of our head are numbered too. So teach us to number our days," rejoined the voice from the fog, "that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." "The days of our years are 60 years and 10, said Mackay. "Have you a name, a number? And what number will that be?" 67. "And yours?" "You should know that, too. It's the reverse, 76. "It is that," said Mackay. "Come in." He made his way to the foggy gate, drew bolt and chain from the left wicket. A young man stepped through. "Losh, man," he remarked with a Yankee accent, "it's a fearful nick to be abroad." "Come on in," said Mackay, relocking the wicket. "This way, follow me." They went by the kitchen garden and servants' hall, and so through to the staircase hall, where Mackay struck a match and 67 instantly blew it out. "Better not," he said. "There are vermin about." Mackay stood silent, probably surprised. Then he called softly in the darkness. 77, Je suis là, came her voice from the stairs. "It's all right," he said, "it's one of our men. No use sitting up if you're sleepy." He listened but did not hear Miss Erith stir. "Better return to bed," he said again, and guided 67 into the room on the left. For a few moments he prowled round. A glass tinkled against a decanter. When he returned to the shadow shapes seated motionless by the casement window, he carried only one glass. "Don't you?" inquired 67. "And you a Scot, I'm a Yankee, and I'm through." "With the stuff?" "Absolutely." "Oh, very well. But a Yankee laird cursed as his droll." He smacked his lips over the smoky draught, set the half-empty glass on the deep sill. Then he began breezily. "Well, 76, what's all this I hear about your misfortunes?" "What do you hear?" inquired Mackay guilelessly. The other man laughed. "I hear that you and 77 have entered the service, that you are detailed to Switzerland and for a certain object unknown to myself, that your transport was torpedoed a week ago off the head of Strathlone, that you wired London from this house of yours called Isla, and that you and 77 went to London last week to replenish the wardrobe you had lost. Is that all you heard?" "It is." "Well, what more do you wish to hear?" "I want to know whether anything has happened to worry you. And I'll tell you why. There was a Hun caught near Banff. Can you beat it? The beggar wore kilts! And the Mackay tartaned, by jinx, if his gilly wasn't rigged in shepherd's plaid! And him with his Yankee passport and his gilly with a bag of ready-made rods. Yellow trout, is it? Sea trout, is it? Ho, me bucko, says I when I lumped what he did with his first trout o' the burn this side the park by Godfrey. Thinks I to myself, you're no white man at all! You're botch. And it was so, Mackay. 76, corrected Mackay gently. That's better. It should become a habit. Excuse me, 76, I'm Scotch-Irish way back. You're straight Scotch somewhere back. We Yankees don't use rods and flies and net and gaff as these Scotch people use 'em. But we're white, 76, and we use 'em right in our own fashion. He moistened his throat, shoved aside the glass. But this kilted botch. Oh, la la. What he did with his rod and flies and his fish and himself. And his gilly. Sure you're not white at all, thinks I. And at that I go after them. You got them? Certainly at the inn gobbling a trout, Blake Sutton having gone into the kitchen to show a decent Scotch lassie how to concoct the Hunnish dish. I nailed them then and there, took the chance that the swine weren't right. And won out. Good. But what has it to do with me? Asked Mackay. Well, I'll be telling you. I took the botch to London and I've come all the way back to tell you this, 76, the Huns are onto you and what you're up to. That botch laird called himself Stanley Brown, but his name is always Schwartz. His gilly proved to be a Swede. Have they been executed? You bet. Tower style. We got another chum of theirs, too, who set up a holler like he saw a pan of hogwash. We're holding him. And what we've learned is this, the Huns made a special set at your transport in order to get you and 77. Now they know you are here and their orders are to get you before you reach France. The hog that hollered put us next. He's a Milwaukee botch, named Zimmerman. He's so scared that he tells all he knows and a lot that he doesn't. That's the trouble with the Milwaukee botch. Anyway, London sent me back to find you and warn you. Keep your eyes skinned. And when you're ready for France, wire Edinburgh. You know where. There'll be a car and an escort for you and 77. Mackay laughed. You know, he said, there's no chance of trouble here. Glenark is too small a village. Didn't I land a brace of botches at Banff? That's true. Well, anyway, I'll be off, I expect, in a day or so. He rose, and now I'll show you a bed. No, I've a dog cart tied out yonder and a chaser lying at Glenark. By Godfrey, I'm not finished with these botch jocks yet. You're going? You bet. I've a date to keep with a suspicious character on a trawler. Can you beat it? These vermin creep in everywhere. Yes, by Godfrey. They crawl aboard ship in sight of Strathclyde Head. Here's hoping it may be a yardarm jig heel dance. He emptied his glass, refused more. Mackay took him to the wicket and let him loose. Well, over the top, old scout, said 67 cheerily, exchanging a quick hand clasp with Mackay. And so the fog took him. A week later they found his dead horse and wrecked dog cart 5 miles this side of Glenark Burn, lying in a gully entirely concealed by whin and broom. It was the noise the flies made that attracted attention. As for the man himself, he floated casually into the Firth one sunny day with 5 bullets in him and his throat cut very horridly. But, before that, other things happened on Isle of Water long before anybody missed number 67. Besides, the horse and dog cart had been hired for a week, and nobody was anxious except the captain of the trawler, held under mysterious orders to await the coming of a man who never came. So Mackay went back through the fog to his quaint, whitewashed inheritance, this legacy from a Scotch grandfather to a Yankee grandson, and when he came into the dark waist of the house he called up very gently, "Are you awake, Miss Yellowhair?" "Yes." "Is all well?" "All's well," he said, mounting the stairs. "Then good night to you, Kay of Isla," she said. "Don't you want to hear, tomorrow, please, but, as long as you say that all is well I refuse to lose any more sleep." "Are you sleepy, Yellowhair?" "I am." "Aren't you going to sit up and chat for a few?" "I am not. Have you no curiosity?" he demanded, laughingly. "Not a bit. You say everything is all right. Then it is all right when Kay of Isla says so. Good night." What she had said seemed to thrill him with a novel and delicious sense of responsibility. He heard her door close. He stood there in the stone corridor a moment before entering his room, experiencing an odd, indefinite pleasure in the words this girl had uttered, words which seemed to reinstate him among his kind, words which no woman would utter except to a man in whom she believed. And yet this girl knew him, knew what he had been, had seen him in the depths, had looked upon the wreck of him. Out of those depths she had dragged what remained of him, not for his own sake, perhaps not for his bxiax, but to save him for the service which his country demanded of him. She had fought for him, endured, struggled spiritually, mentally, bodily, to wrench him out of the coma where drink had left him with a stunned brain and crippled will. And now, believing in her work, trusting, confident, she had just said to him that what he told her was sufficient security for her. And on his word that all was well she had calmly composed herself for sleep, as though all the dead chieftains of Isla stood on guard with naked claymores. Nothing in all his life had ever so thrilled him as this girl's confidence. And, as he entered his room, he knew that within him the accursed thing that had been, lay dead forever. He was standing in the walled garden switching a limber trout rod when Miss Erith came upon him next morning, a tall straight young man in his kilts, supple and elegant as the lancewood rod he was testing. Conscious of a presence behind him, he turned, came toward her in the sunlight, the sun crisping his short hair. And in his pleasant level eyes the girl saw what had happened, what she had wrought, that this young man had come into his own again, into his right mind and his manhood, and that he had resumed his place among his fellow men and peers. He greeted her seriously, almost formally, and the girl, excited and a little upset by the sudden realization of his victory and hers, laughed when he called her Miss Erith. "You called me Yellowhair last night," she said. "I called you Kay. Don't you want it so?" "Yes," he said, reddening, understanding that it was her final recognition of a man who had definitely come back. Miss Erith was very lovely as she stood there in the garden with a breakfast was fetched immediately and laid out on a sturdy green garden table: porridge, coffee, scones, jam, and an egg. Chipping the latter, she let her golden hazel eyes rest at moments upon the young fellow seated opposite. At other moments, sipping her coffee or buttering a scone, she glanced about her at the new grass starred with daisies, at the daffodils, the slim young fruit trees, and up at the old white facade of the ancient abode of the Lairds of Isla. "Why the white flag up there, Kay?" she inquired, glancing aloft. He laughed, but flushed a little. "Yankee that I am," he admitted, "I seem to be Scot enough to observe the prejudices and folkways of my forebears." "Is it your clan flag, Bratish Barn Clanoi?" he said smilingly. "The white banner of the Mackays, good. And what may that be, that bunch of weed you wear in your buttonhole?" Again the young fellow laughed. "Seasgan or kilk in Gaelic, just reed grass, Miss Yellowhair. Your clan badge? I believe so. You're a good Yankee, Kay. You couldn't be a good Yankee if you treated Scotch custom with contempt. This jam is delicious. And oh, such scones. When we go to Edinburgh we'll tea on Princess Street," he remarked. "It's there you'll fall for the Scotch cakes, Yellowhair." "I've already fallen for everything Scotch," she remarked demurely. Wait. This Scotland is no strange land to good Americans. It's a bonny, sweet, clean bit of earth made by God out of the same batch He used for our own world of the West. Oh, Yellowhair, I mind the first day I ever saw Scotland. 'Twas across Princess Street, across acres of Madonna lilies in that lovely foreland behind which the rock lifted skyward with Edinburgh Castle atop made out of grey silver slag. It was a brave sight, Yellowhair. I never loved America more than at that moment when, in my heart, I married her to Scotland." "Kay, you're a poet," she exclaimed. "We all are here, Yellowhair. There's naught else in Scotland," he said laughing. The man was absolutely transformed, utterly different. She had never imagined that a cure meant the revelation of this unsuspected personality, this alternation of pleasant gravity and boyish charm. Something of what preoccupied her he perhaps suspected, for the color came into his handsome lean features again and he picked up his rod, rising as she rose. "Are there no instructions yet?" she inquired, as he stood there threading the silk line through the guides he told her about the visit of number 67. "I fancy instructions will come before long," he remarked, casting a leaderless line out across the grass. After a moment he glanced rather gravely at her where she stood with hands linked behind her, watching the graceful loops which his line was making in the air. "You're not worried, are you, Yellowhair? About the botch? I meant that." "No, Kay, I'm not uneasy." And when the girl had said it she knew that she had meant a little more. She had meant that she felt secure with this particular man beside her. It was a strange sort of peace that was invading her, an odd courage, quite unfamiliar, an effortless pluck that had suddenly become the most natural thing in the world to this girl, who, until then, had clutched her courage desperately in both hands, commended her soul to God, her body to her country's service. Frightened, she had set out to do this service, knowing perfectly what sort of fate awaited her if she fell among the botch. Frightened but resolute, she faced the consequences with this companion about whom she knew nothing, in whom she had divined a trace of that true metal which had been so dreadfully tarnished and transmuted. And now, here in this ancient garden, here in the sun of earliest summer, she had beheld a transfiguration. And still under the spell of it, still thrilled by wonder, she had so utterly believed in it, so ardently accepted it, that she scarcely understood what this transfiguration had also wrought in her. She only felt that she was no longer captain of their fate, that he was now, and she resigned her invisible insignia of rank with an unconscious little sigh that left her pretty lips softly parted. At that instant he chanced to look up at her. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in the world. And she had looked at him out of those golden eyes when he had been less than a mere brute beast. That was very hard to know and remember. But it was the price he had to pay, that this fresh, sweet, clean young thing had seen him as he once had been, and that he never could forget what she had looked upon. "Kay, yes, Lady Yellowhair, what are you going to do with that rod? Whip Isla for a yellow trout for you." "Isla, not our loch, but the quick water yonder, you know," she said, To a Yankee girl those moors appear rather lonely. Forbidding? No, beautiful in their way. But I am in awe of Glenark moors. He smiled, lingering still to loop on a gossamer leader and a cast of tiny flies. Have you? She began, and smiled nervously. A gun? He inquired coolly. Yes, I have two strapped up under both arms. But you must come too, Yellow Hair. You don't think it best to leave me alone even in your own house? No, I don't think it best. I wanted to go with you anyway, she said, picking up a soft hat and pulling it over her golden head. On the way across Isla Bridge and out along the sheep path they chatted unconcernedly. A faint aromatic odor made the girl aware of broom and whin and heath. As they sauntered on along the edge of Isla Water the lapwings rose into flight ahead. Once or twice the feathery whir of brown grouse startled her. And once, on the edge of cultivated land, a partridge burst from the heather at her very feet. A Frenchman with his red legs and gay feathers brilliant in the sun. Sun and shadow and white cloud, heath and moor and hedge and broad-tilled field alternated as they passed together along the edge of Isla Water and over the road to Isla the enchanting river, interested in each other's conversation and in the loveliness of the sunny world about them. High in the blue sky plover called en passant, larks too were on the wing, and throstles and charming feathered things that hid in hedgerows and permitted glimpses of piquant heads and twitching painted tails. It is adorable, this country, Miss Erith confessed. It steals into your very bones, doesn't it? And the bones still remain Yankee bones, he rejoined. There's the miracle, Yellow Hair, entirely. You know what I think? The more we love the more loyal we become to our own. I'm really quite serious. Take yourself for example, Kay. You are most ornamental in your kilts and heather spats, and you are a better Yankee for it, aren't you? Oh yes, a hopeless Yankee. But that drop of Scotch blood is singing tunes today, Yellow Hair. Let it sing, God bless it. He turned, his youthful face reflecting the slight emotion in her gay voice. Then with a grave smile he set his face straight in front of him and walked on beside her, the dark green pleats of the Mackay tartan whipping his bared knees. Clan. Morgan had no handsomer son, America no son more loyal. A dragonfly glittered before them for an instant. Far across the rolling country they caught the faint, silvery flash of Isla hurrying to the sea. Evelyn Erith stood in the sunny breeze of Isla, her yellow hair disheveled by the wind, her skirt's edge wet with the spray of waterfalls. The wild rose color was in her cheeks and the tint of crimson roses on her lips and the glory of the solidor glimmered on her loosened hair. A confused sense that the passing hour was the happiest in her life possessed her. She looked down at the brace of wet yellow trout on the bog moss at her feet. She gazed out across the crinkled pool where the Yankee lead of Isla waded, casting a big tinseled fly for the accidental but inevitable sea trout always encountered in Isla during the season, always surprising and exciting the angler with emotion forever new. Over his shoulder he was saying to her, sea trout and grilse don't belong to Isla, but they come occasionally, Lady Yellow Hair. Like you and I, Kay, we don't belong here but we come. Where the Mackay is, the key of the world lies hidden in his sporran. He laughed back at her over his shoulder where the clan plaid fluttered above the Cairngorm. Oh, the modesty of this young man. Wherever he takes off his cap he is at home. She cried. He only laughed, and she saw the slim line curl, glisten, loop and unroll in the long back cast, re-loop, and straighten out over Isla like a silver spider's floating strand. Then silver leapt to meet silver as the doctor touched water, one keen scream of the real cut of the sunny silence. The rod bent like a bow, staggered in his hand, swept to the surface in a deeper bow, quivered under the tremendous rush of the great fish. Miss Erith watched the battle from an angle not that of an angler. Her hazel eyes followed Mackay where he maneuvered in midstream with rod and gaff, happily aware of the grace in every unconscious movement of his handsome lean body, the steady, keen poise of head and shoulders, the deft and powerful play of his clean-cut, brown hands. It came into her mind that he'd look like that on the firing line some day when his government was ready to release him from his obscure and terrible mission, the government that was sending him where such men as he usually perish unobserved, unhonored, repudiated even by those who send them to accomplish what only the most brave and unselfish dare undertake. A little cloud cast a momentary shadow across Isla. The sea died then, a quivering limber, metallic shape glittering on the ripples. In the intense stillness from far across the noonday world she heard the bells of Bamfay far, sweet reiteration stealing inland on the wind. She had never been so happy in her life. Swinging back across the moor together, he with slanting rod and weighted creel, she with her wind-blown yellow hair and a bunch of reed at her belt in his honor, both seemed to understand that they had had their hour, and that the hour was ending, almost ended now. They had remained rather silent. Perhaps grave thoughts of what lay before them beyond the bright moor's edge, beyond the far blue horizon, preoccupied their minds. And each seemed to feel that their play day was finished, seemed already to feel physically the approach of that increasing darkness shrouding the east, that hellish mist toward which they both were headed, the twilight of the Hun. Nothing stained the sky above them. A snowy cloud or two drifted up the common, a flight of lapwings now and then, a lone curlew. The long, squat whitewashed house with its walled garden reflected in Isla water glimmered before them in the hollow of the rolling hills. Mackay was softly and thoughtfully whistling the lament for Donald, the lament of Clan Oi, his clan. "That's rather depressing, Kay, what you're whistling," said Evelyn Erith. He glanced up from his abstraction, nodded, and strode on humming the over there of that good Bar George of Broadway. After a moment the girl said, "There seem to be some people by Isla water." His quick glance appraised the distant group, their summer tourist automobile drawn up on the bank of Isla water near the bridge, the hampers on the grass. "Trespassers," he said with a shrug. "But it's a pretty spot by Isla bridge and we never drive them away." She looked at them again as they crossed the very old bridge of stone. Down by the water's edge stood their machine. Beside it on the grass were picnicking three people: a very good-looking girl, a very common-looking stout young man in flashy outing clothes, and a thin man of 40, well-dressed and of better appearance. The short, stout, flashy young man was eating sandwiches with one hand while with the other he held a fishing rod out over the water. Mackay noticed this bit of impudence with a shrug. "That won't do," he murmured, and pausing at the parapet of the bridge he said pleasantly, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but fishing isn't permitted in Isla water." At that the flashy young man jumped up with unexpected nimbleness, a powerful frame on two very vulgar but powerful legs. "Say, sport," he called out, "if this is your fish pond we're ready to pay what's right." "What's the damage for a dozen fish?" "Americans awful ones," whispered Miss Erith. Mackay rested his folded arms on the parapet and regarded the advance of the flashy man up the grassy slope below. "I don't rent fishing privileges," he said amiably. "That's all right. Name your price." "No millionaire guy I ever heard of ever had enough money," returned the flashy man jocosely. Mackay, amused, shook his head. "Sorry," he said, "but I couldn't permit you to fish." Or, "Come on, old scout. We heard you was American same as us. That's my sister down there and her fella. My name's Jim McAnuff, some Scotch somewhere. Their fella is Harry Skelton. Horses is our business, Spitalfields Mews. Here's my card, pulling it out. I'll come up on the bridge." "Never mind. What are you in Scotland for anyway?" inquired Mackay. "The Angus Toe stables at Inverness auction next Wednesday." "Horses is our line, so we made it a holiday." "A holiday in the Banff country?" "Sure, I ain't never seen it before." "Is that your house?" Mackay nodded and turned away, weary of the man and his vulgarity. "Very well, picnic and fish if you like," he said, and fell into step beside Miss Erith. They entered the house through the door in the garden. Later, when Miss Erith came back from her toilet, but still wearing her outing skirt, Mackay turned from the long window where he had been standing and watching the picnickers across Isla Bridge. The flashy man had a banjo now and was strumming it and leering at the girl. "What people to encounter in this corner of paradise," she said laughingly. And, as he did not smile, "You don't suppose there's anything queer about them, do you, Kay?" At that he smiled. "Oh, no, nothing of that sort, yellow hair. Only it's rather odd. But Bagman and their kind do come into the Northland. Why, Heaven knows, but one sees them playing about. Of course those people are merely very ordinary Americans, nothing worse, she said, seating herself at the table. What could be worse? He returned lightly. Botch. They were seated sideways to the window and opposite each other, commanding a clear view of Isla Water and the shore where the picnickers sprawled, apparently enjoying the semi-comatose pleasure of repletion. That other man, the thin one, has not exactly a prepossessing countenance, she remarked. They can't travel without papers, he said. For a little while luncheon progressed in silence. Presently Miss Erith reverted to the picnickers. The young woman has a foreign face. Have you noticed? She's rather dark. Rather handsome, too. And she appears rather nice. Women of that class always appear superior to men of the same class, observed Miss Erith. I suppose really they are not superior to the male of the species. I've always thought they were, he said. Men might think so. He smiled. Quite right. Yellow hair, woman only is competent to size up woman. The trouble is that no man really believes this, don't you? I don't know. Tell me, what shall we do after luncheon? Oh, the moors, please, Kay. What? He exclaimed laughingly. You're already a victim to Glenark moors. Kay, I adore them. Are you tired? Our time is short, our day of sunshine. I want to drink in all of it I can. Before we certainly. Shall we walk to Stratnova, Lady Yellowhair? If it please my lord. Now? In the cool of the afternoon. Don't you want to be lazy with me in your quaint old garden for an hour or two? I'll send out 2 steamer chairs, Yellowhair. When they lay there in the shadow of a lawn umbrella, chair beside chair. The view across Isla Water was unpolluted by the picnickers, their hamper, and their car. Stowaway, the beggars, drawled Mackay, lighting a cigarette. Where the devil they got a permit for petrol is beyond me. The girl lay with deep golden eyes dreaming under her long dark lashes. Sunlight crinkled Isla Water. A merle came and sang to her in a pear tree until, in its bubbling melody, she seemed to hear the liquid laughter of Isla rippling to the sea. Kay? Yes, Yellowhair. Their voices were vague and dreamy. Tell me something. I'll tell you something. When a Mackay of Isla is near his end he is always warned. How? A cold hand touches his hand in the dark. Kay, it's so. It's called Cold Hand of Isla. We are all doomed to feel it. Absurd. Not at all. That's a pretty story, isn't it? Now what more shall I tell you? Anything you like, Kay. I'm in paradise, or would be if only somebody would tell me stories till I fall asleep. Stories about what? About you, Kay. I'll not talk about myself. Please. But he shook his head without smiling. You know all there is, he said, and much that is unspeakable. Kay. What? Never, never speak that way again. He remained silent. Because, she continued in her low, pretty voice, it is not true. I know about you only what I somehow seemed to divine the very moment I first laid eyes on you. Something within me seemed to say to me, this is a boy who also is a real man. And it was true, Kay. You thought that when you knelt in the snow and looked down at that beastly drunken. Yes. Don't use such words. You looked like a big schoolboy, asleep, that is what you resembled. But I knew you to be a real man. You are merciful, but I know what you went through, he said morosely. She paid no attention. I liked you instantly. I thought to myself, now when he wakes he'll be what he looks like. And you are. He stirred in his chair, sideways, and glanced at her. You know what I think about you, don't you? No. She shouldn't have let their words drift thus far, and she knew it. Also at this point she should have diverted the conversation. But she remained silent, aware of an indefinite pleasure in the vague excitement which had quickened her pulse a little. Well, I shan't tell you, he said quietly. Why not? And at that her heart added a beat or two. Because, even if I were different, you wouldn't wish me to. Why? Because you and I are doomed to a rather intimate comradeship, a companionship far beyond conventions, Yellowhair. That is what is ahead of us. And you will have enough to weary you without having another item to add to it. What item? At that she became very silent and badly scared. What demon was prompting her to such provocation? Her own effrontery amazed and frightened her, but her words seemed to speak themselves independently of her own volition. "Yellow hair," he said, "I think you have guessed all I might have dared say to you were I not on eternal probation." "Probation? Before a bitterly strict judge? Who, myself, yellow hair? Oh, Kay. You are a boy, nothing more than a boy. Are you in love with me?" "No," she said, astonished. "I don't think so." "What an amazing thing to say to a girl. I thought I'd scare you," he remarked grimly. "You didn't." I was scarcely prepared such a nonsensical thing to say." Why I might as well ask you if you are in love with you? You wish to know, yellow hair?" "No, I don't," she replied hastily. "This is stupid. I don't understand how we came to discuss such, but she did know, and she bit her lip and gazed across Isla Water in silent exasperation. What mischief was this that hid in the Scottish sunshine, whispering in every heather-scented breeze, laughing at her from every little wave on Isla Water? Counseling her to this new and delicate audacity, imbuing her with a secret gaiety of heart, and her very soul fluttering with a delicious laughter, an odd, perverse, illogical laughter, alternately tremulous and triumphant. Was she in love, then, with this man? She remembered his unconscious head on her knees in the limousine, and the snow clinging to his bright hair. She remembered the telephone, and the call to the hospital, and the message. And the white night in bitter dawn. Love? No, not as she supposed it to be. Merely the solicitude and friendship of a woman who once found something hurt by the war and who fought to protect what was hers by right of discovery. That was not love. Perhaps there may have been a touch of the maternal passion about her feeling for this man. Nothing else, nothing more than that, and the eternal indefinable charity for all boys which is inherent in all womanhood, the consciousness of the enchantment that a boy has for all women. Nothing more. Except that perhaps she had wondered whether he liked her as much as she liked him. Or if, possibly, in his regard for her there were some slight depths between shallows, a gratitude that is a trifle warmer than the conventional virtue. When at length she ventured to turn her head and look at him, he seemed to be asleep, lying there in the transformed shadow of the lawn umbrella. Something about the motionless relaxation of this man annoyed her. "Kay?" He turned his head squarely toward her, and oh, her exasperation, she blushed. "Did I wake you?" "I'm sorry," she said coldly. "You didn't. I was awake." "Oh. I meant to say that I think I'll stroll out. Don't come if you feel lazy." He swung himself up to a sitting posture. "I'm quite ready," he said. "You'll always find me ready. Yellow hair, always waiting." "Waiting? For what?" "For your commands. You very nice boy," she said gaily, springing to her feet. Then, the subtle demon of the sunlight prompting her, "You know, Kay, you don't ever have to wait. Because I'm always ready to listen to any suggestions from you." The man looked into the girl's eyes. "You would care to hear what I might have to tell you?" "I always care to hear what you say. Whatever you say interests me. Would it interest you to know I am in love?" "Yes." With Humor, but her breath failed her. "With you." "You knew it, yellow hair. Does it interest you to know it?" "Yes." But the exhilaration of the moment was interfering with her breath again, and she only stood there with a flushed and audacious little smile stamped on her lips, forcing her eyes to meet his curious, troubled, intent gaze. "You did know it?" he repeated. "No, you suspected it. I wanted to know what you thought about me, Kay. You know now." "Yes. But it doesn't seem real. And I haven't anything to say to you." "I'm sorry. I understand, yellow hair. Except thank you. And I am interested. You're such a boy. I like you so much, Kay. And I am interested in what you said to me. That means a lot for you to say, doesn't it?" "I don't know. It's partly what we have been through together, I suppose, partly this lovely country, and the sun. Something is enchanting me. And you are very nice to look at, Kay." His smile was grave, a little detached and weary. "I did not suppose you could ever really care for such a man as I am," he remarked without the slightest bitterness or appeal in his voice. But I'm glad you let me tell you how it is with me. It always was that way, yellow hair, from the first moment you came into the hospital. I fell in love then. Oh, you couldn't have. Nevertheless, and after all I said and did to the contrary, I don't think any woman remains entirely displeased when a man tells her he is in love with her. If he does love her he ought to tell her, I think. It always means that much tribute to her power. And none is indifferent to power, yellow hair. No. I am not indifferent. I like what you said to me. It seems unreal, though but enchanting part of this day's enchantment. Shall we start, Kay? Certainly. They went out together through the garden door into the open moor, swinging along in rhythmic stride, side by side, smiling faintly as dreamers smile when something imperceptible to the waking world invades their vision. Again the brown grouse swirled from the winds, again the subtle fragrance of the moor sweetened her throat with its clean aroma, again the haunting complaint of the lapwings came across acres of bog and furze, and, high in the afternoon sky, an invisible curlew sadly and monotonously repeated its name through the vast blue vault of space. On the edge of evening with all the west ablaze they came out once more on Isla Water and looked across the glimmering flood at the old house in the hollow, every distant window pane a glitter. Like that immemorial and dragon-guarded jewel of the east, the sun, cradled in flaky gold, hung a hand's breadth above the horizon, and all the world had turned to a hazy plum bloom tint threaded with pale fire. On Isla Water the yellow trout had not yet begun to jump, evening still lingered beyond the world's curved ruin, but the wild duck were coming in from the sea in twos and threes and shearing down into distant reaches of Isla Water. Then, into the divine stillness of the universe came the unspeakable twang of a banjo, and a fat voice, slightly hoarse. Rocks on the mountain, fishes in the sea, a red-headed girl raised hell with me. She come from Chicago, a refugee, and she ain't done a thing to a guy like me. The business was so grotesquely outrageous, so utterly and disgustingly hopeless in its surprise and untimeliness, that Mackay's sharp laugh rang out under the sky. There they were, the same trespassers of the morning, squatted on the heather at the base of Isla Craig, a vast heap of rocks, their machine drawn up in the tall green brakes beside the road. The flashy, fat man, McNiff, had the banjo. The girl sat between him and the thin man, Skelton. There, old scout," called out McNiff, flourishing one hand toward Mackay. "Lovely evening, ain't it? Won't you and the wife join us?" There was absolutely nothing to reply to such an invitation. Miss Erith continued to gaze out steadily across Isla Water. Mackay, deeply sensitive to the ludicrous, smiled under the grotesque provocation, his eyes mischievously fixed on Miss Erith. "After a long while, they've spoiled it," she said lightly. "Shall we go on, Kay? I can't endure banjo." They walked on, Mackay grinning. The picnickers were getting up from the crushed heather. McNuff with his banjo came toward them on his incredibly thick legs, blocking their path. "Say, sport," he began, "won't you and the lady join us?" But Mackay cut him short. "Do you know you are impudent?" he said very quietly. "Step out of the way there. The hell you say?" And Mackay's patience ended at the same instant. And something happened very quickly, for the man only staggered under the smashing blow and the other man's arm flew up and his pistol blazed in the gathering dusk, shattering the cairngorm on Mackay's shoulder. The young woman fired from where she sat on the grass and the soft hat was jerked from Miss Erith's head. At the same moment Mackay clutched her arm and jerked her violently behind a jutting elbow of Isla Rock. When she recovered her balance she saw he held 2 pistols. "Botch?" she gasped incredulously. "Yes. Keep your head down. Crouch among the ferns behind me." There was a ruddy streak of fire from the pistol in his right hand. Shots answered, the bullets smacking the rock or whining above it. "Yellow hair?" "Yes, Kay, you are not scared, are you?" "Yes, but I'm all right," he said with quiet bitterness. "It's too late to say what a fool I am. Their camouflage took me in, that's all." He fired again. A rattling volley came storming among the rocks. "We're all right here," he said tersely. But in his heart he was terrified, for he had only the cartridges in his clips. Presently he motioned her to bend over very low. Then, taking her hand, he guided her along an ascending gully, knee-deep in fern and brake and briar, to a sort of little rocky pulpit. The lake lay behind them, lapping the pulpit space. There was a man in a boat out there. Mackay fired at him and he plied both oars and fled out of range. "Lie down," he whispered to Miss Erith. The girl mutely obeyed. Now, crouched up there in the deepening dusk, his pistol extended, resting on the rock in front of him, his keen eyes searched restlessly, his ears were strained for the minutest stirring on the moor in front of him, and his embittered mind was at work alternately cursing his own stupidity and searching for some chance for this young girl whom his own incredible carelessness had probably done to death. Presently, between him and Isla Water, a shadow moved. He fired, and around them the darkness spat flame from a dozen different angles. "Damnation!" he whispered to himself, realizing now what the sunlit moors had hidden a dozen men all bent on murder. Once a voice hailed him from the thick darkness promising immunity if he surrendered. He hesitated. Who but he should know the botch? Still he answered back, "If you let this woman go you can do what you like to me." And knew while he was saying it that it was useless, that there was no truth, no honor in the botch, only infamy and murder. A hoarse voice promised what he asked, but Miss Erith caught Mackay's arm. "No, if I dared believe them, no, Kay," he shrugged, "I'd be very glad to pay the price, only they can't be trusted." "They can't be trusted, yellow hair," somebody shouted from the impenetrable shadows. "Come out of it now, Mackay. If you don't we'll go in and cut her throat before we do for you." He remained silent, quite motionless, watching the darkness. Suddenly his pistol flashed redly, rapidly, a heavy, soft bulk went tumbling down the rocks, another reeled there, silhouetted against Isla Water, then lurched forward, striking the earth with his face. And now from every angle slanting lines of blood-red fire streaked the night. Isla Craig rang and echoed with pelting lead. "Next!" called out Mackay with his ugly careless laugh. "Two down. No use to set him up again. Let dead wood lie. It's the law." "Can they hear the shooting at the house?" whispered Miss Erith. "Too far. A shot on the moors carries only a little way." "Could they see the pistol flashes, Kay? They'd take them for fireflies or witch lights dancing on the bogs." After a long and immobile silence he dropped to his knees, remained so listening, then crept across the pulpit's ferny floor. Of a sudden he sprang up and fired full into a man's face, and struck the distorted visage with doubled fist, hurling it below, crashing down through the bracken. After a stunned interval Miss Erith saw him wiping that hand on the herbage. "Kay?" "Yes, yellow hair. Can you see your wristwatch?" "Yes. It's after midnight." The girl prayed silently for dawn. The man, grim, alert, awaited events, clutching his partly emptied pistols. He had not yet told her that they were partly empty. He did not know whether to tell her. After a while he made up his mind. "Yellow hair?" "Yes, dear Kay." His lips went dry, he found difficulty in speaking. I've undone you. I've bitten the hand that saved me, your slim white hand. I'm afraid I've destroyed you, yellow hair." "How, Kay? My pistols are half empty. Unless dawn comes quick." Again one of his pistols flashed its crimson streak across the blackness and a man began scrambling and thrashing and screaming down there in the winds. For a little while Miss Erith crouched beside Mackay in silence. Then he felt her light touch on his arm. "I've been thinking." So have I. Is there a chance to drop into the lake?" He had not thought so. He had figured it out in every possible way. But there seemed little chance to swim that icy water, none at all with that man in the boat yonder, and detection always imminent if they left the pulpit. Mackay shook his head slightly. "He'd row us down and growl at us like swimming deer." "But if one goes alone?" "Oh, yellow hair. If you only could." "I can. Swim it?" "Yes, it's cold water. Few can swim Isla Water. It's a long swim from Isla Craig to the house. I can do it, I think." After a terrible silence he said, "Yes, best try it, yellow hair. I had meant to keep the last cartridge for you. Dear Kay," she breathed close to his cheek. Presently he was obliged to fire again, but remained uncertain as to his luck in the raging storm of lead that followed. "I guess you better go, yellow hair," he whispered. "My guns are about all in. Try to hold them off. I'll come back. Of course you understand I'm not going for myself, Kay, I'm going for ammunition." "What did you suppose?" she asked curtly. At that he blazed up. "If you can win through Isla Water, you stay on the other side and telephone Glenark. Do you hear? I'm all right. It's none of your business how I end this, Kay." "What? Turn your back. I'm undressing." He heard her stripping, kneeling in the ferns behind him, heard the rip of delicate fabric and the rustle of silk-lined garments falling. Presently she said, "Can I be noticed if I slip down through the bushes to the water?" "Oh God," he whispered, "be careful, yellow hair. No, the man in the boat is keeping his distance. He'll never see you. Don't splash when you take the water. Swim like an otter, under, until you're well out. You're young and sturdy, slim as you are. You'll get through if the chill of Isla doesn't paralyze you. But you've got to do it, yellow hair, you've got to do it. Yes. Hold them off, Kay. I'll be back. Hold them off, dear Kay. Will you?" "I'll try, yellow hair. Good luck. Don't try to come back." "Good luck," she whispered close to his ear, and, for a second he felt her slim young hands on his shoulders, lightly the very ghost of contact. That was all. He waited 100 years. Then another. Then, his weapons leveled, listening, he cast a quick glance backward. At the foot of the pulpit a dark ripple lapped the rock. Nothing there now, nothing in Isla Water save far in the stars lust the shadowy boat lying motionless. Toward dawn they tried to rush the pulpit. He used a heavy fragment of rock on the first man up, and as his quarry went smashing earthward, a fierce whine burst from the others, shot out. All together now. But his pistol spoke again and they recoiled, growling, disheartened, cursing the false hope that had re-nerved them. It was his last shot, however. He had a heavy clasp knife such as salmon anglers carry. He laid his empty pistols on the rocky ledge. Very patiently he felt for frost-loosened masses of rock, detached them one by one and noiselessly piled them along the ledge. "It's odd," he thought to himself, "I'm going to be killed and I don't care. If Isla got her, then I'll see her very soon now, God willing. But if she wins out, why it is going to be longer waiting. And I've put my mark on the botch not as often as I wished, but I've marked some of them for what they've done to me into the world." A sound caught his ear. He waited, listening. Had it been a fighting chance in Isla Water he'd have taken it. But the man in the boat! And to have one's throat cut like a deer. No. He'd kill all he could first, he'd die fighting, not fleeing. He looked at his wristwatch. Miss Erith had been gone 2 hours. That meant that her slender body lay deep, deep in icy Isla. Now, listening intently, he heard the bracken stirring and something scraping the gorse below. They were coming. They were among the rocks. He straightened up and hurled a great slab of rock down through darkness, heard them scrambling upward still, seized slab after slab and smashed them downward at the flashes as the red flare of their pistols lit up his figure against the sky. Then, as he hurled the last slab and clutched his short, broad knife, a gasping breath fell on his cheek and a wet and icy little hand thrust a box of clips into his. And then the Mackay almost died, for it was as if the cold hand of Isla had touched him. And he stared ahead to see his own wraith. "Quick!" she panted. "We can hold them, Kay, yellow hair. By God! You bet we can!" He cried with a terrible burst of laughter, and ripped the clips from the box and snapped them in with lightning speed. Then his pistols vomited vermilion, clearing the rock of vermin, and when 2 fresh clips were snapped in, the man stood on the pulpit's edge, mad for blood, his fierce young eyes searching the blackness about him. "You dirty rats!" he cried. "Come back! Are you leaving your dead in the bracken then? There were distant sounds on the moor. Nothing stirred nearer. "Are you coming back?" he shouted, "or must I go after you?" Suddenly in the night their motor roared. At the same moment, far across the lake, he saw the headlights of other motors glide over Ryla Bridge like low-flying stars. Yellow hair. There was no sound behind him. He turned. The fainting girl lay amid her drenched yellow hair in the ferns, partly covered by the clothing which she had drawn over her with her last conscious effort. "It is a long way across Isla water. And twice across is longer. And the cold hand of Isla summons the chief of Clan Morhin when his time has come to look upon his own wraith face to face." But the cold hand of Isla had touched this girl in vain. Mollard Mary. "Yellow hair. Yellow hair," he whispered. The roar of rushing motors from Glenark filled his ears. He picked up one of her little hands and chafed it. Then she opened her golden eyes, looked up at him, and a flood of rose dyed her body from brow to ankle. It is a long way across Isla water," she stammered. "I'm very tired, Gay. You below there?" shouted Mackay. "Are there constables among you?" "Aye, sir," came the loud response amid the roar of running engines. "Then there'll be whiskey and blankets, I'm thinkin'," cried Mackay. "Aye, blankets for the dead if there be any. Kick 'em into the winds and bring what ye bring for the living," said Mackay in a loud, joyous voice. "And if you've petrol and speed, take the Bamford and be on your way, for the Boch are crawling to cover, and it's fine running the night. Get on there, ye Glenark beagles, and leave a car behind for me and mine." A constable, shining his lantern, came clumping up the pulpit. Mackay snatched the heavy blankets and with one mighty movement swept the girl into them. Half conscious she coughed and gasped at the whiskey, then lay very still as Mackay lifted her in his arms and strode out under the paling stars of Isla. Mount Terrible. Toward the last of May a handsome young man wearing a smile and the uniform of an American intelligence officer arrived at Del, a French village on the Franco-Swiss frontier. His credentials being satisfactory, he was directed by the major of alpinists commanding the place to a small stucco house on the main street. Here he inquired for a gentleman named Number 70. The gentleman's other name was John Recklow, and he received the intelligence officer, locked the door, and seated himself behind his desk with his back to the sunlit window, and one drawer of his desk partly open. Credentials being requested, and the request complied with accompanied by a dazzling smile, there ensued a silent interval of some length during which the younger man wearing the uniform of an American intelligence officer was not at all certain whether Recklow was examining him or the papers of identification. After a while Recklow nodded. "You came through from Toul, Captain?" "From Toul, sir," with the quick smile revealing dazzling teeth. "Matters progress. It is quiet there, so I understand," nodded Recklow. "There's blood on your uniform, a scratch, a spill from my motorcycle." Recklow eyed the cut on the officer's handsome face. One of the young officer's hands was bandaged, too. "You've been in action, Captain?" "No, sir." "You wear German shoes?" The officer's brilliant smile wrinkled his good-looking features. "There was some little loot." "I'm wearing my share." Recklow nodded and let his cold eyes rest on the identification papers. Then, slowly, and without a word, he passed them back over the desk. The intelligence officer stuffed them carelessly into his side pocket. "I thought I'd come over instead of wiring or phoning. Our people have not come through yet, have they?" "Which people, sir?" "Mackay and Miss Erith." "No, not yet." The officer mused for a moment. Then, "They wired me from Paris yesterday, so they're all right so far. You'll see to it personally that they get through the Swiss wire, won't you?" "Through or over, sir?" The intelligence officer displayed his mirthful teeth. "Thanks. I'm also sending 3 of my own people through the wire. They'll have their papers in order. Here are the duplicates I issued. They'll have their photographs on the originals." He fished out a batch of papers and laid them on Recklow's desk. "Who are these people?" demanded Recklow. "Mine, sir." "Oh." There fell a silence, but Recklow did not examine the papers, he merely pocketed them. "I think that's all," said the intelligence officer. "You know my name, Captain Hartz?" in case you wish to communicate just wire my department at Toul. They'll forward anything if I'm away on duty." He saluted. Recklow followed him to the door, saw him mount his motorcycle. A battered American machine stood there watching until he was out of sight. Hour after hour that afternoon Recklow sat in his quiet little house in Dell poring over the duplicate papers. About 5 o'clock he called up Toul by telephone and got the proper department. "Yes," came the answer. "Captain Hartz went to you this morning on a confidential matter." "No, we don't know when he will return to Toul." Recklow hung up, walked slowly out into his little garden and, seating himself on a green bench, took out the 3 packets of duplicate papers left him by Captain Hartz. Then he produced a jeweler's glass and screwed it into his right eye. Several days later 3 people, 2 men and a young woman, arrived at Dell, were conveyed under military escort to the little house of Mr. Recklow, remained closeted with him until verification of their credentials in duplicate had been accomplished. Then they took their departure and, that evening, they put up at the inn. But by the next morning they had disappeared, presumably over the Swiss wire, that being their destination as revealed in their papers. But the English touring car which brought them still remained in the inn garage. Recklow spent hours examining it. Also the arrival and the departure of these 3 people was telephoned to Toul by Recklow. But Captain Hartz still remained absent from Toul on duty, and his department knew nothing about the details of the highly specialized and confidential business of Captain Hartz. So John Recklow went back to his garden and waited, and smoked a short, dirty clay pipe, and played with his family of cats. Once or twice he went down at night to the French wire. All the sentries were friends of his. "Anybody been through?" he inquired. The answer was always the same. Nobody had been through as far as the patrol knew. "Where the hell," muttered Recklow, "did those 3 guys go?" A nightingale sang as he sauntered homeward. Possibly, being a French nightingale, she was trying to tell him that there were 3 people lying very still in the thicket near her. But men are stupid, and nightingales are too busy to bother about trifles when there is courting to be done and nests to be planned and all the anticipated excitement of the coming new moon to preoccupy a love-distracted bird. On a warm, sunny day early in June, toward 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a peloton of French cavalry en vedette from Dell stopped a rather rickety touring car several kilometers west of the Swiss frontier and examined the sheaf of papers offered for their inspection by the young man who drove the car. A yellow-haired girl seated beside him leaned back in her place indifferently to relax her limbs. From the time she and the young man had left Glenark in Scotland, their progress had been a series of similar interruptions. Everywhere on every road soldiers, constables, military policemen, and gentlemen in mufti had displayed, with varying degrees of civility, a persistent curiosity to inspect such papers as they carried. On the Channel transport it was the same from Dieppe to Paris, from Paris to Belfort, and now, here within a pebble's toss of the Swiss frontier, military curiosity concerning their papers apparently remained unquenched. The sous-officier of Dragoon Lancers sat his splendid horse and gravely inspected the papers, one by one. Behind him a handful of troopers lolled in their saddles, their lances advanced, their horses swishing their tails at the murderous, green-eyed Bremsers which, like other bloodthirsty Teutonic vermin, had their origin in Germany, and raided both French and Swiss frontiers to the cruel discomfort of horses and cattle. Meanwhile the blonde, perplexed boy who was examining the papers of the 2 motorists, scratched his curly head and rubbed his deeply sunburned nose with a sunburned fist, a visible prey to indecision. Finally, at his slight gesture, his troopers trotted out and formed around the touring car. The boyish sous-officier looked pleasantly at the occupants of the car. "Have the complaisance to follow me rather slowly if you please," he said, wheeled his horse, and trotted eastward toward the roofs of a little hamlet visible among the trees of the green and rolling countryside. The young man threw in his clutch and advanced slowly, the cavalry trotting on either side with lances in stirrup boots and slanting backward from the armor loops. There was a barrier beyond and some Alpine infantry on guard, and to the left, a paved street and houses. Halfway down this silent little street they halted. The The sous-officier dismounted and opened the door of the tun, politely assisting the girl to alight. Her companion followed her, and the sous-officier conducted them into a stucco house, the worn limestone step of which gave directly on the grass-grown sidewalk. "If your papers are in order, as they appear to be," said the youthful sous-officier, "you are expected in Dell. And if it is you indeed whom we expect, then you will know how to answer properly the questions of a gentleman in the adjoining room who is perhaps expecting you." And the young sous-officier opened a door, bowed them into the room beyond, and closed the door behind them. As they entered this room, a civilian of 50, ruddy, powerfully but trimly built, and wearing his white hair clipped close, rose from a swivel chair behind a desk littered with maps and papers. "Good afternoon," he said in English. "Be seated if you please. And if you will kindly let me have your papers, thank you." When the young man and the girl were seated, their suave and ruddy host dropped back onto his swivel chair. For a long while he sat there absently caressing his trim, white mustache, studying their papers with unhurried and minute thoroughness. Presently he lifted his cold, grayish eyes but not his head, like a man looking up over eyeglasses. "You are this Mackay described here?" he inquired pleasantly. But in his very clear, very cold grayish eyes there was something suggesting the terrifying fixity of a tiger's. "I am the person described," said the young man quietly. "And you," turning only his eyes on the young girl, "are Miss Evelyn Erith." "I am. These, obviously, are your photographs." Mackay smiled. "Obviously, certainly. And all these other documents appear to be in order." He laid them carelessly on his desk. "If," he added, "Dell is your ultimate destination and terminal." "We go farther," said Mackay in a low voice. "Not unless you have something further to offer me in the way of credentials," said the ruddy, white-haired Mr. Recklow, smiling his terrifying smile. "I might mention a number," began Mackay in a voice still lower, "if you are interested in the science of numbers, really. And what number do you think might interest me? 76 for example." "Oh," said the other, "in that case I shall mention the very interesting number, 70. And you, Miss Erith?" turning to the yellow-haired girl. "Have you any number to suggest that might interest me?" 77, she said composedly. Recklow nodded. "Do you happen to believe, either of you, that, at birth, the hours of our lives are already irrevocably numbered?" Miss Erith said, "So teach us to number our days that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." Recklow got up, made them a bow, and reseated himself. He touched a handbell. The blonde sous-officier entered. "Everything is in order, take care of the car, carry the luggage to the 2 rooms above," said Recklow. To Mackay and Miss Erith he added, "My name is John Recklow. If you want to rest before you wash up, your rooms are ready. You'll find me here or in the garden behind the house." Towards sunset they found Recklow in the little garden, seated alone there on a bench looking up at the eastward mountains with the piercing, detached stare of a bird of prey. When they had seated themselves on the faded green bench on either side of him, he said, still gazing toward the mountains, "It's April up there. Dress warmly." "Which is Mount Terrible?" inquired Miss Erith. "Those are the lower ridges. The summit is not visible from where we sit," replied Recklow. "And, to Mackay, there's some snow there still, I hear." Mackay's upward-turned face was a grim study. Beyond those limestone shouldering heights his terrible cavalry had begun a progress that had ended in the wreckage of mind and soul had it not been for Chance and Evelyn Erith. After Mount Terrible, with its grim great secret, had come the horrors of the prison camp at Holzminden and its nameless atrocities, his escape to New York, the Hun cipher orders to silence him, his miraculous rescue and redemption by the girl at his side, and now their dual mission to probe the mystery of Mount Terrible. "Mackay," said Recklow, "I don't know what the particular mission may be that brings you and Miss Erith to the Franco-Swiss frontier. I have been merely instructed to carry out your orders whenever you are in touch with me. And I am ready to do so." "How much do you know about us?" asked Mackay, turning to him, an altered face almost marred by hard features which once had been only careworn and stern. I know you escaped from the Holzminden prison camp in Germany, that you were inhumanly treated by the Boche, that you entered the United States Intelligence Service, and that, whatever may be your business here, I am to help further it at your request. He looked at the girl. As concerning Miss Erith, I know only that she is in the same government service as yourself and that I am to afford her any aid she requests. Mackay said, slowly, my orders are to trust you implicitly. On one subject only am I to remain silent. I am not to confide to anybody the particular object which brings us here. Reklo nodded. I understood as much. Also I have been instructed that the Boches are determined to discover your whereabouts and you in before your mission is accomplished. You, probably, are aware of that, Mackay? Yes, I am. By the way, you know a Captain Hartz? Not personally. You've been in communication with him? Yes, for some time. Did you wire him from Paris last Thursday? Yes. Where did you wire him? At his apartment at Toul. All right. He was here on Friday. Somehow I feel uneasy. He has a way of smiling too brilliantly. I suppose, after these experiences I'll remain a suspicious grouch all my life, but his papers were in order. I don't know just why I don't care for that type of man. You're bound for somewhere or other via Mount Terrible, I understand? Yes. This Captain Hartz sent 3 of his own people over there. Swiss wire the other evening. Did you know about it? Mackay looked worried. I'm sorry, he said. Captain Hartz proposed some such assistance but I declined. It wasn't necessary. 2 on such a job are plenty, half a dozen endanger it. Reklo shrugged. I can't judge, not knowing details. Tell me, if you don't mind, have you been bothered at all so far by Boche agents? Yes, nodded Evelyn Erith. You've already had some serious trouble? Mackay said. Our ship was torpedoed off Strathclyde Head. In Scotland a dozen camouflaged Boches caught me napping in spite of being warned. It was very humiliating, Reklo. You can't trust a soul on this frontier either, returned Reklo with emphasis. You cannot trust the Swiss on this border. Over 90% of them are German Swiss, speak German exclusively along the Alsatian border. They are, I think, loyal Swiss, but their origin, propinquity, customs and all their affiliations incline them toward Germany rather than toward France. I believe, in the event of a Hun deluge, the Swiss on this border, and in the cantons adjoining, would defend their passes to the last man. They really are first of all good Swiss. But, he shrugged, don't trust their friendship for America or for France, that's all. Miss Erith nodded. Mackay said, how about the frontier? I understand both borders are wired now as well as patrolled. Are the wires electrically charged? No. There was some talk of doing it on both sides, but the French haven't and I don't think the Swiss ever intended to. You can get over almost anywhere with a short ladder or by digging under. He smiled. In fact, he said, I took the liberty of having a sapling ladder made for you in case you mean to cross tonight. Many thanks. Yes, we cross tonight. You go by the summit path past the crucifix on the peak? No, by the neck of woods under the peak. That might be wiser. One never knows. I'm not quite at ease. Suppose I go as far as the crucifix with you? Thanks, no. I know the mountain and the neck of woods. Around the summit. I shall travel no path tonight. There was a silence. Miss Erith's lovely face was turned tranquilly toward the flank of Mount Terrible. Both men looked sideways at her as though thinking the same thing. Finally Reklo said, in the event of trouble you understand it means merely detention and internment while you are on Swiss territory. But if you leave it and go north. He did not say any more. Mackay's somber eyes rested on his in grim comprehension of all that Reklo had left unsaid. Swift and savage as would be the fate of a man caught within German frontiers on any such business as he was now engaged in, the fate of a woman would be unspeakable. If Miss Erith noticed or understood the silence between these two men, she gave no sign of comprehension. Soft, lovely lights lay across the mountains. Higher rocks were still ruddy in the rays of the declining sun. Do the Boche planes ever come over? Asked Mackay. They did in 1914. But the Swiss stopped it. Our planes, do they violate the frontier at all? They never have, so far. Tell me, Mackay, how about your maps? Rather inaccurate excepting one. I drew that myself from memory, and I believe it is fairly correct. Reclo unfolded a little map, marked a spot on it with his pencil and passed it to Mackay. It's for you, he said. The sapling ladder lies under the filbert bushes in the gully where I have marked the boundary. Wait till the patrol passes. Then you have 10 minutes. I'll come later and get the ladder if the patrol does not discover it. A cat and her kittens came into the garden and Evelyn Erith seated herself on the grass to play with them, an attention gratefully appreciated by that feline family. The men watched her with sober faces. Perhaps both were susceptible to her beauty, but there was also about this young American girl in all the freshness of her unmarred youth something that touched them deeply under the circumstances. For this clean, wholesome girl was enlisted in a service the dangers of which were peculiarly horrible to her because of the bestial barbarity of the Boche. From the Hun, if ever she fell into their hands, the greatest mercy to be hoped for was a swift death, unless she could forestall it with a swifter one from her own pistol carried for that particular purpose. The death of youth is always shocking, yet that is an essential part of war. But this was no war within the meaning accepted by civilization, this crusade of light against darkness, of cleanliness against corruption, this battle of normal minds against the diseased, perverted, and filthy ferocity of a people not merely reverted to an honest barbarism, but also mentally mutilated, and now morally imbecile and utterly incompetent to understand the basic truths of that civilization from which they had relapsed, and from which, God willing, they are to be ultimately and definitely kicked out forever. The old mother cat lay on the grass blinking pleasantly at the setting sun. The kittens frisked and played with the grass stem in Evelyn Erith's fingers, or chased their own ratty little tails in a perfect orgy of feline excitement. Long bluish shadows spread delicate traceries on wall and grass. The sweet, persistent whistle of a blackbird intensified the calm of evening. It was hard to associate any thought of violence and of devastation with the blessed sunset calm and the clean fragrance of this land of misty mountains and quiet pasture, so innocently aloof from the strife and passion of a dusty, noisy and struggling world. Yet the red borders of that accursed land, the bloody altars of which were served by the priests of Baal, lay but a few scant kilometers to the north and east. And their stealthy emissaries were over the border and creeping like vermin among the uncontaminated fields of France. Even here, Reclo was saying, in a voice made low and cautious from habit, the dirty Boche prowl among us under protean aspects. One can never tell, never trust anybody, what with one thing and another, and the Alsatian border so close and those German Swiss always to be suspected and often impossible to distinguish with their pig eyes and bushy flat-backed heads from the genuine Boche. Would Miss Erith like to have our little dinner served out here in the garden? Miss Erith was delightfully sure she would. It was long after sunset, though still light, when the simple little meal ended, but they lingered over their coffee and cordial, exchanging ideas concerning preparations for their departure, which was now close at hand. The lilac bloom faded from mountain and woodland, already meadow and pasture lay veiled under the thickening dusk. The last day bird had piped its sleepy lights out, bats were flying high. When the moon rose, the first nightingale acclaimed the pallid lustre that fell in silver pools on walk and wall, and every flower sent forth its scented greeting. Mackay and Evelyn Erith had been gone for nearly an hour, but Reclo still sat there at the little green table, an unlighted cigarette in his muscular fingers, his head slightly bent as though listening. Once he rose as though on some impulse, went into the house, took a roll of fine wire, a small cowbell, a heavy pair of wire clippers and a pocket torch from his desk and pocketed them. A pair of automatic handcuffs he also took, and a dozen clips to fit the brace of pistols strapped under his armpits. Then he returned to the garden, and for a long while he sat there, unstirring, just where the wall's shadow lay clean cut across the grass, listening to the distant tinkle of cattle bells on the unseen slope of Mount Terrible. No shots had come from the patrol along the Franco-Swiss frontier. There was no sound save the ecstatic tumult of the nightingale drunk with moonlight, and, at intervals, the faint sound of a cowbell from those dark and distant pastures. To this silent, listening man it seemed certain that his two guests had now safely crossed the boundary at the spot he had marked for Mackay on the detail map. Yet he remained profoundly uneasy. He waited a few moments longer, heard nothing to alarm him, and then he left the garden, going out by way of the house, and turned to lock the front door behind him. At that instant his telephone bell rang and he re-entered the house with a sudden premonition, an odd, unreasonable, but dreadful sort of certainty concerning what he was about to hear. Picking up the instrument he was thinking all the time, it has to do with that damned intelligence officer. There was something wrong with him. There was. Clearly over the wire from Toole came the information. Captain Hartz's naked body was discovered an hour ago in a thicket beside the Dell Highway. He has been dead 2 weeks. Therefore the man you saw in Dell was impersonating him. Probably also he was Captain Hartz's murderer and was wearing his uniform, carrying his papers, and riding his motor cycle. Do your best to get him. Recklow, deadly cold and calm, asked a few questions. Then he hung up the instrument, turned and went out, locking the door behind him. A few people were in the quiet street, here an Alpine soldier strolling with his sweetheart, there an old cure on his way to his little stone chapel, yonder a peasant in blouse and sabots plodding doggedly along about some detail of belated work that never ends for such as he. A few lanterns set in iron cages projected over ancient doorways, lighting the street but dimly where it lay, partly in deep shadow, partly illuminated by the silvery radiance of the moon. Recklow turned into an alley smelling of stables, traversed it, and came out behind into a bushy pasture with a cleared space beyond. The place was rather misty now in the moonlight from the vapors of a cold little brook which ran foaming and clattering through it between banks thick set with fern. And now Recklow moved very swiftly but quietly, down through the misty, ferny valley to the filbert and hazel thicket just beyond, and went in among the bushes, treading cautiously upon the moist black mold. There glimmered the French wires, merely a wide mesh and an ordinary barbed barrier overhead, but the fence was deeply ditched on the Swiss side. A man could climb over it, and Recklow started to do so, and came face to face in the moonlight with the French patrol. The recognition was mutual and noiseless. "You passed my 2 people over?" whispered Recklow. "An hour ago, mon capitaine. You've seen nobody else?" "Nobody." "Heard nothing?" "Not a sound." "They must have gone over the Swiss wire." "Without interference, mon capitaine. You sometimes talk across with the Swiss sentinels?" "Oh, yes, if I'm in that humor." "You know, mon capitaine, that they're like the Boche, only tame." "Not all." "No, not all. But in a wolf pack who can excuse sheepdogs? A Boche is always a Boche. All the same, when the Swiss sentry passes, speak to him. And hold him while I get my ladder." "At your orders, Captain." "Listen. I'm going over. When I return I shall leave with you a reel of wire and a cowbell. You comprehend? I do not wish anybody else to cross the French wire tonight. Cursed bien, mon capitaine." Recklow went down into the bushy gully. A few moments later the careless Swiss patrol came clumping along, rifle slung, pipe glowing and humming a tune as he passed. Presently the French sentry hailed him across the wire and the Swiss promptly halted for a bit of gossip concerning the pretty girls of Dell. But, to Recklow's grim surprise, and before he could emerge from the bushes, no sooner were the 2 sentries engaged in lively gossip than 3 dark figures crept out on hands and knees from the long grass at the very base of the Swiss wire and were up the ladder which Mackay had left, and over it like monkeys before he could have prevented it even if he had dared. Each in turn, reaching the top of the wire, set foot on the wooden post and leapt off into darkness, each except the last, who remained poised, then twisted around as though caught by the top barbed strand. And Recklow saw the figure was a woman's, and that her short skirt had become entangled in the wire. In an instant he was after her. She saw him, strove desperately to free herself, tore her skirt loose, and jumped. And Recklow jumped after her, landing among the wet ferns on his feet and seizing her as she tried to rise from where she had fallen. She struggled and fought him in silence, but his iron clutch was on her and he dragged her by main force through the woods parallel with the Swiss wire until, breathless, powerless, impotent, she gave up the battle and suffered him to force her along until they were far beyond earshot of the patrol and of her two companions as well, in case they should return to the wire to look for her. For 10 minutes, holding her by the arm, he pushed forward up the wooded slope. Then, when it was safe to do so, he halted, jerked her around to face him, and flashed his pocket torch. And he saw a handsome, perspiring, sullen girl, staring at him out of dark eyes dilated by terror or by fury, he was not quite sure which. She wore the costume of a peasant of the canton bordering the wire, and she looked like that type of German Swiss, handsome, sensual, bad-tempered, but not stupid. "Well," he said in French, "you can explain yourself now, Mademoiselle Allens. Who and what are you? Dites, what are you? A robber?" She gasped, jerking her arm free. "If you thought so, why didn't you call for help, and be shot at? Do you take me for a fool? What are you, a douanier then? A smuggler? You answer me," he retorted. "What were you doing crossing the wire at night? Can't a girl keep a rendezvous without the custom agents treating her so barbarously?" She panted, one hand flat on her tumultuous bosom. "Oh, that was it, was it? I do not deny it. Who is your lover on the French side? And if he happens to be an alpinist?" She shrugged, still breathing fast and irregularly, picking up the torn edge of her wool skirt and fingering the rent. "Really? An alpinist? A rendezvous in Dell, eh? And who were your two friends? Boys from my canton, is that so?" Her breasts still rose and fell unevenly. She turned her pretty, insolent gaze on him. "After all, what business is it of yours? Who are you, anyway? If you are French you can do nothing. If you are Swiss take me to the nearest post. Who are those two men?" repeated Reclo. "Ask them." "No, I think I'll take you back to France." The girl became silent at that, but her attitude defied him. Even when he snapped an automatic handcuff over one wrist she smiled incredulously. But the jeering expression on her dark, handsome features altered when they approached the Swiss wire. And when Reclo produced a pair of heavy wire cutters all defiance died out in her face. "Make a sound and I'll simply shoot you," he whispered. What is it you want with me?" she asked in a ghost of a voice. "The truth. I told it, you did not. You are German. Believe what you like, but I am on neutral territory. Let me go. You are German. For God's sake admit it or we'll be too late." "What? Admit it, I say. Do you want those two Americans to get away?" "What Americans?" stammered the girl. "I don't know what you mean." Reclo laughed under his breath, unlocked the handcuffs. "Echt Deutsch," he whispered in German, and 026. "A good hint to you, Wadman's Heil," said the girl faintly. "Oh God. What a fright you gave me. There's a man at Del we were. Warn 70 is his number. Reclo a devil Yankee. A swine. A fathead, sleeping all day in his garden, too drunk to open dispatches," sneered Reclo. "We were warned against him," she insisted. Reclo laughed his contempt of Reclo and spat upon the dead leaves. "Stupid one, what then is closest to the Yankee heart? I was sent here to buy this terrible devil Yankee, Reclo. That is how one deals with Yankees. With dollars. Is that why you are here? And to watch for Mackay and the young woman with him. The Eighth woman. That is her barbarous name, I believe. What is your number?" 424. "Oh, what a fright you gave me. What is your name?" "That is against regulations, I know." "What is it, all the same?" "Mine is Helsa Kampf. Mine is Johann Wulkser." "Wulkser? Is it Polish?" "God knows where we Germans had our origin." "Who are your companions, Fräulein?" "An Irish-American, Jim McNiff, and a British revolutionist, Harry Skelton. Others await us on Mount. Terrible Germans in Swiss uniforms. You'd better keep an eye on McNiff and Skelton," grumbled Reclo. "No, they're to be trusted. We nearly caught Mackay and the 8th girl in Scotland. They killed 4 of our people and hurt 2 others. Listen, Comrade Wilkes, if a trodden path ascends Mount Terrible, as Skelton pretended, you and I had better look for it. Can you find your way back to where we crossed the wire? The dry bed of the torrent was to have guided us. I know a quicker way, said Recklow. Come on. The girl took his hand confidingly and walked beside him, holding one arm before her face to shield her eyes from branches in the darkness. They had gone, perhaps, a dozen paces when a man stepped from behind a great beech tree, peered after them, then turned and hurried down the slope to where the Swiss wire stretched glistening under the stars. He ran along this wire until he came to the dry bed of a torrent. Up this he stumbled under the forest patches of alternate moonlight and shadow until he came to a hard path crossing it on a masonry viaduct. Harry! He called in a husky, quavering voice, choking for breath. Cripes, Harry, where in hell are you? Here, you blighter. What's the bully row? Where's Helsa? With Recklow. What? Double-crossed us. He whispered. I seen her. I was hunting along the fence when I come on them, thick as thieves. She's crossed us, she's hollered. Oh, cripes, Harry, Helsa has went and squealed. Helsa. Yes, Helsa, I wouldn't have believed it. But I seen M. I seen M whispering. I seen her take his hand and lead him up through the trees. She's squealed on us. She's bringing Recklow. Recklow. Are you sure? I got close to M. There was enough moonlight to spot him by. I know the cut of him, don't I? That use him all right. He wiped his face on his sleeve. Now what are we going to do? He demanded brokenly. Where do we get off, Harry? Skelton appeared dazed. The slut, he kept repeating without particular emphasis, the little slut. I thought she'd fallen for me. I thought she was my girl. And now to do that. And now to go for to do us in like that. Well, we're all right, ain't we? Quavered McNiff. We make our getaway all right, don't we? Don't we? I can't understand. Say, listen, Harry. To blazes with Helsa. She's hollered and that ends her. But can we make our getaway? And how about them Germans waiting for us by the crucifix on top of this mountain? Where do they get off? Does this guy, Recklow, get them? He can't get 6 men alone. Well, can't he sick the Swiss onto M? A terrible doubt arose in Skelton's mind. Recklow wouldn't come here alone. He's got his men in these woods. That damn woman fixed all this. It's a plant. She's framed us. What do I care about the Germans on the mountain? To hell with them. I'm going. Where? Into Alsace? Where do you think? You gotta cross the mountain, then or go back into France. But neither man dared do that now. There was only one way out, and that lay over Mount Terrible, either directly past the black crucifix towering from its limestone cairn on the windy peak, or just below through a narrow belt of woods. It ain't so bad, muttered McNiff. If the Germans up the catch Mackay and the girl, they'll kill 'em and clear out. Yes, but they don't know that the Americans have crossed the wire. The neck of woods is open. Mackay may go over the peak. Mackay knows this mountain, grumbled Skelton. He's a fox, too. You don't think he'd travel an open path, do you? And how can he catch him now? We were to have warned the Germans that the two had crossed the wire, and then our only chance was to string out across the neck of woods between the peak and the cliffs. That's the way Mackay will travel, not on a path in full moonlight. Or I'm sick what with Helsa doing that to me. I can't get over it. McNuff started nervously and began to run along the path, upward. Beat it, Harry. He called back over his shoulder. It's the only way out. Oh, this now. God, whimpered Skelton, if I ever get my hooks on Helsa. His voice ended in a snivel, but his features were white and ferocious as he started running to overtake McNiff. Recklow, breathing easily, his iron frame insensible to any fatigue from the swift climb, halted finally at the base of the abrupt slope which marked the beginning of the last ascent to the summit. The girl, Helsa, speechless from exertion, came reeling up among the rocks and leaned gasping against a pine. Now, said Recklow, You can wait here for your two friends. We've come by a shortcut and they won't be here for more than half an hour. What's the matter? Are you ill? For the girl, overcome by the speed of the ascent, had dropped to the ground at the foot of the tree and sat there, her head resting against the trunk. Her eyes were closed and she was breathing convulsively. Are you ill? He repeated, bending over her. She heard him, opened her eyes, then shook her head faintly. All right. You're a brave girl. You'll get your breath in a few minutes. There's no hurry. You can take your time. Your friends will be along in half an hour or so. Wait here for them. I am going on to warn the Germans by the crucifix that the two Americans are across the Swiss wire. The girl, still speechless, wiped the blinding sweat from her eyes and tried to clear the disheveled hair from her face. Then, with a great effort she found her voice. But the Americans will pass first. She gasped. I can't stay here alone. If they do pass, what of it? They can't see you. Let them pass. We hold the summit and the neck of the woods. Tell that to McNuff and Skelton when they come. That's what I want you here for. I want to cut off the Yankees' retreat. Do you understand? I understand, she breathed. You'll carry out my orders? She nodded, strove to straighten up, then with both hands on her breast she sank back utterly exhausted. Recklow looked at her a moment in grim silence, then turned and walked away. After a few steps he crossed his arms with a quick, peculiar movement and drew from under his armpits the pair of automatic pistols. Like all forested forests, the woods on that flank of Mount Terrible were regular and open big trees with no underbrush and a smooth carpet of needles and leaves underfoot. And Recklow now walked on very fast in the dim light until he came to a thinning among the trees where just ahead of him, stars shimmered level in the vast sky gulf above Alsace. Here was the precipice, here the narrow, wooded neck, their only way across the mountain except by the peak path, and there, crucifix. Now Recklow took from his pockets his spool of very fine wire, attached it low down to a slim young pine, carried it across to the edge of the cliff, and attached the other end to a sapling on the edge of the ledge. On this wire he hung his cowbell and hooked the little clapper inside. Then, squatting down on the pine needles, he sat motionless as one of the forest shadows, a pistol in either hand, and his cold grey eyes ablaze. So silvery the pools of light from the planets, so depthless the shadows, that the forest around him seemed but a vast mosaic in mother of pearl and ebony. There was no sound, no murmur of cattle bells from mountain pastures now, nothing stirring through the magic aisles where the matched columns of beech and pine towered in the perfect symmetry of all planted forests. He had not been there very long. The luminous dial of his wristwatch told him that when, although he had heard no sound on the soft carpet of pine needles, something suddenly hit the wire and the cowbell tinkled in the darkness. Recklow was on his feet in an instant and running south along the wire. It might have been a deer crossing to the eastern slope, it might have been the enemy, he could not tell. He could see nothing stirring. And there seemed to be nothing for him to do but to take his chances. Mackay, he called in a low voice. Then, amid the checkered pools of light and shade among the trees, a shadow moved. Mackay. It's number 70. If it's you, call out your number, because I've got you over my sights and I shoot straight. 76 and 77. Came Mackay's cautious voice. Good heavens, Recklow, why have you come up here? Don't touch the wire again, Recklow warned him. Drop flat both of you, and crawl under. Crawl toward my voice. As he spoke he came toward them, and they rose from their knees among the shadows, pistols drawn. There's been some dirty business, said Recklow briefly. 3 enemy spies went over the Swiss wire about an hour after you left Dell. There are half a dozen Boches on the peak. By the crucifix. And that's why I'm here, if you want to know. There was a silence. Recklow looked hard at Mackay, then at Evelyn Erith, who was standing quietly beside him. Can we get through this neck of woods? Asked Mackay calmly. We can hold our own here against a regiment, said Recklow. No Swiss patrol is likely to cross the summit before daybreak. So if our cowbell jingles again tonight after I have once called halt, let the Boche have it. To Evelyn he said, "Better step back here behind this ledge." And, when Mackay had followed, he told them exactly what had happened. "I'm afraid it's not going to be very easy going for you," he added, with the alarming knowledge that they had to do once more with their uncanny enemies of Isla Water. Mackay and Evelyn Erith looked at each other rather grimly. Recklow produced his clay pipe, inspected it, but did not venture to light it. "I wonder," he said carelessly, "what that she-botch is doing over yonder by the summit path. Her name is Helsa. She's not bad looking," he added in a musing voice, "that young she-botch. I wonder what she's up to now? Her people ought to be along pretty soon if they've traveled by the summit path from Dell." They had indeed traveled by the summit path, not on it, but parallel to it, through woods, over rocks, made fearful by what they believed to be the treachery of the girl, Helsa. For this reason they dared not take the trodden way, dreading ambush. Yet they had to cross the peak. They dared not remain in a forest where they believed Recklow was hunting them with many men and their renegade comrade, Helsa, to guide them. As they toiled upward, McNuff heard Skelton fiercely muttering sometimes whining curses on this girl who had betrayed them both, who had betrayed him in particular. Over and over again he repeated his dreary litany. "No, by God, I didn't think she'd do it to me. All I want is to get my hooks on her, that's all I want, just that." Toward dawn they had reached the base of the cone where the last rocky slope slanted high above them. "Cripes," panted McNuff, "I can't make that over them rocks. I gotta take it by the path." "What's the matter, Harry? What were looking at?" he added, following Skelton's fascinated stare. Then, "Well, for Christ's sake." The girl, Helsa, was coming toward them through the trees. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "Have you seen the Americans? I've been waiting here beside the path. They haven't passed. I met one of our agents in the woods. There was a misunderstanding at first." She stopped, stepped nearer, peered into Skelton's shadowy face. "Harry, what's the matter? Why do you look at me that way? What are you doing? Let go of me." But Skelton had seized her by one arm and McNuff had her by the other. "Are you crazy?" she demanded, struggling between them. Skelton spoke first, but she scarcely recognized the voice for his. "Who was that man you were talking to down by the Swiss wire?" "I've told you. He's one of us. His name is Wulkser." "What? Wulkser? That is his name. Spell it backward," barked Skelton. "We know what you have done to us. You have sold us to Recklow. That's what you done." What?" stammered the girl. But Skelton, inarticulate with rage, began striking her and jerking her about as though he were trying to tear her to pieces. Only when the girl reeled sideways, limp and deathly white under his fury, did he find his voice, or the hoarse unhuman rags of it. "Damn you!" he gasped. "You'll sell me out, will you? I'll show you. I'll fix you, you dirty slut." Suddenly he started up the path to the summit, dragging the half-conscious girl. McNuff ran along on the other side to help. "What were going to do with her, Harry?" he panted. "I ain't got no stomach for scran her. I ain't for no knifin'. Why don't you shove her off the top?" But Skelton strode on, half dragging the girl, and muttering that she had sold him and that he knew how to fix a girl who double-crossed him. And now the gaunt, black crucifix came into view, stark against the paling eastern sky with its life-sized piteous figure hanging there under the crown of thorns. McNuff looked up at the carved wooden image, then, at a word from Skelton, dropped the girl's limp arm. The girl opened her eyes and stood swaying there, dazed. Skelton began to laugh in an unearthly way. "Where the hell are you Germans?" he called out. "Come out of your holes, damn you. Here's one of your own kind who's sold us all out to the Yankees." Twice the girl tried to speak, but Skelton shook the voice out of her quivering lips as a shadowy figure rose from the scrubby growth behind the crucifix. Then another rose, another, and many others looming against the sky. McNuff had begun to speak in German as they drew around him. Presently Skelton broke in furiously. "All right, then. That's the case. She sold us. She sold me. But she's German. And it's your business. But if you Germans will listen to me, you'll shove her against that pile of rocks and shoot her. The girl had begun to cry now. It's a lie. It's a lie. She sobbed. If it was Recklow who talked to me, I didn't know it. I thought he was one of us. Harry. Don't go away. For God's sake, don't leave me with those men. McNuff sneered as he slouched by her. They're Germans. Ain't they? What are you squealing for, Harry? Harry. She wailed, for her own countrymen had her now, held her fast, thrust a dozen pig-eyed scowling visages close to hers, muttering, making animal sounds at her. Once she screamed. But Skelton seated himself on a rock, his back toward her, his head buried in his hands. To his dull, throbbing ears came now only the heavy trample of boots among the rocks, guttural noises, a wrenching sound, then the clatter of rolling stones. McNuff, squatting beside him, muttered uneasily, speculating upon what was being done behind him. But with German justice upon a German, he had no desire to interfere, and he had no stomach to witness it, either. Why don't they shoot her and be done? He murmured huskily. And, later, I can't make out what they're doing. Can you, Harry? But Skelton neither answered nor stirred. After a while he rose, not looking around, and strode off down the eastern slope, his hands pressed convulsively over his ears. McNuff slouched after him, listening for the end. They had gone a mile, perhaps, when Skelton's agonized voice burst its barriers. I couldn't stand it to hear the shots. I ain't heard no shots, remarked McNuff. There had been no shots fired, and now in the ghastly light of dawn the Germans on Mount Terrible continued methodically the course of German justice. Two of them, burly, huge-fisted, wrenched the Christ from the weather-beaten crucifix which they had uprooted from the summit of its ancient cairn of rocks, and pulled out the rusty spike-like nails. The girl was already half dead when they laid her on the crucifix and nailed her there. After they had raised the cross and set it on the summit, she opened her eyes. Several of the Germans laughed, and one of them threw pebbles at her until she died. Just before sunrise they went down to explore the neck of woods, but found nobody. The Americans had been gone for a long time. So they went back to the cross where the dead girl hung naked against the sky and wrote on a bit of paper, "Here hangs an enemy of Germany." And, the Swiss patrol being nearly due, they scattered, moving off singly, through the forest toward the frontier of the great German Empire. A little later the east turned gold and the first sunbeam touched the crucifix on Mount Terrible. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Forest. When the news of a Hun atrocity committed on Swiss territory was flashed to Bern, the Federal Assembly instantly suppressed it and went into secret session. Followed another session, in camera, of the Federal Council, whose 7 members sat all night long envisaging war with haggard faces. And something worse than war when they remembered the Forbidden Forest and the phantom canton of Les Heureux. For war between the Swiss Republic and the Hun seemed very, very near during that 10 days in Bern, and neither the National Council nor the Council of the States in joint and in separate consultation could see anything except a dreadful repetition of that eruption of barbarians which had overwhelmed the land in 400 A.D. Till every pass and valley vomited German savages. And even more than that, they feared the terrible reckoning with a nation and with civilization when war laid naked the heartbreaking secret of the Forbidden Forest of Les Heureux. No, war could not be. A catastrophe more vital than war threatened Switzerland, their worldwide revelation of a secret which, exposed, would throw all civilization into righteous fury and the Swiss Republic itself into revolution. And this sinister, hidden thing which must deter Switzerland from declaring war against the Boche was a part of the great secret, and a man and a woman in the Secret Service of the United States, lying hidden among the forests below the white shoulder of Mount Eusis, were beginning to guess more about that secret than either of them had dared to imagine. There where they lay together side by side among alpine roses in full bloom there on the crag's edge, watching the Swiss soldiery below combing the flanks of Mount Terrible for the perpetrators of that hellish murder at the shrine. These two people could see the Via Mala which had been the Via Crucis, their tragic Golgotha for that poor girl Elsa Kampf. They could almost see the gaunt, black cross itself, from which the brutish butchers had kicked the carved and weather-beaten figure of Christ in order to nail to the massive cross the living hands and feet of that half-senseless girl whom they supposed had betrayed them. The man lying there on the edge of the chasm was Mackay. The girl stretched on her stomach beside him was Evelyn Erith. All that day they watched the Swiss soldiers searching Mount Terrible, saw a red fox steal from the lower thickets and bolt between the legs of the beaters who swung their rifle butts at the streak of ruddy fur, saw little mountain birds scatter into flight, so closely and minutely the soldiers searched, saw even a big ahorn burst into thunderous flight from the ferns to a pine and from the pine out across the terrific depths of space below the white shoulder of Usis. At night the Swiss campfires glimmered on the rocks of Mount Terrible while, fireless, Mackay and Miss Erith lay in their blankets under heaps of dead leaves on the knees of the Usis, cold as the moon that silvered their forest beds. But it was the last of the soldiery on Mount Terrible, for dawn revealed their dead fire and a summit untenanted save by the stark and phantom crucifix looming through rising mists. Evelyn Erith still slept. Mackay fed the 3 carrier pigeons, washed himself at the snow rill in the woods, then went over to the crag's gritty edge under which for 3 days now the ghoulish clamor of a lammergeier had seldom ceased. And now, as Mackay peered down, 2 steinadlers came flapping to the shelf on which hung something that seemed to flutter at times like a shred of cloth stirred by the abyss winds. The lammergeier, huge and horrible with scarlet eyes ablaze, came out on the shelf of rock and yelped at the great rock eagles, but, if something indeed lay dead there, possibly it was enough for all, or perhaps the vulture-like bird was too heavily gorged to offer battle. Mackay saw the rock eagles alight heavily on the shelf, then, squealing defiance, hulk forward, undeterred by the hobgoblin tumult of the lammergeier. Mackay leaned over the gulf as far as he dared. He could get down to the shelf, he was now convinced of that. Only fear of being seen by the soldiers on Mount Terrible had hitherto prevented him. Rope and steel-shod stick aided him. Sapling and shrub stood loyally as his allies. The rock eagles heard him coming and launched themselves overboard into the depthless sea of air. The lammergeier, a huge, foul mass of distended feathers, glared at him out of blazing scarlet eyes, and all around was his vomit and casting in a mass of bloody human bones and shreds of clothing. And it was in that nauseating place of peril, confronting the grisly thing that might have hurled him outward into space with one wing blow had it not been clogged with human flesh and incapable, that Mackay reached for the remnants of the dead Hun's clothing and, facing the feathered horror, searched for evidence and information. Never had he been so afraid, never had he so loathed a living creature as this unclean and spectral thing that sat gibbering and voiding filth at him, the ghastly symbol of the Hunnish Empire itself befouling the clean-picked bones of the planet it was dismembering. He had his pistol but dared not fire, not knowing what ears across the gorge might hear the shot, not knowing either whether the death agonies of the enormous thing might hurl him 1,000 feet to annihilation. So he took what he found in the rags of clothing and climbed back as slowly and stealthily as he had come, and found Miss Erith cross-legged on the dead leaves braiding her yellow hair in the first sun rays. Tethered by long cords attached to anklets over one leg, the 3 pigeons walked busily around under the trees, gorging themselves on last year's mast. That afternoon they dared light a fire and made soup from the beef tablets in their packs, the first warm food they had tasted in a week. A declining sun painted the crags in raw splendor, valleys were already dusky, a vast stretch of misty glory beyond the world of mountains to the north was Alsace, southward there was no end to the myriad snowy summits, cloud-like, piled along the horizon. The brief meal ended. Mackay set a pannikin of water to boil and returned to his yellow-haired comrade. Like some slim Swiss youth, some boy mountaineer and clothed like one, Miss Erith sat at the foot of a tree in the ruddy sunlight studying once more the papers which Mackay had discovered that morning among the bloody debris on the shelf of rock. As he came up he knew he had never seen anything as pretty in his life, but he did not say so. Any hint of sentiment that might have budded had been left behind when they crossed the Swiss wire beyond Dell. An enforced intimacy such as theirs tended to sober them both. and if at times it preoccupied them, that was an added reason not only to ignore it but also to conceal any effort it might entail to take amiably but indifferently a situation foreseen, deliberately embraced, yet scarcely entirely discounted. The girl was so pretty in her youth's clothing, her delicate ankles and white knees bare between the conventional thigh length of green embossed leather breeches, rough green stockings, and fleece-lined hobnailed shoes. And over the boy's shirt the mountaineer's frieze jacket with staghorn buttons. And the rough wool cuff fell on the hands of a duchess pistols at either hip, and a murderous Bavarian knife in front. Glancing up at him where he stood under the red pine beside her, "I'll do the dishes presently," she said. "I'll do them," he remarked, his eyes involuntarily seeking her hands. A pink flush grew on her weather-tanned face, or perhaps it was the reddening sunlight stealing through some velvet piney space in the forest barrier. If it was a slight blush in recognition of his admiration, she wondered at her capacity for blushing. However, Marie Antoinette colored from temple to throat on the scaffold. But the girl knew that the poor queen's fate was an enviable one compared to what awaited her if she fell into the hands of the Hun. Mackay seated himself near her. The sunny silence of the mountains was intense. Over a mass of alpine wildflowers hanging heavy and fragrant between rocky clefts, two very large and intensely white butterflies fought a fairy battle for the favors of a third-day dainty, bewildering creature, clinging to an unopened bud, its snowy wings a-quiver. The girl's golden eyes noted the pretty courtship, and her side glance rested on the little bride-to-be with an odd, indefinite curiosity, partly interrogative, partly disdainful. It seemed odd to the girl that in this alpine solitude life should be encountered at all. And as for life's emotions, the frail, frivolous, ephemeral fury of these white-winged ghosts of daylight, embattled and all tremulous with passion, seemed exquisitely amazing to her here between the chaste and icy immobility of white-veiled peaks and the terrific twilight of the world's depths below. Mackay, studying the papers, glanced up at Miss Erith. A bar of rosy sunset light slanted almost level between them. "There seems to be," he said slowly, "only one explanation for what you and I read here. The Butch has had his filthy fist on the throat of Switzerland for 50 years. And what is Les Heureux to which these documents continually refer?" asked the girl. Les Heureux is the 27th canton of Switzerland. It is the strip of forest and crag which includes all the northeastern region below Mount Terrible. It is a canton, a secret canton unrepresented in the Federal Assembly, a region without human population, a secret slice of Swiss wilderness owned by Germany. Do you believe that? I am sure of it now. It is that wilderness into which I stumbled. It overlooks the terrain in Alsace where for 50 years the Hun has been busy day and night with his sinister, occult operations. Its entrance, if there be any save by the way of avalanches, the way I entered must be guarded by the Huns. Its only exit into Hunland. That is Les Heureux. That is the region which masks the great secret of the Hun. He dropped the papers and, clasping his knees in his arms, sat staring out into the infernal blaze of sunset. "The world," he said slowly, "pays little attention to that agglomeration of cantons called Switzerland. The few among us who know anything about its government might recollect that there are 26 cantons. The list begins, Aargau, Appenzell, Ossereden, Innerrhoden, you may remember, and ends with Valais, Vaud, Zug, and Zurich. And Les Heureux is the 27th canton." "Yes," said the girl in a low voice, "the evidence lies at your feet." Surely, he muttered, his fixed gaze lost on the crimson celestial conflagration. She said, thinking aloud, and her clear eyes on him. "Then, of the great secret, we have learned this much anyway, that there exists in Switzerland a secret canton called Les Heureux, that it is practically Hun territory, that it masks what they call their great secret, that their ownership or domination of Les Heureux is probably a price paid secretly by the Swiss government for its national freedom, and that this arrangement is absolutely unknown to anybody in the world outside of the Imperial Hun government and the few Swiss who have inherited, politically, a terrible knowledge of this bargain dating back, probably, from 1870. That is the situation we are confronting, admitted Mackay calmly. She said with perfect simplicity, of course we must go into Les Arus. Of course, comrade. How? He had no plan, could have none. She knew it. Her question was merely meant to convey to him a subtle confirmation of her loyalty and courage. She scarcely expected to escape a dreadful fate on this quest, did not quite see how either of them could really hope to come out alive. But that they could discover the great secret of the Hun, and convey to the world by means of their pigeons some details of the discovery, she felt reasonably certain. She had much faith in the arrangements they had made to do this. One thing worries me a lot, remarked Mackay pleasantly. Food supply? He nodded. She said, now that the Botch have left Mount Terrible except that wretched creature whose bones lie on the shelf below, we might venture to kill whatever game we can find. I'm going to, he said. The Swiss troops have cleared out. I've got to risk it. Of course, down there in Les Arus, some Hun guarding some secret chamois trail into the forbidden wilderness may hear our shots. We shall have to take that chance, she remarked. He said in the low, quiet voice which always thrilled her. Little, you poor child, you are hungry. So are you, Kay. Hungry? These rations act like cocktails. I could barbecue a roebuck and finish him with you at one sitting. Monsieur et Madame Gargantua, she mocked him with her enchanting laughter. Then, wistful, Kay, did you see that very fat and saucy Hun which the Swiss soldiers scared out of the pines down there? I did, said Mackay. My mouth watered. He was quite as big as a wild turkey, sighed the girl. They're devils to get, said Mackay, and with only a piss. Toll well, anyway we'll try tonight. Did you mark that bird? Mark him? Yes, mark him down? She shook her pretty head. Well, I did, grinned Mackay. It's habit with a man who shoots. Besides, seeing him was like a bit of Scotland. Their Hun is kin to the black cock and capercailzie. So I marked him to the skirt of the Usis, yonder in line with that needle across the gulf, and, through it, to that bunch of pinkish-stemmed pines there where the brook falls into silver dust above that gorge. He'll lie there. Just before daybreak he'll mount to the top of one of those pines. We'll hear his yelping. That's our only chance at him. Could you ever hit him in the dark of dawn, Kay? With a pistol? And him atop a pine? No, not under ordinary conditions. But I'm hungry, dear yellow hair, and that is not all. You are hungry. He looked at her so intently that the color tinted her face and the faint little thrill again possessed her. Her glance stole involuntarily toward the white butterflies. One had disappeared. The two others, drunk with their courtship, clung to a scented blossom. Gravely Miss Erith lifted her young eyes to the eternal peaks of the Usis, icy, immaculate, chastely veiled before the stealthy advent of the night. Oddly, yet without fear, death seemed to her very near. And love, also both in the air, both abroad and stirring, yet neither now of vital consequence. Only service meant anything now to this young man so near her to herself. And after that, after accomplishment, love ? Death ? Either might come to them then. And find them ready, perhaps. The awful, witch-like screaming of the Lammergeier saluted the falling darkness where he squatted, a huge huddle of unclean plumage amid the debris of decay and death. I don't believe I could have faced that, murmured the girl. You have more courage than I have, Kay. No. I was scared stiff. A bird like that could break a man's arm with a wing blow. That thing he'd been feeding on, it must have been a Botch of high military rank to carry these papers. You could not find out? There were only the rags of his mufti there and these papers inside them. Nothing to identify him personally, not a tag, not a shred of anything. Unless the Gaier bolted it. She turned aside in disgust at the thought. When do you suppose he happened to fall to his death there, Kay? In the darkness when the Huns scattered after the crucifixion. Perhaps the horror of it came suddenly upon him. God knows what happened when he stepped outward into depthless space and went crashing down to hell. They had stayed their hunger on the rations. It was bitter cold in the leafy lap of the Usis, but they feared to light a fire that night. Mackay fed and covered the pigeons in their light wicker box which was carried strapped to his mountain pack. Evelyn Erith fell asleep in her blanket under the dead leaves piled over her by Mackay. After a while he slept too, but before dawn he awoke, took a flashlight and his pistol and started down the slope for the wood's edge. Her sweet, sleepy voice halted him. "Kay dear?" "Yes, Yellow Hair. May I go? Don't you want to sleep?" "No." She sat up under a tumbling shower of silvery dead leaves, shook out her hair, gathered it and twisted it around her brow like a turban. Then, flashing her own torch, she sprang to her feet and ran lightly down to where the snowbrook whirled in mossy pools below. When she came back he took her cold smooth little hand fresh from icy ablutions. "We must beat it," he said, "that Ahan won't stay long in his pine tree after dawn. Extinguish your torch." She obeyed and her warning fingers clasped his more closely as together they descended the path of light traced out before them by his electric torch. Down, down, down they went under hardwood and evergreen, across little fissures full of fern, skirting great slabs of rock, making detours where tangles checked progress. Through treetops the sky glittered one vast sheet of stars, and in the forest was a pale luster born of this celestial splendor, a pallid dimness like that unreal day which reigns in the regions of the dead. "We might meet the shade of Helen here," said the girl, "or of Eurydice. This is a realm of spirits. We may be one with them very soon, you and I. Do you suppose we shall wander here among these trees as long as time lasts? It's all right if we're together, Yellow Hair." There was no accent from his fingers clasped in hers, none in hers either. "I hope we'll be together, then," she said. "Will you search for me, Yellow Hair?" "Yes." "Will you, Kay?" "Always. And I always until I find you or you find me." Presently she laughed gaily under her breath. "A solemn bargain, isn't it? More solemn than marriage." "Yes," said the girl faintly. Something went crashing off into the woods as they reached the hogback which linked them with a group of pines whither the big game bird had pitched into cover. Perhaps it was a roe deer. Mackay flashed the direction in vain. "If it were a botch?" she whispered. "No, it sounded like a four-legged beast. There are chamois and roe deer and big mountain hares along these heights." They went on until the hogback of sheer rock loomed straight ahead, and beyond, against a paling sky, the clump of high pines toward which they were bound. Mackay extinguished his torch and pocketed it. "The sun will lead us back, Yellow Hair," he whispered. "Now hold very tightly to my hand, for it's a slippery and narrow way we tread together." The rocks were glassy, but there were bushes and mosses, and presently wild grass and soil on the other side. All around them, now, the tall pines loomed, faintly harmonious in the rising morning breeze which, in fair weather, always blows down from the upper peaks into the valleys. Into the shadows they passed together a little way, then halted. The girl rested one shoulder against a great pine, leaning there and facing him where he also rested, listening. There reigned in the woods that intense stillness which precedes dawn, an almost painful tension resembling apprehension. Always the first faint bird note breaks it. Then silence ends like a deep sigh exhaling and death seems very far away. Now above them the stars had grown very dim, and presently some faded out. And after a little while a small mountain bird twittered sleepily. Then unseen by them, the east glimmered like a sheet of tarnished silver. And out over the dark world of mountains, high above the solitude, rang the uncanny cry of an ahan. Again the big, unseen bird saluted the coming day. Mackay stole forward drawing his pistol and the girl followed. The weird outcry of the ahan guided them, sounding from somewhere above among the black crests of the pines, nearer at hand, now, clearer, closer, more weird, until Mackay halted peering upward, his pistol poised. As yet the crests of the pines were merely soft blots above. Yet as they stood straining their eyes upward, striving to discover the location of the great bird by its clamor, vaguely the branches began to take shape against the graying sky. Clearer, more distinct they grew until feathery masses of pine needles stood clustered against the sky like the wondrous rendering in a Japanese print. And all the while, at intervals, The Ahun's ghostly shrieking made a sinister tumult in the woods. Suddenly they saw him. Miss Erith touched Mackay and pointed cautiously. There, on a partly naked treetop, was a huge, crouching mass, an enormous bird, pumping its head at every uttered cry and spreading a big fan-like tail and beating the air with stiff curved drooping wings. Mackay whispered, "I'll try to shoot straight because you're hungry, yellow hair," and all the while his pistol arm slanted higher and higher. For a second, it remained motionless, then a red streak split the darkness and the pistol shot crashed in her ears. There came another sound, a thunderous flapping and thrashing in the treetop, the furious battering, falling tumult of broken branches and blindly beating wings, drumming convulsively in descent. Then came a thud, a feathery tattoo on the ground, silence in the woods. "And so you shall not go hungry, yellow hair," said Mackay with his nice smile. They had done a good deal by the middle of the afternoon. They had broiled the big bird, dined luxuriously, had stored the remainder in their packs which they were preparing to carry with them into the forbidden forest of Les Arus. There was only one way, and that lay over the white shoulder of the Ussisay cul-de-sac, according to all guidebooks, and terminating in a rest hut near a cave glistening with icy stalagmites called Ussis's hair. Beyond this there was nothing, no path, no progress possible, only a depthless gulf unabridged and the world of mountains beyond. There was no way, yet, the time before, Mackay had passed over the white shoulder of Ussis and had penetrated the forbidden land, had slid into it sideways, somewhere from Ussis's shoulder, on a fragment of tiny avalanche. So there was a way. "I don't know how it happened, yellow hair," he was explaining as he adjusted and buckled her pack for her, "and whether I slid north or east I never exactly knew. But if there's a path into Les Arus except through the hand wire, it must lie somewhere below the Ussis. Because, unless such a path exists, except for that guarded strip lying between the botch wire and the Swiss, only a winged thing could reach Les Arus across these mountains." The girl said coolly, "Could you perhaps lower me into it?" A slight flush stained his cheekbones. "That would be my role, not yours." "But there isn't rope enough in the Alps to reach Les Arus." He was strapping the pigeon cage to his pack as he spoke. Now he hoisted and adjusted it, and stood looking across at the mountains for a moment. Miss Erith's gaze followed him. The Ussis wore a delicate camouflage of mist. And there were other bad signs to corroborate her virgin warning. Distant mountains had turned dark blue and seemed pasted in silhouettes against the silvery blue sky. Also the winds had become prophetic, blowing out of the valleys and up the slopes. All that morning Mackay's thermometer had been rising and his barometer had fallen steadily. Haze had thickened on the mountains, and, it being the season for the Fon to blow, Mackay had expected the characteristic warm gale from the south to bring the violent rain which always is to be expected at that season. But the Fon did not materialize. In the walnut and chestnut forest around them not a leaf stirred, and gradually the mountains cleared, became inartistically distinct, and turned a beautiful but disturbing dark blue color. And Ussis wore her vestal veil in the full sun of noon. "You know, yellow hair," he said, "all these signs are as plain as printed notices. There's bad weather coming." The wind was south. Now it's west. "I'll bet the mountain cattle are leaving the upper pastures." He adjusted his binoculars. South of Mount Terrible on another height there were arms, and he could see the cattle descending. He saw something else, too, in the sky and level with his leveled lenses, something like a bird steering toward him through the whitish blue sky. Still keeping it in his field of vision he spoke quietly, "There's an airplane headed this way. Step under cover, please." The girl moved up under the trees beside him and unslung her glasses. Presently she also picked up the oncomer. "Botch, K? I don't know. A monoplane. A botch chaser, I think." "Yes. Do you see the cross? What insolence. What characteristic contempt for a weaker people. Look at his signal. Do you see? Look at those smoke balls and ribbons. See him soaring there like a condor looking for a way among these precipices." The Hun hung low above them in midair, slowly wheeling over the gulf. Perhaps it was his shadow or the roar of his engines that rooted out the lammergeier, for the unclean bird took the air on enormous pinions, beating his way upward till he towered yelping above the botch, and their combined clamor came distinctly to the two watchers below. Suddenly the botch fired at the other winged thing. The enraged and bewildered bird sheared away in flight and the Hun followed. "That's why he shot," said Mackay. "He's got a pilot, now." Eagle and plane swept by almost level with the forest where they stood staining with their shadows the white shoulder of Usis. Down into the gorge the great Gaia twisted, after him sped the airplane, banking steeply in full chase. Both disappeared where the flawless elbow of Usis turns. Then, all alone, up out of the gulf soared the plane. "The Hun has discovered the landing place in Les Arus," said Mackay. "Watch him. There's another Hun somewhere along the shoulder of Usis," said Mackay. "They're exchanging signals. See how the plane circles like a patient hawk. He's waiting for something. What's he waiting for, I wonder?" For 10 minutes the airplane circled leisurely over Usis. Then whatever the aviator was waiting for evidently happened, for he shut off his engine, came down in graceful spirals, straightened out, glided through the canyon and reappeared no more to the watchers in the forest of Usis. "Now," remarked Mackay coolly, "we know where we ought to go. Are you ready, Yellow Hair?" They had been walking for 10 minutes when Miss Erith spoke in an ordinary tone of voice. "Kay? Do you think we're likely to come out of this?" "No," he said, not looking at her. "But we'll get our information, you think?" "Yes." The girl fell a few paces behind him and looked up at the pigeons where they sat in their light lattice cage crowning his pack. "Please do your bit, little birds," she murmured to herself. And, with a smile at them and a nod of confidence, she stepped forward again and fell into the rhythm of his stride. Very far away to the west they heard thunder stirring behind Mount Terrible. It was late in the afternoon when he halted near the eastern edges of Usis's forest. "Yellow Hair," he said very quietly, "I've led you into a trap, I'm afraid. Look back. We've been followed." She turned. Through the trees, against an inky sky veined with lightning, 3 men came out upon the further edge of the hogback which they had traversed a few minutes before, and seated themselves there in the shelter of the crag. All 3 carried shotguns. "Yellow Hair?" "Yes." "Kay. You understand what that means?" "Yes." "Slip off your pack." She disengaged her supple shoulders from the load and he also slipped off his pack and leaned it against a tree. "Now," he said, "you have 2 pistols and plenty of ammunition. I want you to hold that hogback. Not a man must cross." However, the 3 men betrayed no inclination to cross. They sat huddled in a row sheltered from the oncoming storm by a great ledge of rock. But they held their shotguns poised and ready for action. The girl crept toward a big walnut tree and, lying flat on her stomach behind it, drew both pistols and looked around at Mackay. She was smiling. His heart was in his throat as he nodded approval. He turned and went rapidly eastward. 2 minutes later he came running back, exchanged a signal of caution with Miss Erith, and looked intently at the 3 men under the ledge. It was now raining. He drew from his breast a little book and on the thin glazed paper of 1 leaf he wrote, with waterproof ink, the place and date. And began his message. "United States Army Int. Department number 76 and number 77 are trapped on the northwest edge of the wood of Les Arus which lies under the elbow of Mount Usis. From this plateau we had hoped to overlook that section of the Hun frontier in which is taking place that occult operation known as the Great Secret, and which we suspect is a gigantic engineering project begun 50 years ago for the purpose of piercing Swiss territory with an enormous tunnel under Mount Terrible, giving the Hun armies a road into France behind the French battle and behind Verdun. Unfortunately we are now trapped and our retreat is cut off. It is unlikely that we shall be able to verify our suspicions concerning the Great Secret. But we shall not be taken alive. We have, however, already discovered certain elements intimately connected with the Great Secret. Number 1. papers taken from a dead enemy show that the region called Les Arus has been ceded to the Hun in a secret pact as the price that Switzerland pays for immunity from the Boche invasion. Second, the Swiss people are ignorant of this. Third, the Boche guards all approaches to Les Arus. Except by way of the Boche frontier, there appears to be only one entrance to Les Arus. We have just discovered it. The path is as follows: from Del over the Swiss wire to the crucifix on Mount Terrible, from the east by north along the Chestnut Woods to the shoulder of Mount Thusis. From thence, north over hogbacks 1, 2, and 3 to the forest of Thusis where we are now trapped. Northeast of the forest lies a level, treeless tableland half a mile in diameter called the Garden of Thusis. A Boche airplane landed there about 3 hours ago. To reach the forbidden forest, the aviators, leaving their machine in the Garden of Thusis, walked southwest into the woods where we now are. These woods and in a vast gulf to the north which separates them from the forbidden forest of Les Arus. But a cable crosses. That is the way they went. A tiny car holding two is swung under this cable and the passengers pull themselves to and fro across the enormous chasm. At the west end of this cable is a hut. In the hut is the machinery, a drum which can be manipulated so that the cable can be loosened and permitted to sag. The reason for dropping the cable is analogous to the reason for using drawbridges over navigable streams. There is only one landing place for airplanes in this entire region, and that is the level, grassy plateau northeast of Thusis Woods. It is so entirely ringed with snow peaks that there is only one way to approach it for a landing, and that is through the canyon edging the Thusis Woods. Now the wire cable blocks this canyon. An approaching airplane therefore hangs aloft and signals to the cable guards, who lower the cable until it sags sufficiently to free the aerial passageway between the cliffs. Then the aviator planes down, sweeps through the canyon, and alights on the plateau called Thusis's Garden. But now he must return, the cable must be lifted and stretched taut, and he must embark across the gulf in the little car which runs on grooved wheels to Les Arus. This is all we are likely to learn. Our retreat is cut off. Two cable guards are in front of us, in front of them the chasm, and across the chasm lies Les Arus. Whither the aviator has gone and where, I do not doubt, are plenty more of his kind. This, and 2 carbons, I shall endeavor to send by pigeon. In extremity we shall destroy all our papers and identification cards and get what Huns we can, reserving for our OWN. Uses 1 cartridge apiece. Signed, Nose. 76 and 77. It was raining furiously, but the heavy foliage of chestnut and walnut had kept his paper dry. Now in the storm gloom of the woods lit up by the infernal glare of lightning, he detached the long scroll of thin paper covered by microscopical writing and, taking off the rubber bands which confined one of the homing pigeons, attached the paper cylinder securely. Then he crawled over with his bird and, lying flat alongside of Miss Erith, told her what he had discovered and what he had done about it. The roar of the rain almost obliterated his voice and he had to place his lips close to her ear. For a long while they lay there waiting for the rain to slacken before he launched the bird. The men across the hogback never stirred. Nobody approached from the rear. At last, behind Mount Terrible, the tall edges of the rain veil came sweeping out in ragged majesty. Vapors were ascending in its wake. A distant peak grew visible, and suddenly brightened, struck at the summit by a shaft of sunshine. Now, breathed Mackay. The homing pigeon, released, walked nervously out over the wet leaves on the forest floor, and, at a slight motion from the girl, rose into flight. Then, as it appeared above the trees, there came the cracking report of a shotgun, and they saw the bird collapse in midair and sheer downward across the hogback. But it did not land there. The marksman had not calculated on those erratic gales from the chasm, and the dead pigeon went whirling down into the viewless gulf amid flying vapors mounting from unseen depths. Miss Erith and Mackay lay very still. The Hunnish marksman across the hogback remained erect for a few moments like a man at the traps awaiting another bird. After a while he coolly seated himself again under the dripping ledge. "The swine," said Mackay calmly. He added, "Don't let them cross." And he rose and walked swiftly back toward the northern edge of the forest. From behind a tree he could see 2 Hun cable guards, made alert by the shot, standing outside their hut where the cable machinery was housed. Evidently the echoes of that shot, racketing and rebounding from rock and ravine, had misled them, for they had their backs turned and were gazing eastward, rifles pointed. Without time for thought or hesitation, Mackay ran out toward them across the deep, wet moss. One of them heard him too late and Mackay's impact hurled him into the gulf. Then Mackay turned and sprang on the other, and for a minute it was a fight of tigers there on the cable platform until the battered visage of the botch split with a scream and a crashing blow from Mackay's pistol butt drove him over the platform's splintered edge. And now, panting, bloody, disheveled, he strained his ears, listening for a shot from the hogback. The woods were very silent in their new bath of sunshine. A little alpine bird was singing, no other sound broke the silence save the mellow, dripping noise from a million rain-drenched leaves. Mackay cast a rapid, uneasy glance across the chasm. Then he went into the cable hut. There were 6 rifles there in a rack, 6 wooden bunks, and clothing on pegs, not military uniforms but the garments of Swiss mountaineers. Like the 3 men across the hogback, and the 2 whom he had so swiftly slain, the Hun cable patrol evidently fought shy of the botch uniform here on the edge of the forbidden forest. 2 of the cable guard lay smashed to a pulp thousands of feet below. Where was the remainder of the patrol? Were the men with the shotguns part of it? Mackay stood alone in the silent hut, still breathless from his struggle, striving to think what was now best to do. And, as he stood there, through the front window of the hut he saw an aviator and another man come down from the crest of Usis to the chasm's edge, jump into the car which swung under the cable, and begin to pull themselves across toward the hut where he was standing. The hut screened his retreat to the wood's edge. From there he saw the aviator and his companion land on the platform, heard them shouting for the dead who never would answer from their alpine deeps, saw the airman at last go away toward the plateau where he had left his machine, heard the clanking of machinery in the hut, saw the steel cable begin to sag into the canyon, and realized that the aviator was going back over France to the botched trenches from whence he had arrived. In a flash it came to Mackay what he should try to do, what he must do for his country, for the life of the young girl, his comrade, for his own life. The watchers at the hogback must never signal to that airman news of his presence in the forbidden forest. The clanking of the cogwheels made his steps inaudible to the man who was manipulating the machinery in the hut as he entered and shot him dead. It was rather sickening, for the fellow pitched forward into the machinery and one arm became entangled there, but Mackay, white of cheek and lip and fighting off a deathly nausea, checked the machinery and kicked the carrion clear. Then he set the drum and threw on the lever which reversed the cogwheels. Slowly the sagging cable began to tighten up once more. He had been standing there for half an hour or more in an agony of suspense, listening for any shot from the forest behind him, straining eyes and ears for any sign of the airplane. And suddenly he heard it coming, a resonant rumor through the canyon, nearer, louder, swelling to a roar as the monoplane dashed into view and struck the cable with a terrific crash. For a second, like a giant wasp suddenly entangled in a spider's strand, it whirled around the cable with a deafening roar of propellers, then a sheet of fire enveloped it, both wings broke off and fell, other fragments dropped blazing, and then the thing itself let go and shot headlong into awful depths. Above it the taut cable vibrated and sang weirdly in the silence of the chasm. The girl was still lying flat under the walnut tree when Mackay came back. Without speaking he knelt, leveled his pistol and fired across at the man beyond the hogback. Instantly her pistol flashed, too. One of the men fell and tried to get up in a blind sort of way, and his comrades caught him by the arms and dragged him back behind the ledge. "All right," shouted one of the men from his cover. "We've plenty of time to deal with you Yankee swine. Stay there and rot." That was Skelton's voice, whispered Miss Erith with an involuntary shudder. "They'll never attempt that hogback under our pistols now," said Mackay coolly. "Come, yellow hair, we're going forward." "How?" she asked, bewildered. "By cable, little comrade," he said, with a shaky gaiety that betrayed the tension of his nerves. so pack up en route. Step once more. He turned and looked at her and his face twitched. You wonderful girl, he said, you beautiful, wonderful girl. We'll live to fly our pigeons yet, yellow hair, under the very snout of the whole Hun Empire. Chapter 8. The late Sir W. Blint. That two spies, a man and a woman, had penetrated the forest of Les Airous was known in Berlin on the 13th. Within an hour the entire machinery of the German Empire had been set in motion to entrap and annihilate these two people. The formula distributed to all operators in the intelligence department throughout Hundem, and wherever Boche spies had filtered into civilized lands, was this. Two enemy secret agents have succeeded in penetrating the forest of Les Airous. One is a man, the other a woman. Both are Americans. The man is that civilian prisoner, Mackay, who escaped from Holzminden, and of whom an exact description is available. The woman is Evelyn Erith. Exact information concerning her is also available. The situation is one of extremest delicacy and peril. Exposure of the secret understanding with a certain neutral power which permits us certain temporary rights within an integral portion of its territory would be disastrous, and would undoubtedly result in an immediate invasion of this neutral, country by the enemy as well as by our own forces. This must not happen. Yet it is vitally imperative that these two enemy agents should be discovered, seized, and destroyed. Their presence in the forest of Les Airous is the most serious menace to the fatherland that has yet confronted it. Upon the apprehension and destruction of these two spies depends the safety of Germany and her allies. The war cannot be won, a victorious German peace cannot be imposed upon our enemies, unless these two enemy agents are found and their bodies absolutely destroyed upon the spot along with every particle of personal property discovered upon their persons. More than that, the war will be lost, and with it the fatherland, unless these two spies are seized and destroyed. The great secret of Germany is in danger. To possess themselves of it, for already they suspect its nature, and to expose it not only to the United States government but to the entire world, is the mission of these two enemy agents. If they succeed it would mean the end of the German Empire. If our understanding with a certain neutral power be made public, that also would spell disaster for Germany. The situation hangs by a hair, the fate of the world is suspended above the forest of Les Airous. On the 14th the process of infiltration began. But the Hun invasion of Les Airous was not to be conducted in force. There must be no commotion there, no stirring, no sound, only a silent, stealthy, death hunt in that shadowy forest, a methodical, patient, thorough preparation to do murder, a swift, noiseless execution. Also, on the 14th, the northern sky beyond the Swiss wire swarmed with Hun airplanes patrolling the border. Not that the great secret could be discovered from the air, that danger had been foreseen 50 years ago, and half a century's camouflage screened the results of steady, calculating, relentless diligence. But French or British planes might learn of the presence of these enemy agents in the dark forest of Les Airous, and might hang like hawks above it exchanging signals with them. Therefore the northern sky swarmed with Boche aircraft cautiously patrolling beyond the Swiss border, and only prepared to risk its violation if Allied planes first set them an example. But for a week nothing moved in the heavens above Les Airous except an eagle. And that appeared every day, shearing the blue void above the forest, hovering majestically in circles hour after hour, and then, at last, towards sundown, setting its sublime course westward, straight into the blinding disk of the declining sun. The Hun airmen patrolling the border noticed the eagle. After a while, as no Allied plane appeared, time lagged with the Boche, and he came to look for this lone eagle which arrived always at the same hour in the sky above Les Airous, soared there hour after hour, then departed, flapping slowly westward until lost in the flames of sunset, as though, remarked one Boche pilot, the bird were a phoenix which at the close of every day renews its life from its own ashes in the flames. Another airman said, "It is not a lammergeier, is it?" "It is a steinadler," said a third. But after a silence a fourth airman spoke, seated before the hangar and studying a wild flower. the petals of which he had been examining with the peculiar interest of a nature student. For 10 days I have had nothing more important to watch than that eagle which appears regularly every day above the forest of Les Heureux. And I have concluded that the bird is neither a lammergeier nor a steinadler. Surely, said one young Hun, it is a German eagle. It must be, laughed another, because it is so methodical and exact. Those are German traits. The nature student contemplated the wild blossom which he was now idly twirling between his fingers by its stem. It perplexes me, he mused aloud. The others looked at him. One said, what perplexes you, von Dreslin? That bird, the eagle which comes every day to circle above Les Heureux. I, an amateur of ornithology am, perhaps, with all modesty, permitted to call myself? Certainly, said several airmen at once. Another added, we all know you to be a naturalist. Pardon, a student only, gentlemen. Which is why, perhaps, I am both interested and perplexed by this eagle we see every day. It is a rare species? It is not a familiar one to the Alps. This bird, then, is not a German eagle in your opinion, von Dreslin? What is it? Asiatic? African? Chinese? Asked another. Von Dreslin's eyebrows became knitted. That eagle which we all see every day in the sky above Les Heureux, he said slowly, has a snow-white crest and tail. Several airmen nodded. One said, I have noticed that, too, watching the bird through my binoculars. I know, continued von Dreslin slowly, of only one species of eagle which resembles the bird we all see every day. It inhabits North America, he added thoughtfully. There was a silence, then a very young airman inquired whether von Dreslin knew of any authentic reports of an American eagle being seen in Europe. Authentic? That is somewhat difficult to answer, replied von Dreslin, with the true caution of a real naturalist. But I venture to tell you that, once before nearly a year ago now I saw an eagle in this same region which had a white crest and tail and was otherwise a shining bronze in color. Where did you see such a bird? High in the air over Mount Terrible. A deep and significant silence fell over the little company. If Count von Dreslin had seen such an eagle over the Swiss peak called Mount Terrible, and had been near enough to notice the bird's color, every man then knew what had been the occasion. For only once had that particular region of Switzerland been violated by their aircraft during the war. It had happened a year ago when von Dreslin, patrolling the North Swiss border, had discovered a British flyer planing low over Swiss territory in the air region between Mount Terrible and the forest of Les Heureux. Instantly the Hun, too, crossed the line, and the air battle was joined above the forest. Higher, higher, ever higher mounted the two fighting planes until the earth had fallen away 2 miles below them. Then, out of the icy void of the upper airspace, now roaring with their engines' clamor, the British plane shot earthward, down, down, rushing to destruction like a shooting star, and crashed in the forest of Les Heureux. And where it had been, there in midair, hung an eagle with a crest as white as the snow on the shining peaks below. He seemed suddenly to be there instead of the British plane, said von Dreslin. I saw him distinctly, might have shot him with my pistol as he sheered by me, his yellow eyes aflame, balanced on broad wings. So near he swept that his bright fierce eyes flashed level with mine, and for an instant I thought he meant to attack me, but he swept past in a single magnificent curve, screaming, then banked swiftly and plunged straight downward in the very path of the British plane. Nobody spoke. Von Dreslin twirled his flower and looked at it in an absent-minded way. From that glimpse, a year ago, I believe I had seen a species of eagle the proper habitat of which is North America, he said. An airman remarked grimly, the Yankees are migrating to Europe. Perhaps their eagles are coming too. To pick our bones, added another. And another man said laughingly to von Dreslin, Fritz, did you see in that downfall of the British enemy, and the dramatic appearance of a Yankee eagle in his place, anything significant? By gad! Cried another airman, we had John Bull by his fat throat, and were choking him to death. And now the Americans. If I dared cross the border and shoot that Yankee eagle tomorrow, began another airman, but they all knew it wouldn't do. One said, do you suppose, von Dreslin, that the bird we see is the one you saw a year ago? It is possible. An American white-headed eagle? I feel quite sure of it. Their national bird, said the same airman who had expressed a desire to shoot it. How could an American eagle get here? Inquired another man. By way of Asia, probably, by Gad. A long flight. Dreslin nodded. An omen, perhaps, that we may also have to face the Yankee on our eastern front. The swine, growled several. Von Dreslin assented absently to the epithet. But his thoughts were busy elsewhere, his mind preoccupied by a theory which, unlike he, for the last 10 days, had been slowly, doggedly, methodically developing. It was this: assuming that the bird really was an American eagle, the problem presented itself very clearly. From where had it come? This answered itself: it came from America, its habitat. Which answer, of course, suggested a second problem: how did it arrive? Several theories presented themselves. First, the eagle might have reached Asia from Alaska and so made its way westward as far as the Alps of Switzerland. Second, it may have escaped from some public European zoological collection. Third, it may have been owned privately and, on account of the scarcity of food in Europe, liberated by its owner. Fourth, it might have been owned by the Englishman whose plane von Dreslin had destroyed, and now von Dreslin was patiently, diligently developing this theory. If it had been owned by the unknown Englishman whose plane had crashed a year ago in Les Airous forest, then the bird was undoubtedly his mascot, carried with him in his flights, doubtless a tame eagle. Probably when the plane fell the bird took wing, which accounted for its sudden appearance in midair. Probably, also, it had been taught to follow its master, and, indeed, had followed in one superb plunge earthward in the wake of a dead man in a stricken plane. But was this the same bird? For argument, suppose it was. Then why did it still hang over Les Airous? Affection for a dead master? Only a dog could possibly show such devotion, such constancy. And besides, birds are incapable of affection. They only know where to go for kind treatment and security. And tamed birds, even those species domesticated for centuries, know only one impulse that draws them toward any human protector: the desire for food. Could this eagle remember for a whole year that the man who lay dead somewhere in the dusky wilderness of Les Airous had once been kind to him and had fed him? And was that why the great bird still haunted the air heights above the forest? Possibly. Or was it not more logical to believe that here, suddenly cast upon its own resources, and compelled to employ instincts hitherto uncultivated or forgotten, to satisfy its hunger, this solitary American eagle had found the hunting good? Probably. And, knowing no other region, had remained there, and for the first time, or at least after a long interval of captivity and dependence on man, it had discovered what liberty was, and with liberty the necessity to struggle for existence. An airman, watching Dreslin's thoughtful features, said, "You never found out who that Englishman was, did you?" "No." "Did our agents search Les Airous?" "I suppose so. But I have never heard anything further about that affair." He shrugged, "And I don't believe we ever will until after the war, and until Switzerland belongs to us," said Nerman with a light laugh. Others, listening, looked at one another significantly, smiling the patient, confident and brooding smile of the Hun. Norse unwittingly wrote his character and his epitaph. Ich kann warten. The forest of Les Airous was deathly still. Hunters and hunted both were as silent as the wild things that belonged there in those dim woods, as cautious, as stealthy. A dim greenish twilight veiled their movements, the damp carpet of moss-dulled sounds. Yet the hunted knew that they were hunted, realized that pursuit and search were inevitable, and the hunters, no doubt, guessed that their quarry was alert. Now on the 10th day since their entrance into Les Airous, those two Americans who were being hunted came to a little wooded valley through which a swift stream dashed amid rock and fern, flinging spray over every green leaf that bordered it, filling its clear pools with necklaces of floating bubbles. Mackay slipped his pack from his shoulders and set it against a tree. One of the two carrier pigeons in their cage woke up and ruffled. Looking closely at the other, he discovered it was dead. His heart sank, but he laid the stiff, dead bird behind a tree and said nothing to his companion. Evelyn Erith now let go of her own pack and, flinging herself on the moss, set her lips to the surface of a brimming pool. "Careful of this alpine water," Mackay warned her. But the girl satisfied her thirst before she rose to her knees and looked around at him. "Are you tired, Yellow Hair?" he asked. "Yes. Are you, Kay?" He shook his head and cast a glance around him. It was beautiful, this little woodland vale with its stream dashing through and its slopes forested with beech and birch, splendid great trees with foliage golden green in the sun. But it was not the beauty of the scene that preoccupied these two. Always, when ready to halt, their choice of any resting place depended upon several things more important than beauty. For one matter, the place must afford concealment, and also a water supply. Moreover, it must be situated so as to be capable of defense. Also there must be an egress offering a secure line of retreat. So Mackay began to roam about the place, prowling along the slopes and following the stream. Apparently the topography satisfied him, for after a little while he came back to where Miss Erith was lying on the moss, one arm resting across her eyes. "You are tired," he said. She removed her arm and looked up at him out of those wonderful golden eyes. "Is it all right for us to remain here, Kay?" "Yes. You can see for yourself. Anybody coming into this valley must be visible on that ridge to the south. And there's an exit. This brook dashes through it, two vast granite gates that will let us through into the outer forest, where they might as well hunt for two pins as for us." The girl smiled, her eyes closed. "I'm glad we can rest," she murmured. So Mackay went about his duties. First he removed his pack and hers 100 yards downstream, through the granite gateway, and placed them just beyond. Then he came back for Miss Erith. Scarcely awakened as he lifted her, she placed one arm around his neck with the sleepy unconsciousness of a tired child. They had long been on such terms, there was no escaping them in the intimacy of their common isolation and common danger. He laid her on the moss, well screened by the granite barrier, and beyond range of the brook's rainbow spray. She was already asleep again. He took off both her shoes, unwound the spiral puttees and gave her bruised little feet a chance to breathe. He made camp, tested the wind and found it safe to build a fire, set water to simmer, and unpacked the tinned rations. Then he made the two beds side by side, laying down blankets and smoothing away the twigs underneath. The surviving carrier pigeon was hungry. He fed it, lifted it still banded from its place, cleaned the cage and set it to dry in a patch of sunshine. The 4 automatic pistols he loaded and laid on a shelf in the granite barricade, set ammunition and flashlight beside them. Then he went to his pack and got his papers and material, and unrolled the map upon which he had been at work since he and Evelyn Erith had entered the enemy zone of operations. From time to time as he worked, drawing or making notes, he glanced at the sleeping girl beside him. Never but once had the word love been mentioned between these two. For a long while, now almost from the very beginning, he had known that he was in love with this girl, but, after that one day in the garden, he also knew that there was scarcely the remotest chance that he should live to tell her so again, or that she could survive to hear him. For when they had entered the enemy zone below Mount Terrible, they both realized that there was almost no chance of their returning. He had lighted his pipe, and now he sat working away at his drawings, making a map of his route as best he could without instruments, and noting with rapid pencil all matters of interest for those upon whose orders he and this girl beside him had penetrated the forbidden forest of Les Urus. This for the slim chance of getting back alive. But he had long believed that, if his pigeons failed him at the crisis, no report would ever be delivered to those who sent him here, either concerning his discoveries or his fate and the fate of the girl who lay asleep beside him. An hour later she awoke. He was still bent over his map, and she presently extended one arm and let her hand rest on his knee. "Do you feel better, Yellow Hair?" Yes. Thank you for removing my shoes. I suppose you are hungry, he remarked. Yes. Are you? He smiled, as usual. I wish to heaven I could run across a robot. They both craved something to satisfy the hunger made keen by the alpine air, and which no concentrated rations could satisfy. Mackay seldom ventured to kill any game merely an ahan, a hare or two, a red squirrel, and sometimes he had caught trout in the mountain brooks with his bare hands, the method called tickling and only too familiar to old world poachers. Roebuck, she repeated, trying not to speak wistfully. He nodded. One crossed the stream below. I saw the tracks in the moss, which was still stirring where the foot had pressed. Dare you risk a shot in Les Rouges, Kay? I don't think I'd hesitate. After a silence, why don't you rest? You must be dead tired, she said. And he felt a slight pressure of her fingers drawing him, so he laid aside his work, dropped upon his blanket, and turned on his left side, looking at her. You have not yet seen any sign of the place from which you once looked out across the frontier and saw thousands and thousands of people as busy as a swarm of ants, have you, Kay? I remember this stream and these woods. I can't seem to recollect how far or in which direction I turned after passing this granite gorge. Did you go far? I can't recollect, he said. I'd give my right arm if I could. His worn and anxious visage touched her. Don't fret, Kay, dear, she said soothingly. We'll find it. We'll find out what the Hun is doing. We'll discover what this great secret really is. And our pigeons shall tell it to the world. And, as always, she smiled cheerfully, confidently. He had never heard her whine, had never seen her falter save from sheer physical weariness. We'll win through, yellow hair, he said, looking steadily into her clear brown gold eyes. Of course. You are so wonderful, Kay. That is the most wonderful thing in the world, Evelynta. Hear you tell me such a thing. Don't you know I think so? I can't believe it after what you know of me, Kay. I'm sorry, but a scar is a scar. There is no scar. Do you hear me? No scar, no stain. Don't you suppose a woman can judge? And I have my own opinion of you, Kay, and it is a perfectly good opinion and suits me. She smiled, closed her eyes as though closing the discussion, opened them and smiled again at him. And now, as always, he wondered how this fair young girl could find courage to smile in the very presence of the most dreadful death any living woman could suffer, death from the Hun. He lay looking at her and she at him, for a while. In the silence, a dry stick snapped and Mackay was on his feet as though it had been the crack of a pistol. Presently he stooped, and she lifted her pretty head and rested one ear close to his lips. It's that Roebuck, I think, downstream. Then something happened. Her ear touched his mouth or his lips, forming some word, came into contact with her so that it was as though he had kissed her and she had responded. Both recoiled, her face was bright with mounting color and he seemed scared. Yet both knew it was not a caress, but she feared he thought she had invited one, and he feared she believed he had offered one. He went about his affair with the theoretical Roebuck in silence, picking up one of his pistols, loosening his knife in its sheath, then, without the usual smile or gesture for her, he started off noiselessly over the moss. And the girl, supporting herself on one arm, her fingers buried in the moss, looked after him while her flushed face cooled. Mackay moved downstream with pistol lifted, scanning the hardwood ridges on either hand. For even the reddest of roe deer, in the woods, seem to be amazingly invisible unless they move. The stream dashed through shadow and sunspot, splashing a sparkling way straight into the wilderness of Les Rouges, and along its fern-fringed banks strode Mackay with swift, light steps. His eyes, now sharpened by the fight for life which life had begun to be revealed to him in all its protean aspects, searched the dappled, demi light ahead, fiercely seeking to pierce any disguise that protective coloration might afford his quarry. Silver, russet, green and gold, and with the myriad fulvous nuances that the forest undertones lend to its ensembles, these were the patterned tints that met his eye on every side in the subdued gradations of woodland light. But nothing out of key, nothing either in tone, color, or shape, betrayed the discreet and searched for discord in the vague and lovely harmony. No spiked head tossed in sudden fright, no chestnut flank turned too redly in the dim ensemble, no delicate feet in motion disturbed the solemn immobility of tree trunk and rock. Only the fern fronds quivered where spray rained across them, and the only sounds that stirred were the crystalline clash of icy rapids and the high whisper of the leaves in Les Heureux. And, as he stood motionless, every sense and instinct on edge, his eyes encountered something out of key with this lovely, somber masterpiece of God. Instantly a still shock responded to the mechanical signal sent to his eyes. The engine of the brain was racing. He stood as immobile as a tree. Yes, there on the left something was amiss, something indistinct in the dusk of heavy foliage, something, the shape of which was not in harmony with the suave design about him woven of its creator. After a long while he walked slowly toward it. There was much more of it than he had seen. Its consequences, too, were visible above him where broken branches hung still tufted with bronze leaves which no new buds would ever push from their dead clasp of the sapless stems. And all around him yielding seedlings had pushed up through the charred wreckage. Even where fire had tried to obtain a foothold, and had been withstood by barriers of green and living sap, in burnt spaces where bits of twisted metal lay, tender shoots had pushed out in that eternal promise of resurrection which becomes a fable only upon a printed page. Mackay's business was with the dead. The weather-faded husk lay there amid dry leaves, promising some day to harmonize with the scheme of things. Mice had cleaned the bony cage under the uniform of a British aviator. Mice gnawed the shed antlers of deer. And other bones. The pockets were full of papers. Mackay read some of them. Afterward he took from the bones of the hand 2 rings, a wristwatch, a whistle which still hung by a short chain and a round object attached to a metal ring like a sleigh bell. There was a hollow just beyond, made once in time of flood by some ancient mountain torrent long dry, and no longer to be feared. The human wreckage barely held together, but it was light, and Mackay covered it with a foot of deep green moss, and made a cairn above it out of glacial stones from the watercourse. And on the huge beach that tented it he cut across with his trench knife, making the incision deep, so that it glimmered like ivory against the silvery bark of the great tree. Under this sacred symbol he carved, Sir W. Blint, Bart. Below this he cut a deep, white oblong in the bark, and with a coal from the burned airplane he wrote, "This is the beginning, not the end." This Englishman still carries on. He stood at salute for a full minute. Then turned, dropped to his knees, and began another thorough search among the debris and dead leaves. "Hello, yellow hair." She had been watching his approach from where she was seated balanced on the stream's edge, with both legs in the water to the knees. He came up and dropped down beside her on the moss. "A dead airman in Les Heureux," he said quietly, "a Britisher. I put away what remained of him. The Huns may dig him up. Some animals do such things. Where did you find him, Kay?" she asked quietly. "A quarter of a mile downstream." He lay on the west slope. He had fallen clear, but there was not much left of his machine. How long has he lain there in this forest? A year to judge. Also the last entry in his diary bears this out. They got him through the head, and his belt gave way or was not fastened. Anyway he came down stone dead and quite clear of his machine. His name was Blint, Sir W. Blint, Bart. Lie back on the moss and let your bruised feet hang in the pool. Here this way, rest that yellow head of yours, against my knees. Are you snug? Yes. Hold out your hands. These were his trinkets. The girl cupped her hands to receive the rings, watch, the gold whistle in its little gem-set chains, and the sleigh bell on its bracelet. She examined them one by one in silence while Mackay ran through the pages of the notebook, discolored pages all warped and stained in their leather binding but written in pencil with print-like distinction. "Sir W. Blint," murmured Mackay, still busy with the note-book. "Can't find what W. stood for." "That's all there is, just his name and military rank as an aviator. I left the disc where it hung." The girl placed the trinkets on the moss beside her and looked up into Mackay's face. Both knew they were thinking of the same thing. They wore no discs. Would anybody do for them what Mackay had done for the late Sir W. Blint? Mackay bent a little closer over her and looked down into her face. That any living creature should touch this woman in death seemed to him almost more terrible than her dying. It was terror of that which sometimes haunted him, no other form of fear. What she read in his eyes was not quite clear to her, perhaps. She said under her breath, "You must not fear for me, Kay. Nothing can really touch me now." He did not understand what she meant by this immunity, gathering some vague idea that she had spoken in the spiritual sense. And he was only partly right. For when a girl is willing to give her soul to a man, the process is not wholly spiritual. As he looked down at her in silence, he saw her gaze shift and her eyes fix themselves on something above the treetops overhead. "There's that eagle again," she said, wheeling up there in the blue. He looked up, then he turned his sun-dazzled eyes on the pages of the little notebook which he held open in both hands. "It's amusing reading," he said. "The late Sir W. Blint seems to have been something of a naturalist. Wherever he was stationed, the lives of the birds, animals, insects and plants interested him. Everywhere one comes across his penciled queries and comments concerning such things, here he discovers a moth unfamiliar to him, there a bird he does not recognize." He was a quaint chap. Mackay's voice ceased, but his eyes still followed the penciled lines of the late Sir W. Blint. And Evelyn Erith, resting her yellow head against his knees, looked up at him. "For example," resumed Mackay, and read aloud from the diary. 5 days leave. Blighty. All top hole at home. Walked with Constance in the park. Pair of thrushes in the spinney. Rookery full. Usual butterflies in unusual numbers. Toward twilight several sphinx moths visited the privet. No net at hand, so did not identify any. Pheasants in bad shape. Nobody to keep them down. Must arrange drives while I'm away. Late at night a barn owl in the chapel belfry. Saw him and heard him. Constance nervous, omens and that sort, I fancy. But no funk. Rotten deal for her." "Who was Constance?" asked Miss Erith, evidently his wife. "I wish we could get those trinkets to her." His glance shifted back to the penciled page and presently he read on, aloud. "France again. Headquarters. Same rumor that Fritz has something up his sleeve. Conference. Letter from Constance. Wrote her also. 10th inst. Conference. Interesting theory even if slightly incredible. Wrote Constance. 12th inst. Another conference. Sir D. Hague. Back to hangar. A nightingale singing, clear and untroubled above the unceasing thunder of the cannonade. Very pretty moth, incognito, came and sat on my sleeve. One of the noctuidae, I fancy, but don't know generic or specific names. About 11 o'clock Sir D. Hague. Unexpected honor. Sir D. Serene and cheerful. Showed him about. He was much amused at my eagle. Explained how I had found him as an eaglet some 20 years ago in America and how he sticks to me like a tamed jackdaw. Told Sir D. that I had been taking him in my air flights everywhere and that he adored it, sitting quite solemnly out of harm's way and, if taking to the air for a bit of exercise, always keeping my plane in view and following it to earth. Showed Sir D. H. all Manitou's tricks. The old chap did me proud. This was the program. Will you cheer for king and country, Manitou, Manitou, yelping hoop gloop hoop. Suppose you were a hun eagle, Manitou just a vulgar. Botch buzzard, Manitou, hanging his head hoop gloop hoop. But you're not. You're a Yankee eagle. Now give 3 cheers for Uncle Sam, Manitou, head erect hoop gloop hoop. Sir D. convulsed. Ordered a trench rat for Manitou as usual. While he was discussing it I told Sir D. H. how I could always send Manitou home merely by attaching to his ankle a big whistling bell of silver. Explained that Manitou hated it and that I had taught him to fly home when I attached it by arranging that nobody except my wife should ever relieve him of the bell. It took about 2 years to teach him where to go for relief. Sir D., much amused, reluctant to leave. Wrote to Connie later, Bed. 13th inst. Summoned by Sir D.H. Conference. Most interesting. Packed up. Of at 5 p.m. Taking my eagle, Manitou. Wrote. Constance. 14th inst. Paris. Yankees everywhere. Very feet have noticed no brag so far. Wrote Constance. 20th inst. Paris. Yanks, Yanks, Yanks. And thanks rhymes. I said so to one of them. No, said he, tanks is the proper rhyme, British tanks. Neat and modest. Wrote Connie. 21st inst. Manitou and I are off. Most interesting quest I ever engaged in. Wrote to my wife. Del. Manitou and I both very fit. Machine in waiting. Took the air for a look about. Manitou left me a mile up. Evidently likes the Alps. Soared over Mount Terrible with her I dared not venture yet. Saw no Huns. Back by sundown. Manitou dropped into dinner like a thunderbolt from the zenith. Astonishment of blue devils on guard. Much curiosity. Manitou a hero. All see in him an omen of American victory. Wrote, Connie, 30th inst. Shall try it very soon now. If it's true, God help the Swiss. If not, profound apologies I suppose. Anyway, it's got to be cleared up. Manitou enamored of mountains. Poor devil, it's in his blood I suppose. Takes the air, now, quite independent of me, but I fancy he gets uneasy if I delay, for he comes and circles over the hangar until my machine takes the air. And if it doesn't, he comes down to find out why, mad and yelping at me like an irritated goblin. I saw an alpine butterfly today, one of those Parnassans all white with wings veined a greenish black. Couldn't catch him. Wrote to Connie. Bed. 31st inst. In an hour. All ready. It's hard to believe that the Hun has so terrorized the Swiss government as to force it into such an outrageous concession. New errands. A perfect day. Everything arranged. Calm and confident. Think much of Constance but no nerves. Early this morning Manitou, who had been persistently hulking at my heels and squealing invitations to take wing with him, became impatient and went up. I saw him in time and whistled him down, and I told the old chap very plainly that he could come up with me when I was ready or not at all. He understood and sat on the table sulking, and cocking his silver head at me while I talked to him. That's one thing about Manitou. Except for a wild Canada goose, I never before saw a bird who seemed to have the slightest trace of brain. I know, of course, it's not affection that causes him to trail me, answer his whistle, and obey when he doesn't wish to obey. It's training and habit. But I like to pretend that the old chap is a little fond of me. I'm off in a few minutes. Manitou is aboard. Glorious visibility. Now for Fritz and his occult designs, if there are any. A little note to Connie, I scarcely know why. Not a nerve. Most happy. Noticed a small butterfly quite unfamiliar to me. No time now to investigate. Engines. Manitou yelling with excitement. Symptoms of taking wing. But whistle checks insubordination. All ready. Wish Connie were here. Mackay closed the little book, strapped and buckled the cover. Exit Sir W. Blint, he said, not flippantly. I think I should like to have known that man. The girl, lying there with the golden water swirling around her knees and her golden head on the moss, looked up through the foliage in silence. The eagle was soaring lower over the forest now. After a little while she reached out and let her fingers touch Mackay's hand where it rested on the moss. Kay? Yes, yellow hair. It isn't possible, of course. But are there any eagles in Europe that have white heads and tails? No, I know. I wish you'd look up at that eagle. He is not very high. Mackay lifted his head. After a moment he rose to his feet, still looking intently skyward. The eagle was sailing very low now. That's an American eagle. The words shot out of Mackay's lips. The girl sat upright, electrified. And now the sun struck full across the great bird as he sheared the treetops above. Head and tail were a dazzling white. Could it be that dead man's eagle? Said the girl. Oh, could it be Manitou? Could it, Kay? Mackay looked at her, and his eye fell on the gold whistle hanging from her wrist on its jeweled chain. If it is, he said, he might notice that whistle. Try it. She nodded excitedly, set the whistle to her lips and blew a clear, silvery, penetrating blast upward. "K. Look!" she gasped. For the response had been instant. Down through the treetops sheared the huge bird, the air shrilling through his pinions, and struck the solid ground and set his yellow claws in it, grasping the soil of the old world with mighty talons. Then he turned his superb head and looked fearlessly upon his two compatriots. "Manitou, Manitou," whispered the girl, and crept toward him on her knees, nearer, nearer, until her slim outstretched hand rested on his silver crest. "Good God," said Mackay in the low tones of reverence. Mackay had drawn a duplicate of his route map on thin glazed paper. Evelyn Erith had finished a duplicate copy of his notes and reports. Of these and the trinkets of the late Sir W. Blint they made 2 flat packets, leaving one of them unsealed to receive the brief letter which Mackay had begun. "Dear Lady Blint, it is not necessary to ask the wife of Sir W. Blint to have courage. He died as he had lived, a fine and fearless British sportsman. His death was painless. He lies in the forest of Les Arus. I enclose a map for you. I and my comrade, Evelyn Erith, dare believe that his eagle, Manitou, has not forgotten the air path to England and to you. With God's guidance he will carry this letter to you, and with it certain objects belonging to your husband, and also certain papers which I beg you will have safely delivered to the American ambassador. If, Madame, we come out of this business alive, my comrade and I will do ourselves the honor of waiting on you if, as we suppose, you would care to hear from us how we discovered the body of the late Sir W. Blint. Madame, accept homage and deep respect from 2 Americans who are, before long, rather likely to join your gallant husband in the great adventure. Yellow Hair?" She came, signed the letter. Then Mackay signed it, and it was enclosed in one of the packets. Then Mackay took the dead carrier pigeon from the cage and tossed it on the moss. And Manitou planted his terrible talons on the inert mass of feathers and tore it to shreds. Evelyn attached the anklet and whistling bell. Then she unwound a yard of surgeon's plaster, and kneeling, spread the eagle's enormous pinions, holding them horizontal while Mackay placed the 2 packets and bound them in place under the outstretched wings. The big bird had bolted the pigeon. At first he submitted with sulky grace, not liking what was happening, but offering no violence. And even now, as they backed away from him, he stood in dignified submission, patiently striving to adjust his closed wings to these annoying though light burdens which seemed to have no place among his bronze feathers. Presently, irritated, the bird partially unclosed one wing as though to probe with his beak for the seat of his discomfort. At the same time he moved his foot, and the bell rattled on his anklet. Instantly his aspect changed. Stooping he inspected the bell, struck it lightly with his beak as though in recognition. Was it the hated whistling bell? Again the curved beak touched it, and recognition was complete. Mad all through, disgust, indecision, gave rapid place to nervous alarm. Every quill rose in wrath. The snowy crest stood upright, the yellow eyes flashed fire. Then, suddenly, the eagle sprang into the air, yelping fierce protest against such treatment. The shrilling of the bell swept like a thin gale through the forest, keener, louder, as the enraged bird climbed the air, mounting into the dazzling blue above until the motionless watchers in the woods below saw him wheel. Which way would he turn? Round and round swept the eagle in wider and more splendid circles. Intensest suspense the 2 below watched motionless. Then the tension broke, and a dry sob escaped the girl, for the eagle had set his lofty course at last. Westward he bore through pathless voids uncharted save by God alone, who has set his signs to mark those high blue lanes, lest the birds his lesser children should lose their way betwixt earth and moon. Chapter 9. The Blinder Trail. There was no escape that way. From the northern and eastern edges of the forest sheer cliffs fell away into bluish depths where forests looked like lawns and the low uplands of the Alsatian border resembled hillocks made by tunneling moles. And yet it was from somewhere not far away that a man once had been, carried safely into Alsace on a sudden snowslide. That man now lay among the trees on the crag's edge looking down into the terrific chasm below. He and the girl who crouched in the thicket of alpine roses behind him seemed a part of the light-flecked forest, so inconspicuous were they among dead leaves and trees in their ragged and weather-faded clothing. They were lean from physical effort and from limited nourishment. The skin on their faces and hands, once sanguine and deeply burnt by alpine wind and sun and snow glare, now had become almost colorless. So subtly the alchemy of the open operates on those whose only bed is last year's leaves and whose only shelter is the sky. Even the girl's yellow hair had lost its sunny brilliancy, so that now it seemed merely a misty part of the lovely, subdued harmony of the woods. The man, still searching the depths below with straining, patient gaze, said across his shoulder, "It was here, somewhere near here, yellow hair, that I went over, and found what I found. But it's not difficult to guess what you and I should find if we try to go over now." "Death?" She motioned with serene lips. He had turned to look at her, and he read her lips. "And yet," he said, "we must manage to get down there, somehow or other, alive." She nodded. Both knew that, once down there, they could not expect to come out alive. That was tacitly understood. All that could be hoped was that they might reach those bluish depths alive, live long enough to learn what they had come to learn, release the pigeon with its message, then meet destiny in whatever guise it confronted them. For fate was not far off. Fate already watched them herself unseen. She had caught sight of them amid the dusk of the ancient trees, was following them, stealthily, murderously, through the dim aisles of this haunted forest of Les Heureux. These two were the hunted ones, and their hunters were in the forest nearer now than ever because the woodland was narrowing toward the east. Also, for the first time since they had entered the forbidden forest, scarcely noticeable paths appeared flattening the carpet of dead leaves, not trails made by game but ways trodden at long intervals by man, trails unused perhaps for months, then rendered vaguely visible once more by the unseen, unheard feet of lightly treading foes. Here for the first time they had come upon a startling spoor of men and enemies, men who were hunting them to slay them, and who now, in these eastern woods, no longer cared for the concealment that might lull to a sense of false security the human quarry that they pursued. And yet the hunpack hunting them though the forbidden forest of Les Heureux had, in their new indifference to their quarry's alarm, and in the ferocity of their growing boldness, offered the two fugitives a new hope and a new reason for courage, the grim courage of those who are about to die, and who know it, and still carry on. For this is what the Huns had done, not daring to use signals visible to the Swiss patrols on nearer mountain flanks. Nailed to a tree beside the scarcely visible trail of flattened leaves, a trail more imagined and feared than actually visible, was a sheet of white paper. And on it was written in the tongue of the Hun, and in that same barbarous script also a message, the free translation of which was as follows. Warning. The 3 Americans recently sent into Les Heureux by the Military Intelligence Department of the United States Army, now fighting in France, are still at large somewhere in this forest. 2 of them are operating together, the well-known escaped prisoner, Kay Mackay, and the woman secret agent, Evelyn Erith. The 3rd American, Alexander Gray, has been wounded in the left hand by one of our riflemen, but managed to escape, and is now believed to be attempting to find and join the agents Mackay and Erith. This must be prevented. All German agents now operating in Les Heureux are formally instructed to track down and destroy without traces these 3 spies whenever and wherever encountered according to plan. It is expressly forbidden to attempt to take any one or all of these spies alive. No prisoners, no traces. Germans, do your duty. The fatherland is in peril. Signed, Hochstim. Mackay wriggled cautiously backward from the chasm's granite edge and crawled into the thicket of alpine roses where Evelyn Erith lay. No way out, Kay? She asked under her breath. No way that way, yellow hair. Then, I don't know, he said slowly. You mean that we ought to turn back? Yes, we ought to. The forest is narrowing very dangerously for us. It runs to a point 5 miles further east, overlooking impassable gulfs. We should be in a cul-de-sac, yellow hair, I know. He mused for a few moments, cool, clear-eyed, apparently quite undisturbed by their present peril and intent only on the mission which had brought them here, and how to execute it before their unseen trackers executed them. To turn now, an attempt to go back along this precipice, is to face every probability of meeting the men we have so far managed to avoid, he said aloud in his pleasant voice, but as though presenting the facts to himself alone. Of course we shall account for some of the Huns, but that does not help us to win through. Even an exchange of shots would no doubt be disastrous to our plans. We must keep away from them. Otherwise we could never hope to creep into the valley alive. Tell me, yellow hair, have you thought of anything new? The girl shook her head. No, Kay. Except that chance of running across this new man of whom we never had heard before. The stupid butch had advertised his presence in Les Arus. Alexander Gray, nodded Mackay, taking from his pocket the paper which the Huns had nailed to the great pine, and unfolding it again. The girl rested her chin on his shoulder to reread it in apparent familiarity which he did not misunderstand. The dog that believes in you does it from perplexity sometimes from loneliness. Or, even when afraid, not fearing with the baser emotion of the poltroon, but afraid with that brave fear which is a wisdom too, and which feeds and brightens the steady flame of courage. Alexander Gray, repeated Mackay. I never supposed that we would send another man in here, at least not until something had been heard concerning our success or failure. I had understood that such a policy was not advisable. You know yourself, yellow hair, that the fewer people we have here the better the chance. And it was so decided before we left New York. And I wonder what occurred to alter our policy. Perhaps the Boches have spread reports of our capture by Swiss authorities, she said simply. That might be. Yes, and the Hun newspapers might even have printed it. I can see their scareheads, gross violation of neutral soil. Switzerland invaded by the Yankees. Their treacherous and impudent spies caught in the Alps, ! That sort of thing. Yes, it might be that. And yet, you think the Boche would not call attention to such an attempt, even to trap others of our agents for the mere pleasure of murdering them? That's what I think, Eve. He called her Eve only when circumstances had become gravely threatening. At other times it was usually yellow hair. Then you believe that this man, Gray, has been sent into Les Arus to aid us to carry on independently the operation in which we have so far failed? I begin to think so. The girl's golden eyes became lost in retrospection. And yet, she ventured after a few moments' thought, he must have come into Les Arus learning that we also had entered it, and apparently he has made no effort to find us. We can't know that, Eve. He must be a woodsman, she argued, and also he must suppose that we are more or less familiar with American woodcraft, and fairly well versed in its signs. Yet he has left no sign that we could understand where a Hun could not. Because we have discovered no sign, he cannot be certain that this man Gray has made none for us to read, said Mackay. No. And yet he has left nothing that we have discovered, no blaze, no moss or leaf, no stone or not hay, broken twig, not a peeled stick, and no trail. How do we know that the traces of a trail marked by flattened leaves might not be his trail? Once, on that little sheet of sand left by rain in the torrent's wake, you found the imprint of a hobnailed shoe such as the Hun hunters wear, she reminded him. And we first saw the flattened trail of last year's leaves, if indeed it be truly a trail. But, Eve dear, never have we discovered in any dead and flattened leaf the imprint of hobnails, let alone the imprint of a human foot. Suppose, whoever made that path, had pulled over his shoes a heavy woolen sock. He nodded. I feel, somehow, that the Hun flattened out those leaves, she went on. I am sure that had an American made the trail, he would also have contrived to let us know, given us some indication of his identity. The girl's low voice suddenly failed and her hand clutched Mackay's shoulder. They lay among the alpine roses like two stones, never stirring, the dappled sunlight falling over them as harmoniously and with no more and no less accent than its spotted tree trunk and rock and moss around them. and, as they lay there, motionless, her head resting on his thigh, a man came out of the dimmer woods into the white sunshine that flooded the verge of the granite chasm. The man was very much weather-beaten, his tweeds were torn, he carried a rifle in his right hand, and his left was bound in bloody rags. But what instantly arrested Mackay's attention was the pack strapped to his back and supported by a tumperline. Never before had Mackay seen such a pack carried in such a manner excepting only in American forests. The man stood facing the sun. His visage was burnt brick color, a hue which seemed to accentuate the intense blue of his eyes and make his light-colored hair seem almost white. He appeared to be a man of 30, superbly built, with a light, springy step. Despite his ragged and weary appearance, Mackay's eyes were fastened desperately upon him, upon the strap of the Indian basket which crossed his sun-scorched forehead, upon his crystal blue eyes of a hunter, upon his wounded left hand, upon the sinewy red fist that grasped a rifle, the make of which Mackay should have known, and did know. For it was a Winchester 45-70, no chance for mistaking that typical American weapon. And Mackay lay trembling in every limb. Presently the man cautiously turned, scanned his back trail with that slow stern wariness of a woodsman who never moves abruptly or without good reason. Then he went back a little way, making no sound on the forest floor. And Mackay saw that he wore knee moccasins. At the same time Evelyn Erith drew her little length noiselessly along his, and he felt her mouth warm against his ear. "Gray?" He nodded. "I think so, too. His left hand is injured. He wears American moccasins. But in God's name be careful, Kay. It may be a trap." He nodded almost imperceptibly, keeping his eyes on the figure which now stood within the shade of the trees in an attitude which might suggest listening, or perhaps merely a posture of alert repose. Evelyn's mouth still rested against his ear and her light breath fell warmly on him. Then presently her lips moved again. "Kay. He looks safe." Mackay turned his head with infinite caution and she inclined hers to his lips. "I think it is Gray. But we've got to be certain, Eve." She nodded. "He does look right," whispered Mackay. "No botch cradles a rifle in the hollow of his left arm so naturally. It is habit, cause he does it in spite of a crippled left hand." She nodded again. "Also," whispered Mackay, "everything else about him is convincing. The pack, tumperline, moccasins, Winchester, and his manner of moving. I know deer stalkers in Scotland and in the Alps. I know the hunters of ibex and chamois, of roe deer and red stag, of ahan and eagle. This man is different. He moves and behaves like our own woodsman, like one of our own hunters." She asked with dumb lips touching his ear, "Shall we chance it?" "No. It must be a certainty." "Yes. We must not offer him a chance. Not a ghost of a chance to do us harm," nodded Mackay. "Listen attentively, Eve. When he moves on, rise when I do. Take the pigeon in the little sack because I want both hands free. Do you understand, dear?" "Yes. Because I shall have to kill him if the faintest hint of suspicion arises in my mind. It's got to be that way, Eve." "Yes, I know. Not for our own safety, but for what our safety involves," he added. She inclined her head in acquiescence. Very slowly and with infinite caution Mackay drew from their holsters beneath his armpits 2 automatic pistols. "Help me, Eve," he whispered. So she aided him where he lay beside her to slip the pack straps over his shoulders. Then she drew toward her the little osier cage in which their only remaining carrier pigeon rested secured by elastic bands, grasped the smaller sack with the other hand, and waited. They had waited an hour and more, and the figure of the stranger had moved only once, shifted merely to adjust itself against a supporting tree trunk and slip the tumperline. But now the man was stirring again, cautiously resuming the forehead straps, ready, now, to proceed in whichever direction he might believe lay his destination. The strange man took the rifle into the hollow of his left arm once more, remained absolutely motionless for 5 full minutes, then, stirring stealthily, his moccasins making no sound, he moved into the forest in a half-crouching attitude. And after him went Mackay with Evelyn Erith at his elbow, his sinister pistols poised, his eyes fixed on the figure which passed like a shadow through the dim forest light ahead. Toward mid-afternoon their opportunity approached, for here was the first water they had encountered and the afternoon had become burning hot and their own throats were cracking with that fierce thirst of high places where, even in the summer air, there is the thirst-provoking hint of ice and snow. For a moment, however, Mackay feared that the man meant to go on, leaving the thin, icy rivulet untasted among its rocks and mosses, for he crossed the course of the little stream at right angles, leaping lithely from one rock to the next and traveling upstream on the farther bank. Then suddenly he stopped stock still and looked back along his trail nearly blind save for a few patches of flattened dead leaves which his moccasin tread had patted smooth in the shadier stretches where moisture lingered undried by the searching rays of the sun. For a few moments the unknown man searched his own back trail, standing as motionless as the trunk of a lichened beech tree. Then, very slowly, he knelt on the dead leaves, let go his pack, and, keeping his rifle in his right hand, stretched out his sinewy length above the pool on the edge of which he had halted. Twice, before drinking, he lifted his head to sweep the woods around him, his parched lips still dry. Then, with the abruptness not of man but of some wild thing, he plunged his sweating face into the pool, and Mackay covered him where he lay, and spoke in a voice which stiffened the drinking man to a stature prone on its face. "I've got you right. Don't lift your head. You'll understand me if you're American." The man lay as though dead. Mackay came nearer. "Evelyn." Erith was at his elbow. "Take his rifle, Eve." The girl walked over and coolly picked up the Winchester. "Now cover him," continued Mackay. "Find a good rest for your gun and keep him covered, Eve." She laid the rifle level across a low branch, drew the stock snug and laid her cheek to it and her steady finger on the trigger. "When I say squeeze, let him have it. Do you understand, Eve?" "Perfectly." Then, with one pistol poised for a drop shot, Mackay stepped forward and jerked open the man's pack. And the man neither stirred nor spoke. For a few minutes Mackay remained busy with the pack, turning out packets of concentrated rations of American manufacture, bits of personal apparel, a meager company outfit, spare ammunition, the dozen odd essentials to be always found in an American hunter's pack. Then Mackay spoke again. "Eve, keep him covered. Shoot when I say shoot." "Right," she replied calmly. And to the recumbent and unstirring figure Mackay gave a brief order. "Get up. Hands up." The man rose as though made of steel springs and lifted both hands. Water still ran from his chin and lips and sweating cheeks. But Mackay, resting the muzzle of his pistol against the man's abdomen, looked into a face that twitched with laughter. "You think it's funny?" he snarled, but the blessed relief that surged through him made his voice a trifle unsteady. "Yes," said the man, "it hits me that way." "Something else may hit you," growled Mackay, ready to embrace him with sheer joy. "Not unless you're a botch," retorted the man coolly. "But I guess you're K. Mackay. Don't get so damn familiar with names." "That's right, too. I'll just call you 76, and this young lady's 77. And I'm 230. What else?" "My name?" "Certainly. It isn't expected. It is in this case," snapped Mackay, wondering at himself for such ultra precaution. "Oh, if you insist then, I'm Gray. Alec Gray of the States. United Army Intelligence Serve _ All right." "Gad. It's all right, Gray." He took the man's lifted right hand, jerked it down and crushed it in a convulsive grasp. "It's good to see you. We're in a hole deadlocked, no way out but back." He laughed, nervously. "Have you any dope for us?" Gray's blue eyes traveled smilingly toward Evelyn and rested on the muzzle of the Winchester. And Mackay laughed almost tremulously. "All clear, yellow hair. This is Gray, God be thanked." The girl, pale and quiet and smiling, lowered the rifle and came forward offering her hand. "It's pleasant to see you," she said quite steadily. "We were afraid of a botched trick, so I notice," said Gray, intensely amused. Then the weather-tanned faces of all three sobered. "This is no place to talk things over," said Gray shortly. "Do you know a better place?" "Yes. if you'll follow me. He went to his pack, put it swiftly in order, hoisted it, resumed the tump line, and looked around at Evelyn for his rifle. But she had already slung it across her own shoulders, and she pointed at his wounded hand and its blood-black bandage and motioned him forward. The sun hung on the shoulder of a snow-capped Alp when at last these three had had their brief understanding concerning one another's identity, credentials, and future policy. Gray's lair, in a bushy hollow between two immense jutting cakes of granite, lay on the very brink of the chasm. And there they sat, cross-legged in the warmth of the declining sun, in gravest conference concerning the future. Recklow insisted that I come, repeated Gray. I was in there, 208th Pioneers, in a sawmill near La Roche, Rouge Vosges, when I got my orders. And Recklow thinks we're caught and killed? So does everybody in the intelligence. The Mulhausen paper had it that the Swiss caught you violating the frontier, which meant to Recklow that the Boche had done you in. I see, nodded Mackay, so he picked me. And you say you guided in Maine? Yes, when I was younger. After I was on my own I kept store at South Carey, Maine, and ran the guides there. I noticed all the earmarks, nodded Mackay. Gray smiled. I guess they're all right if a man knows M when he sees M. Were you badly shot up? Not so bad. They shoot a pea rifle, single shot all over silver and swallowtail stock. I know, smiled Mackay. Well, you know them. It drills nasty with a soft bullet, cleaner with a chilled one. My left hand's a wreck, but I shan't lose it. I had better dress it before night, said Evelyn. I dressed it at noon. I won't disturb it again today, said Gray, thanking her with his eloquent blue eyes. Mackay said, so you found the place where I once slid off? It's plain enough, Windfall and General Wreckage Market. You say it's a dozen miles west of here? About. That's odd, said Mackay thoughtfully. I had believed I recognized this ravine. But these deep gulfs all look more or less alike. And I saw it only once, and then under hair-raising circumstances. Gray smiled, but Evelyn did not. Mackay said, so that's where they winged you, was it? Yes. I was about to negotiate the slide, you remember there, V-shaped slate cleft? Yes. Well, I was just starting into that when the rifle cracked and I jumped for a tree with a broken wing and a bad scare. You saw the man? I did later. He came over to look for dead game, and I ached to let him go, but it was too risky with Les Airous swarming alive with Boches, and me with the stomach sickness of a shot-up man. Figure it out, Mackay, for yourself. Of course, you did the wise thing and the right one. I think so. I traveled until I fainted. He turned and glanced around. Strangely enough, I saw black right here! Fell into this hole by accident, and have made it my home since then. It was a godsend, said the girl. It was, Miss Erith, said Gray, resting his eloquent gaze on her. And you say, continued Mackay, that the Boche are sitting up day and night over that slide? Day and night. The swine seem to know it's the only way out. I go every day, every night. Always the way is blocked, always I discover one or more of their riflemen are in ambush, while the rest of the pack are ranging Les Airous. And yet, said Mackay, we've got to go that way, sooner or later. There was a silence, then Gray nodded. Yes, he said, but it is a question of waiting. There is a moon tonight, observed Evelyn Erith. Mackay lifted his head and looked at her gravely. Gray's blue eyes flashed his admiration of a young girl who quietly proposed to face an unknown precipice at night by moonlight under the rifles of ambushed men. After all, said Mackay slowly, is there any other way? In the silence which ensued, Evelyn Erith, who had been lying between them on her stomach, her chin propped up on both hands, suddenly raised herself on one arm to a sitting posture. Instantly Gray shrank back, white as a sheet, lifting his mutilated hand in its stiffened and bloody rags, and the girl gasped out her agonized apology. Oh, can you forgive me? It was unspeakable of me. It's all right, said Gray, the color coming back to his face, but the girl, in her excitement of self-reproach and contrition, begged to be allowed to dress the mutilated hand which her own careless movement had almost crushed. Oh, I set my hand on his wounded fingers and rested my full weight. Oughtn't he to let us dress it again at once? But Gray's pluck was adamant, and he forced to laugh, dismissing the matter with another glance at Evelyn out of clear blue eyes that said a little more than that no harm had been done said, in one frank and deep flashing look, more than the girl perhaps cared to understand. The sun slipped behind the rocky flank of a great Alp, a burst of rosy glory spread fan-wise to the zenith. Against it, tall and straight and powerful, Gray rose and walking slowly to the cliff's edge, looked down into the valley mist now rolling like a vast sea of cloud below them. And, as he stood there, Evelyn's hand grasped Mackay's arm. "If he touches his rifle, shoot. Quick, Kay." Mackay's right hand fell into his side pocket where one of his automatics lay. He leveled it as he grasped it, hidden within the side pocket of his coat. "His hand is not wounded," breathed the girl. "If he touches his rifle he is a Hun." Mackay's head nodded almost imperceptibly. Gray's back was still turned, but one hand was extended, carelessly reaching for the rifle that stood leaning against the cake of granite. "Don't touch it," said Mackay in a low but distinct voice, and the words galvanized the extended arm and it shot out, grasping the rifle, as the man himself dropped out of sight behind the rock. A terrible stillness fell upon the place. There was not a sound, not a movement. Suddenly the girl pointed at a shadow that moved between the rocks and the crash of Mackay's pistol deafened them. Then, against the dazzling glory of the west a dark shape staggered up, clutching a wavering rifle, reeling there against the rosy glare an instant, and the girl turned her sick eyes aside as Mackay's pistol spoke again. Like a shadow cast by hell the black form swayed, quivered, sank away outward into the blinding light that shone across the world. Presently a tinkling sound came up from the fog-shrouded depths, the falling rifle striking ledge after ledge until the receding sound grew fainter and more distant, and finally was heard no more. But that was the only sound they heard, for the man himself lay still on the chasm's brink, propped from the depths by a tuft of alpine roses in full bloom, his blue eyes wide open, a blue hole just between them, and his bandaged hand freed from its camouflage, lying palm upward and quite uninjured on the grass. Chapter 10. The Greater Love. As the blinding lens of the sun glittered level and its first rays poured over tree and rock, a man in the faded field uniform of a Swiss officer of mountain artillery came out on the misty ledge across the chasm. "You over there?" he shouted in English. "Here is a Swiss officer to speak with you. Show yourselves." Again, after waiting a few moments, he shouted, "Show yourselves or answer. It is a matter of life or death for you both." There was no reply to the invitation, no sound from the forest, no movement visible. Thin threads of vapor began to ascend from the tremendous depths of the precipice, steaming upward out of mist-choked gorges where, under thick strata of fog, night still lay dark over unseen alpine valleys below. The Swiss officer advanced to the cliff's edge and looked down upon a blank sea of cloud. Presently he turned east and walked cautiously along the rim of the chasm for 100 yards. Here the gulf narrowed so that the cleft between the jutting crags was scarcely 100 feet in width. And here he halted once more and called across in a resonant, penetrating voice. "Attention, you, over there in the forest of Les Arus. You had better wake up and listen. Here is a Swiss officer come to speak with you. Show yourselves or answer." There came no sound from within the illuminated edges of the woods. But outside, upon the chasm's sparkling edge, lay a dead man stark and transfigured and stiff as gold in the sun. And already the first jeweled death flies zigzagged over him, lacing the early sunshine with ominous green lightning. They who had killed this man might not be there behind the sunlit foliage of the forest's edge, but the Swiss officer, after waiting a few moments, called again, loudly. Then he called a third time more loudly still, because into his nostrils had stolen the faint taint of dry wood smoke. And he stood there in silhouette against the rising sun listening, certain, at last, of the hidden presence of those he sought. Now there came no sound, no stirring behind the forest's sunny edge, but just inside it, in the lee of a huge rock, a young girl in ragged boy's clothing, uncoiled her slender length from her blanket and straightened out flat on her stomach. Her yellow hair made a spot like a patch of sunlight on the dead leaves. Her clear golden eyes were as brilliant as a lizard's. From his blanket at her side a man, gaunt and ragged and deeply bitten by sun and wind, was pulling an automatic pistol from its holster. The girl set her lips to his ear. "Don't trust him, for God's sake, Kay," she breathed. He nodded, felt forward with cautious hand groping toward a damp patch of moss, and drew himself thither, making no sound among the dry leaves. "Watch the woods behind us, yellow hair," he whispered. The girl fumbled in her tattered pocket and produced a pistol. Then she sat up cross-legged on her blanket, rested one elbow across her knee, and, cocking the poised weapon, swept the southern woods with calm, bright gaze. Now the man in Swiss uniform called once more across the chasm, "Attention, Americans, I know you are there, I smell your fire. Also, what you have done is plain enough for me to see that thing lying over there on the edge of the rocks with corpse flies already whirling over it. And you had better answer me, Kay." Then the man in the forest, who now was lying flat behind a birch tree, answered calmly. "You, in your Swiss uniform of artillery, over there, what do you want of me?" "So you are there?" cried the Swiss, striving to pierce the foliage with eager eyes. "It is you, is it not, Kay? I've answered, have I not? Are you indeed then that same Kay of the Intelligence Service, United States Army? You appear to think so. I am Kay, that is answer enough for you. Your comrade is with you, Evelyn Erith." "None of your business," returned Mackay, coolly. "Very well, let it be so then. But that dead man, why did you kill your American comrade?" "He was a camouflaged botch," said Mackay contemptuously. "And I am very sure that you're another you there, in your foolish Swiss uniform. So say what you have to say and clear out." The officer came close to the edge of the chasm. "I cannot expect you to believe me," he said, "and yet I really am what I appear to be, an officer of Swiss mountain artillery. If you think I am something else, why do you not shoot me?" Mackay was silent. "Nobody would know," said the other. "You can kill me very easily. I should fall into the ravine down through that lake of cloud below. Nobody would ever find me. Why don't you shoot?" "I'll shoot when I see fit," retorted Mackay in a somber voice. Presently he added in tones that rang a little yet trembled too, perhaps from physical reasons, "What do you want of a hunted man like me? I want you to leave Swiss territory. Leave." Mackay's laugh was unpleasant. "You know damned well I can't leave with Les Heroes woods crawling alive with Huns. Will you leave the canton of Les Ernies, Mackay, if I show you a safe route out? And," as the other made no reply, "you have no right to be here on neutral territory," he added, "and my government desires you to leave at once." "I have as much right here as the Huns have," said Mackay in his pleasant voice. "Exactly. And these Germans have no right here either." "That also is true," rejoined Mackay gently, "so why has your government permitted the Hun to occupy the canton of Les Heroes? Oh, don't deny it," he added wearily as the Swiss began to repudiate the accusation. "You've made Les Heroes a no-man's land, and it's free hunting now. If you're sick of your bargain, send in your mountain troops and turn out the Huns. And if I also send an escort and a free conduct for you and your comrade, no, you will not be harmed, not even interned. We set you across our wire at Dell. Do you accept?" "No, with every guarantee. You've made this forest a part of the world's battlefield." "No, I shall not leave Les Heroes. Listen to reason, you insane American. You cannot escape those who are closing in on you, those who are filtering the forest for you, who are gradually driving you out into the eastern edges of Les Heroes. And what then, when at last you are driven like wild game by a line of beaters to the brink of the eastern cliffs? There is no water there. You will die of thirst. There is no food. What is there left for you to do with your back to the final precipice?" Mackay laughed a hard, unpleasant laugh. "I certainly shall not tell you what I mean to do," he said. "If this is all you have to say to me, you may go." There ensued a silence. The Swiss began to pace the opposite cliff, his hands behind him. Finally he halted abruptly and looked across the chasm. "Why did you come into Laerus?" he demanded. "Ask your terrified authorities. Perhaps they'll tell you if their teeth stop chattering long enough that I came here to find out what the Butch are doing on neutral territory." "Do you mean to say that you believe in that absurd rumor about some secret and gigantic undertaking by the Germans, which is supposed to be visible from the plateau below us? And, as Mackay made no reply, that is a silly fabrication. If your government, suspicious of the neutrality of mine, sent you here on any such errand, it was a ridiculous thing to do." "Do you hear me, Mackay?" "I hear you. Well, then. And let me add also that it is a physical impossibility for any man to reach the plateau below us from the forest of Laerus. That," said Mackay, coldly, "is a lie." "What? You offer a Swiss officer such an injury?" "Yes, and I may add an insulting bullet to the injury in another minute. You've lied to me. I have already done what you say is an impossibility. I have reached the plateau below Laerus by way of this forest. And I'm going there again, Swiss or no Swiss, Hun or no Hun. And if the Butch do drive me out of this forest into the east, where you say there is no water to be found among the brush and boulders, and where, at last, you say I shall stand with my back to the last sheer precipice, then tell your observation post on the white shoulder of Usis to turn their telescopes on me. In God's name, for what purpose? To take a lesson in how to die from the man your nation has betrayed," drawled Mackay. Then, lying flat, he leveled his pistol, supporting it across the palm of his left hand. "Yellow hair?" he said in a guarded voice, not turning. "Yes, K. Slip the pack over your shoulders. Take the pigeon and the rifle. Be quick, dear." "It is done," she said softly. "Now get up and make no noise. 2 men are lying in the scrub behind that fellow across the chasm. I am afraid they have grenades. Are you ready, Yellow Hair?" "Ready, dear. Go eastward, swiftly, 200 yards parallel with the precipice. Make no sound, Yellow Hair." The girl cast a pallid, heartbreaking look at him, but he lay there without turning his head, his steady pistol leveled across the chasm. Then, bending a trifle forward, she stole eastward through the forest dusk, the pigeon in its wicker cage in one hand, and on her back the pack. And all the while, across the gulf out of which golden vapors curled more thickly as the sun's burning searchlight spread out across the world, the man in Swiss uniform stood on the chasm's edge, as though awaiting some further word or movement from Mackay. And, after a while, the word came, clear, startling, snapped out across the void. "Unsling that haversack. Don't touch the flap. Take it off, quick." The Swiss seemed astounded. "Quick," repeated Mackay harshly, "or I fire." "What?" burst out the man. "You offer violence to a Swiss officer on duty within Swiss territory? I tell you I'll kill you where you stand if you don't take off that haversack." Suddenly from the scrubby thicket behind the Swiss a man's left arm shot up at an angle of 40 degrees, and the right arm described an arc against the sun. Something round and black parted from it, lost against the glare of sunrise. Then in the woods behind Mackay something fell heavily, the solid thud obliterated in the shattering roar which followed. The man in Swiss uniform tore at the flap of his haversack, and he must have jerked loose the plug of a grenade in his desperate haste, for as Mackay's bullet crashed through his face, the contents of his sack exploded with a deafening crash. At the same instant 2 more bombs fell among the trees behind Mackay, exploding instantly. Smoke and the thick golden steam from the ravine blotted from his sight the crag opposite. And now, bending double, Mackay ran eastward while behind him the golden dusk of the woods roared and flamed with exploding grenades. Evelyn Erith stood motionless and deathly white, awaiting him. "Are you all right, Kay?" "All right, Yellow Hair." He went up to her, shifting his pistol to the other hand, and as he laid his right arm about her shoulders the blaze in his eyes almost dazzled her. "We trust no living thing on earth, you and I, Yellow Hair. I believed that man for a while. But I tell you whatever is living within this forest is our enemy, and if any man comes in there, shape of my dearest friend, I shall kill him before he speaks." The man was shaking now. The girl caught his right hand and drew it close around her body, that once warm and slender body now become so chill and thin under the ragged clothing of a boy. "Drop your face on my shoulder," she said. His wasted cheek seemed feverish, burning against her breast. "Steady, Kay," she whispered. "Right. What got me was the thought of you there when the grenades fell. They blew a black pit where your blanket lay." He lifted his head and she smiled into the fever-bright eyes set so deeply now in his ravaged visage. There were words on her lips, trembling to be uttered. But she dared not believe they would add to his strength if spoken. He loved her. She had long known that, had long understood that loving her had not hardened his capacity for the dogged duty which lay before him. To win out was a task sufficiently desperate. To win out and bring her through alive was the double task that was slowly, visibly killing this man whose burning, sunken eyes gazed into hers. She dared not triple that task. The cry in her heart died unuttered, lest he ever waver in duty to his country when in some vital crisis that sacred duty clashed with the obligations that fettered him to a girl who had confessed she loved him. No. The strength that he might derive from such a knowledge was not that deathless energy and clear thinking necessary to blind, stern, unswerving devotion to the motherland. Love of woman, and her love given, could only make the burden of decision triply heavy for this man who stood staring at space beside her here in the forest twilight, where shreds of the night mist floated like ghosts and a lost sunspot glowed and waned and glowed on last year's leaves. The girl pressed her waist with his arm, straightened her shoulders and stood erect, and with a quick gesture cleared her brow of its cloud of golden hair. "Now," she said coolly, "we carry on, you and I, Kay, to the honor and glory of the land that trusts us in her hour of need. Are you all right again?" "All right, Yellow Hair," he said pleasantly. On the third day the drive had forced them from the hilly western woods, eastward and inexorably toward that level belt of shaggy forest, scrub growth, and arid, boulder-strewn tableland where there was probably no water, nothing living to kill for food, and only the terrific ravines beyond where cliffs fell downward to the dim green world lying somewhere below under its blanket of alpine mist. On the fourth day, still crowded outward and toward the ragged edge of the mountain world, they found, for the first time, no water to fill their bottles. Realizing their plight, Mackay turned desperately westward, facing pursuit, ranging the now narrow forest in hopes of an opportunity to break through the closing line of beaters. But it proved to be a deadline that he and his half-starved comrade faced. Shadowy figures, half-seen, sometimes merely heard and divined, flitted everywhere through the open woods beyond them. And at night a necklace of fires, hundreds of them, barred the west to them, curving outward like the blade of a flaming scimitar. On the fifth day Mackay, lying in his blanket beside the girl, told her that if they found no water that day they must let their carrier pigeon go. The girl sat up in her torn blanket and met his gaze very calmly. What he had just said to her meant the beginning of the end. She understood perfectly. But her voice was sweet and undisturbed as she answered him, and they quietly discussed the chances of discovering water in some sunken hole among the outer ledges and boulders, whither they were being slowly and hopelessly forced. Noon found them still searching for some pocket of stale rainwater, but once only did they discover the slightest trace of moisture, a crust of slime in a rocky basin, and from it a blind lizard was slowly creeping, a heavy, lusterless, crippled thing that oiled aimlessly and painfully up the rock, only to slide back into the slime again, leaving a trail of iridescent moisture where its sagging belly dragged. In a grove of saplings there were a few ferns, and here Mackay dug with his trench knife, but the soil proved to be very shallow. Everywhere rock lay close to the surface. There was no water there under the black mold. To and fro they roamed, doggedly seeking for some sign of water. And the wood seemed damp, too, and there were long reaches of dewy ferns. But wherever Mackay dug, his knife soon touched the solid rock below. And they wandered on. In the afternoon, resting in the shade, he noticed her lips were bleeding and turned away, sharply, unable to endure her torture. She seemed to understand his abrupt movement, for she leaned slightly against him where he sat amid the ferns with his back to a tree as a dog leans when his master is troubled. "I think," she said with an effort, "we should release our pigeon now. It seems to be very weak." He nodded. The bird appeared languid. Hunger and thirst were now telling fast on the little feathered messenger. Evelyn shook out the last dusty traces of corn. Mackay removed the bands. But the bird merely pecked at the food once or twice and then settled down with beak gaping and the film stealing over its eyes. Mackay wrote on tissue the date and time of day, and a word more to say that they had, now, scarcely any chance. He added, however, that others ought to try because there was no longer any doubt in his mind that the Boche were still occupied with some gigantic work along the Swiss border in the neighborhood of Mount Terrible, and that the Swiss government, if not abetting, at least was cognizant of the Hun activities. This message he rolled into a quill, fastened it, took the bird, and tossed it westward into the air. The pigeon beat the morning breeze feebly for a moment, then fluttered down to the top of a rock. For 5 minutes that seemed 5 years they looked at the bird, which had settled down in the sun, its bright eyes alternately dimmed by the film or slowly clearing. Then, as they watched, the pigeon stood up and stretched its neck skyward, peering hither and thither at the blue vault above. And suddenly it rose, painfully, higher, higher, seeming to acquire strength in the upper air levels. The sun flashed on its wings as it wheeled, then the distant bird swept westward into a long straight course, flying steadily until it vanished like a mote in midair. Mackay did not trust himself to speak. Presently he slipped his pack over both shoulders and took the rifle from where it lay against a rock. The girl, too, had picked up the empty wicker cage, but recollected herself and let it fall on the dead leaves. Neither she nor Mackay had spoken. The latter stood staring down at the patch of ferns into which the cage had rolled. And it was some time before his dulled eyes noticed that there was grass growing there, too swale grass, which he had not before seen in this arid eastern region. When finally he realized what it might signify he stood staring. A vague throb of hope stirred the thin blood in his sunken cheeks. But he dared not say that he hoped, he merely turned northward in silence and moved into the swale grass. And his slim comrade followed. Half an hour later he waited for the girl to come up alongside of him. "Yellow hair," he said, "this is swale or marsh grass we are following. And little wild creatures have made a runway through it. As though there were a drinking place somewhere." He forced himself to look up at her dry, blood-blackened lips. "Lean on me," he whispered, and threw his arm around her. And so, slowly, together, they came through the swale to a living spring. A dead roe deer lay there stiffened into an indescribable attitude of agony where it had fallen writhing in the swale, and its terrible convulsions had torn up and flattened the grass and ferns around it. And, as they gazed at this pitiable dead thing, something else stirred on the edge of the pool. A dark, slim bird, that strove to move at the water's edge, struggled feebly, then fell over and lay a crumpled mound of feathers. "Oh God!" whispered the girl, "there are dead birds lying everywhere at the water's edge. And little furry creatures dead, all dead at the water's edge." There was a flicker of brown wings, a bird alighted at the pool, peered fearlessly right and left, drank, bent its head to drink again, fell forward twitching and lay there beating the grass with feeble wings. After a moment only one wing quivered. Then the little bird lay still. Perhaps an ancient and tragic instinct possessed these two, for as a wild thing, mortally hurt, wanders away through solitude to find a spot in which to die, so these two moved slowly away together into the twilight of the trees, unconscious, perhaps, what they were seeking, but driven into aimless motion toward that appointed place. And somehow it is given to the stricken to recognize the ghostly spot when they draw near it and their appointed hour approaches. There was a fallen tree not long fallen which in its earthward crash had hit another smaller tree, partly uprooting the latter so that it leaned at a perilous angle over a dry gully below. Here dead leaves had drifted deep. And here these two came, and crept in among the withered branches and lay down among the fallen leaves. For a long while they lay motionless. Then she moved, turned over, and slipped into his arms. Whether she slept or whether her lethargy was unconsciousness due to privation he could not tell. Her parted lips were blackened, her mouth and tongue swollen. He held her for a while, conscious that a creeping stupor threatened his senses, making no effort to save his mind from the ominous shadows that crept toward him like live things moving slowly, always a little nearer. Then pain passed through him like a piercing thread of fire, and he struggled upright, and saw her head slide down across his knees. And he realized that there were things for him to do, yet arrangements to make before the crawling shadows covered his body and stained his mind with the darkness of eternal night. And first, while she still lay across his knees, he filled his pistol. Because she must die quickly if the Hun came. For when the Hun comes, death is woman's only sanctuary. So he prepared a swift salvation for her. And, if the Hun came or did not come, still this last refuge must be secured for her before the creeping shadows caught him and the light in his mind died out. With his loaded pistol lifted he sat a moment, staring into the woods out of bloodshot eyes. Then he summoned all his strength and rose, letting his unconscious comrade slip from his knees to the bed of dead leaves. Now with his knife he tried the rocky forest floor again, feeling blindly for water. He tried slashing saplings for a drop of sap. The great tree that had fallen had broken off a foot above ground. The other tree slanted above a dry gully at such an angle that it seemed as though a touch would push it over, yet its foliage was still green and unwilted although the mesh of roots and earth were all exposed. He noted this in a dull way, thinking always of water. And presently, scarcely knowing what he was doing, he placed both arms against the leaning trunk and began to push, and felt the leaning tree sway slowly earthward. Then into the pain and confusion of his clouding mind something flashed with a dazzling streak of light, the flower-up of dying memory, and he hurled himself against the leaning tree. And it slowly sank, lying level and uprooted. And in the black bed of the roots lay darkling a little pool of water. The girl's eyes unclosed on his. Her face and lips were dripping under the sopping, icy sponge of green moss with which he was bathing her and washing out her mouth and tongue. Into her throat he squeezed the water, drop by drop only. It was late in the afternoon before he dared let her drink. During the night she slept an hour or two, awoke to ask for water, then slept again, only to awake to the craving that he always satisfied. Before sunrise he took his pack, took both her shoes from her feet, tore some rags from the lining of her skirt and from his own coat, and leaving her asleep, went out into the grey dusk of morning. When he again came to the poisoned spring he unslung his pack and, holding it by both straps, dragged it through marsh grass and fern, out through the fringe of saplings, out through low scrub and brake and over moss and lichens to the edge of the precipice beyond. And here on a scrubby bush he left fragments of their garments entangled, and with his hobnailed heels he broke crumbling edges of rock and smashed the moss and stunted growth and tore a path among the alpine roses which clothed the chasm's treacherous edge, so that it might seem as though a heavy object had plunged down into the gulf below. Such boulders as he could stir from their beds and roll over he dislodged and pushed out, listening to them as they crashed downward, tearing the cliff's grassy face until, striking some lower shelf, they bounded out into space. Now in this bruised path he stamped the imprints of her two rough shoes in moss and soil, and drove his own iron-shod feet wherever lichen or earth would retain the imprint. All the footprints pointed one way and ended at the chasm's edge. And there, also, he left the wicker cage, and one of his pistols, to the last and most desperate effort to deceive her. Near it, he flung the cartridge belt with its ammunition intact on the chance that the Hun would believe the visible signs, because only a dying man would abandon such things. For they must believe the evidence he had prepared for them, this crazed trail of two poisoned human creatures driven by agony and madness to their own destruction. And now, slinging on his pack, he made his way, walking backward, to the poisoned spring. It was scarcely light, yet through the first ghostly grey of daybreak a few birds came, and he killed 4 with bits of rock before the little things could drink the sparkling, crystalline death that lay there silvered by the dawn. She was still asleep when he came once more to the bed of leaves between the fallen trees. and she had not awakened when he covered his dry fire and brought to her the broth made from the birds. There was, in his pack, a little food left. When he awakened her she smiled and strove to rise, but he took her head on his knees and fed her, holding the pannikin to her lips. And after he too had eaten he went to look into the hollow where the tree had stood, and found it brimming with water. So he filled his bottles. Then, with hands and knife, working cautiously and noiselessly, he began to enlarge the basin, drawing out stones, scooping out silt and fiber. All the morning he worked at his basin, which, fed by some deep-seated and living spring, now overflowed and trickled down into the dry gully below. By noon he had a pool as large and deep as a bathtub, and he came and sat down beside her under the fallen mass of branches where she lay watching the water bubble up and clear itself of the clouded silt. "You are very wonderful, Kay," she sighed, but her bruised lips smiled at him and her scarred hand crept toward him and lay in his. Seated so, he told her what he had done in the grey of morning while she slept. And, even as he was speaking, a far voice cried through the woods, distant, sinister as the harsh scream of the hawk that has made its kill. Then another voice shouted, hoarse with triumph. Others answered, near and far. The forest was full of the heavy, ominous sounds. For the Huns were gathering in eastward from the wooded western hills, and their sustained clamor filled the air like the unclean racket of vultures sighting abomination and eager to feed. Mackay laid his loaded pistol beside him. "Dear yellow hair," he whispered. She smiled up at him. "If they think we died there on the edge of the precipice, then you and I should live. If they doubt it they will come back through these woods. And it isn't likely that we shall live very long." "I know," she said, and laid her other hand in his, a gesture of utter trust so exquisite. For a moment, tears blinded him, and all the forest wavered grotesquely before his desperately fixed gaze. And presently, within the field of his vision, something moved, a man going westward among the trees, his rifle slung over his shoulder. And there were others, too, plodding stolidly back toward the western forests of Laerus, forms half seen between trees, none near, and only two who passed within hearing. The trample of their heavy feet loud among the fallen leaves, their guttural voices distinct. And, as they swung westward, rifles slung, pipes alight, and with the air of surly hunters homeward bound after a successful kill, the hunted, lying close under their roof of branches, heard them boasting of their work and of the death their quarry had died of, their agony at the spring which drove them to that death in the depths of the awful gulf beyond. "And that," shouted one, stifling with laughter, "I should like to have seen. It is all I have to regret of this jagged that I did not see the wild die." The other Hun was less cheerful. "But what a pity to leave that roe deer lying there. Such good meat poisoned." Shade, shade exclamation mark, to leave good meat like that in the forest of Laerus. Chapter 11, Viamala. The girl sat bolt upright on her bed of dead leaves, still confused by sleep, her ears ringing with the loud, hard voice which had awakened her to consciousness of pain and hunger once again. Not 10 feet from her, between where she lay under the branches of a fallen tree, and the edge of the precipice beyond, full in the morning sunlight, stood 2 men in the dress of Swiss mountaineers. One of them was reading aloud from a notebook in a slow, decisive, metallic voice. The other, swinging 2 dirty flags, signaled the message out across the world of mountains as it was read to him in that nasty, nasal and dialect of a Prussian junker. "In the Storbach Valley no traces of the bodies have been discovered," continued the tall, square-shouldered reader in his deliberate voice. "It is absolutely necessary that the bodies of these 2 American secret agents, Mackay and Evelyn Erith, be discovered, and all their papers, personal property, and the clothing and accoutrements belonging to them be destroyed without the slightest trace remaining. It is ordered also that, when discovered, their bodies be burned and the ashes reduced to powder and sown broadcast through the forest." The voice stopped. The signaller whipped his dirty tattered flags in the sunlight for a few moments more, then ceased and stood stiffly at attention, his sun-dazzled gaze fixed on a far mountain slope where something glittered, perhaps a bit of mica, perhaps the mirror of a helio. Presently, in the same disagreeable, distinct, nasal, and measured voice. The speaker resumed the message. Until last evening it has been taken for granted that the American intelligence officer, Mackay, and his companion, Miss Erith, made insane through suffering after having drunk at a spring the water of which we had prepared for them according to plan, had either jumped or fallen from the eastward cliffs of Laerus into the gulf through which flows the Storbuk. But, after last night, my men, who descended by the Viamella, have been unable to find the bodies of these two Americans, although there is, on the cliffs above, every evidence that they plunged down there to the valley of the brook below, which is now being searched. If, therefore, my men fail to discover these bodies, the alarming presumption is forced upon us that these two Americans have once more tricked us, and that they may still be hiding in the forbidden forest of Laerus. In that event proper and drastic measures will be taken. The air squadron on the northern frontier cooperating. The voice ceased, the flags whistled and snapped in the wind for a little while longer, then the signaller came to stiffest attention. Tell them we descend by the Viamella, added the nasal voice. The flags swung sharply into motion for a few moments more, then the Prussian officer pocketed his notebook, the signaller furled his flags, and, as they turned and strode westward along the border of the forest, the girl rose to her knees on her bed of leaves and peered after them. What to do she scarcely knew. Her comrade, Mackay, had been gone since dawn in quest of something to keep their souls and bodies en liaison. Mountain hare, a squirrel perhaps a songbird or two, or a pocketful of coral mushrooms, anything to keep them alive on that heartbreaking trail of duty at the end of which sat Old Man Death awaiting them, wearing a spiked helmet. And what to do in this emergency, and in the absence of Mackay, perplexed and frightened her, for her comrade's strict injunction was to remain hidden until his return, and yet one of these men now moving westward along the forest's sunny edges had spoken of a way out and had called it the Viamella. And that is what Mackay had been looking for, a way out of the forbidden forest of Laerus to the tableland below, where, through a cleft still more profound, rushed the black Storbuk under an endless mist of icy spray. She must make up her mind quickly. The two men were drawing away from her, almost out of sight now. On her ragged knees among the leaves she groped for his coat where he had flung it, for the weather had turned oppressive and the forest of Laerus, and fumbling, she found his notebook and pencil, and tore out a leaf. Dear, two Prussians in Swiss mountain dress have been signaling across the knees of Usis that our bodies have not been discovered in the ravine. They have started for the ravine by a way evidently known to them and which they speak of as the Viamella. You told me to stay here, but I dare not let this last chance go to discover what we have been looking for, a path to the plateau below. I take my pistol and your trench knife and I will try to leave signs for you to follow. They have started west along the cliffs and they are now nearly out of sight, so I must hurry. Yellow hair. This bit of paper she left on her bed of leaves and pinned it to the ground with a twig. Then she rose painfully, drew in her belt and laced her tattered shoes, and, taking the trench knife and pistol, limped out among the trees. The girl was half naked in her rags, her shirt scarcely hung to her shoulders, and she fastened the staghorn buttons on her jacket. Her breeches, which left both knees bare, were of leather and held out pretty well, but the heavy wool stockings gaped, and, had it not been for the hobnails, the soles must have fallen from her hunter's shoes. At first she moved painfully and stiffly, but as she hurried, limping forward over the forest moss, limbs and body grew more supple and she felt less pain. And now, not far beyond, and still full in the morning sunshine, marched the men she was following. The presumed officer strode on ahead, a high-shouldered frame of iron in his hunter's garb, the signaller with furled flags tucked under his arm clumped stolidly at his heels with the peculiar peasant gait which comes from following uneven furrows in the wake of a plough. For 10 minutes, perhaps, the two men continued on, then halted before a great mass of debris, uprooted trees, long dead, the vast, mangled roots and tops of which sprawled in every direction between masses of rock, boulders, and an indescribable confusion of brush and upheaved earth. Nearer and nearer crept the girl, until, lying flat behind a beech tree, She rested within earshot, so close, indeed, that she could smell the cigarette which the officer had lighted, smell, even, the rank stench of the sulfur match. Meanwhile the signaller had laid aside his flags, and while the officer looked on he picked up a heavy sapling from among the fallen trees. Using this as a lever he rolled aside a tree trunk, then another, and finally a boulder. "That will do," remarked the officer. "Take your flags and go ahead." Then Evelyn Erith, rising cautiously to her scarred knees, saw the signaller gather up his flags and step into what apparently was the bed of the boulder on the edge of the windfall. But it was deeper than that, for he descended to his knees, to his waist, his shoulders, and then his head disappeared into some hole which she could not see. Now the officer, who had remained, calmly smoking his cigarette, flung the remains of it over the cliff, turned, surveyed the forest behind him with minute deliberation, then stepped into the excavation down which the signaller had disappeared. Some instinct kept the girl motionless after the man's head had vanished. Minute after minute passed, and Evelyn Erith never stirred. And suddenly the officer's head and shoulders popped up from the hole, and he peered back at the forest like an alarmed marmot. And the girl saw his hands resting on the edge of the hole, and the hands grasped two pistols. Presently, apparently reassured and convinced that nobody was attempting to follow him, he slowly sank out of sight once more. The girl waited, and while waiting she cut a long white sliver from the beech tree and carved an arrow pointing toward the heap of debris. Then, with the keen tip of her trench knife she scratched on the silvery bark. "An underground way in the windfall. I have followed them, yellow hair." She crept stealthily out into the sunshine through the vast abatis of the fallen trees and came to the edge of the hole. Looking down fearfully she realized at once that this was the dry, rocky stairs of some subterranean watercourse through which, in springtime, great fields of melting snow poured in torrents down the face of the precipice below. There were no loose stones to be seen, the rocky escalia had been swept clean unnumbered ages since, but the rocks were fearfully slippery, shining with a vitreous polish where the torrents of many thousand years had worn them smooth. And this was what they called the Via Mala! This unsuspected and secret underground way that led, God knew how, into the terrific depths below. There was another Via Mala, she had seen it from Mount Terrible, but it was a mountain path trodden not infrequently. This Via Mala, however, wormed its way downward into shadows. Where it led and by what perilous ways she could only imagine. And were these men perhaps lying in ambush for her somewhere below on the chance that they might have been seen and followed? What would they do to her? Shoot her? Push her outward from some rocky shelf into the misty gulf below? Or would they spring on her and take her alive? At the thought she chilled, knowing what a woman might expect from the Hun. She threw a last look upward where they say God dwells somewhere behind the veil of blinding blue, then she stepped downward into the shadows. For a rod or two she could walk upright as long as she could retain her insecure footing on the glassy, uneven floor of rock, and a vague demi-light trained there making objects distinct enough for her to see the stalactites and stalagmites like discolored teeth in a Shivakshtafriz. Between these gaping fangs she crept, listening, striving to set her feet on the rocks without making any noise. But that seemed to be impossible, and the rocky tunnel echoed under her footsteps, slipping, sliding, hobnails scraping in desperate efforts not to fall. Again and again she halted, listening fearfully, one hand crushed against her drumming heart, but she had heard no sound ahead. The men she followed must be some distance in advance, and she stole forward again, afraid, desperately crushing out the thoughts that crowded and surged in her brain, the terrible living swarm of fears that clamored to her of the fate of white women if captured by the things men called Botch and Hun. And now she was obliged to stoop as the roof of the tunnel dipped lower and she could scarcely see in the increasing darkness, clearly enough to avoid the stalactites. However, from far ahead came a glimmer, and even when she was obliged to drop to her knees and creep forward, she could still make out the patch of light, and the Via Mala again became visible with its vitreous polished floor and its stalactites and water-blunted stalagmites always threatening to trip her and transfix her. Now, very far ahead, something moved and partly obscured the distant glimmer, and she saw, at a great distance, the two men she followed, moving in silhouette across the light. When they had disappeared she ventured to move on again, and her knees were bleeding when she crept out along a heavy shelf of rock set like a balcony on the sheer face of the cliff. Tufts of alpine roses grew on it, and slippery lichens, and a few seedlings which next spring's torrent would wash away into the still, misty depths below. But this shelf of rock was not all. The Via Mala could not end on the chasm's brink. Cautiously she dragged herself out along the shadow of the cliff, listening, peering among the clefts now all abloom with alpenrosen, and saw nothing, no way forward, no steep path, hewn by man or by nature, along the face of that stupendous battlement of rock. She lay listening. But if there was a river roaring somewhere through the gorge it was too far below her for her to hear it. Nothing stirred there. The distant bluish parapets of rock across the ravine lay in full sunshine, but nothing moved there, neither man nor beast nor bird, and the tremendous loneliness of it all began to frighten her anew. Yet she must go on. They had gone on. There was some hidden way. Where? Then, all in a moment, what she had noticed before, and had taken for a shadow cast by a slab of projecting rock, took the shape of a cleft in the facade of the precipice itself, an opening that led straight into the cliff. When she dragged herself up to it she saw it had been made by man. The ancient scars of drills still marked it. Masses of rock had been blasted from it, but that must have been years ago because a deep growth of moss and lichen covered the scars and the tough stems of crag shrubs masked every crack. Here, too, bloomed the livid, overrated edelweiss, dear to the maudlin and sentimental side of an otherwise wolfish race, its rather ghastly flowers starring the rocks. As at the entrance to a tomb the girl stood straining her frightened eyes to pierce the darkness, then, feeling her way with outstretched pistol hand, she entered. The man-fashioned way was smooth. Orhan or Swiss, whoever had wrought this Via Mala out of the eternal rock, had wrought accurately and well. The grade was not steep, the corridor descended by easy degrees, twisting abruptly to turn again on itself, but always leading downward in thick darkness. No doubt that those accustomed to travel the Via Mala always carried lights. The air was clean and dry and any lighted torch could have lived in such an atmosphere. But Evelyn Erith carried no lights, had thought of none in the haste of setting out. Years seemed to her to pass in the dreadful darkness of that descent as she felt her way downward, guided by the touch of her feet and the contact of her hand along the unseen wall. Again and again she stopped to rest and to check the rush of sheerest terror that threatened at moments her consciousness. There was no sound in the Via Mala. The thick darkness was like a fabric clogging her movements, swathing her, brushing across her so that she seemed actually to feel the horrible obscurity as some concrete thing impeding her and resting upon her with an increasing weight that bent her slender figure. There was something grey ahead. There was light, a sickly pinpoint. It seemed to spread but grow duller. A pallid patch widened, became lighter again. And from an infinite distance there came a deadened roaring, the hollow menace of water rushing through depths unseen. She stood within the shadow zone inside the tunnel and looked out upon the gorge where, level with the huge boulders all around her, an alpine river raged and dashed against cliff and stone, flinging tons of spray into the air until the whole gorge was a driving sea of mist. Here was the floor of the cannon, here was the way they had searched for. Her task was done. And now, on bleeding little feet, she must retrace her steps. The Via Mala must become the Via Dolorosa, and she must turn and ascend that Calvary to the dreadful crest. She was very weak. Privation had sapped the young virility that had held out so long. She had not eaten for a long while, did not, indeed, crave food any longer. But her thirst raged, and she knelt at a little pool within the cavern walls and bent her bleeding mouth to the icy fillet of water. She drank little, rinsed her mouth and face and dried her lips on her sleeve. And, kneeling so, closed her eyes in utter exhaustion for a moment. And when she opened them she found herself looking up at two men. Before she could move, one of the men kicked her pistol out of her nerveless hand, caught her by the shoulder and dragged the trench knife from her convulsive grasp. Then he said in English, "Get up, and the other, the signalman, struck her across her back with the furled flags so that she lost her balance and fell forward on her face. They got her to her feet and pushed her out among the boulders, through the storming spray, and across the floor of the ravine into the sunlight of a mossy place all set with trees. And she saw butterflies flitting through green branches flecked with sunshine. The officer seated himself on a fallen tree and crossed his heavy feet on a carpet of wild flowers. She stood erect, the signaller holding her right arm above the elbow. After the officer had leisurely lighted a cigarette, he asked her who she was. She made no answer. "You are the 8th woman, are you not?" he demanded. She was silent. "You Yankee slut," he added, nodding to himself and staring up into her bloodless face. Her eyes wandered. She looked at, but scarcely saw the lovely wildflowers underfoot. The butterflies flashing their burnished wings among the sunbeams. "Drop her arm." The signaller let go and stood at attention. "Take her knife and pistol and your flags and go across the stream to the hut." The signaller saluted, gathered the articles mentioned, and went away in that clumping, rocking gait of the land peasant of Handam. "Now," said the officer, "strip off your coat." She turned scarlet, but he sprang to his feet and tore her coat from her. She fought off every touch. Several times he struck her, once so sharply that the blood gushed from her mouth and nose, but still she fought him, and when he had completed his search of her person, he was furious, streaked with sweat and all smeared with her blood. "Damned cat of a Yankee!" he panted. "Stand there where you are or I'll blow your face off." But as he emptied the pockets of her coat, she seized it and put it on, sobbing out her wrath and contempt of him and his threats as she covered her nearly naked body with the belted jacket and buttoned it to her throat. He glanced at the papers she had carried, at the few poor articles that had fallen from her pockets, tossed them on the ground beside the log and resumed his seat and cigarette. "Where's Mackay?" No answer. "So you tricked us, eh?" he sneered. "You didn't get your rat poison at the spring after all. The Yankees are foxes after all." He laughed his loud, nasal, nickering laugh. "Foxes are foxes but men are men. Do you understand that, you damned vixen? Will you let me kill myself?" she asked in a low but steady voice. He seemed surprised, then realizing why she had asked that mercy, showed all his teeth and smirked at her out of narrow slitted eyes. "Where is Mackay?" he repeated. She remained mute. "Will you tell me where he is to be found?" "No." "Will you tell me if I let you go?" "No." "Will you tell me if I give you back your trench knife?" The white agony in her face interested and amused him, and he waited her reply with curiosity. "No," she whispered. "Will you tell me where Mackay is to be found if I promise to shoot you before?" "No," she burst out with a strangling sob. He lighted another cigarette and, for a while, considered her musingly as he sat smoking. After a while he said, "You are rather dirty all over blood. But you ought to be pretty after you're washed." Then he laughed. The girl swayed where she stood, fighting to retain consciousness. "How did you discover the Viamala?" he inquired with blunt curiosity. "You showed it to me, you slut," he said between his teeth. Then, still brutishly curious, "How did you know that spring had been poisoned?" "By those dead birds and animals, I suppose. And that's what I told everybody, too. The wild things are bound to come and drink. But you and your running mate are foxes. You made us believe you had gone over the cliff." "Yes, even I believed it. It was well done, a true Yankee trick. All the same, foxes are only foxes after all. And here you are." He got up, she shrank back, and he began to laugh at her. "Foxes are only foxes, my pretty, dirty one! But men are men, and a Prussian is a superman. You had forgotten that, hadn't you, little Yankee?" He came nearer. She sprang aside and past him and ran for the river, but he caught her at the edge of a black pool that whirled and flung sticky chunks of foam over the boulders. For a while they fought there in silence, then he said, breathing heavily, "A fox can't drown. Didn't you know that, little fool?" Her strength was ebbing. He forced her back to the glade and stood there holding her, his inflamed face a sneering, leering mask for the hot hell that her nearness and resistance had awakened in him. Suddenly, still holding her, he jerked his head aside and stared behind him. Then he pushed her violently from him, clutched at his holster, and started to run. And a pistol cracked and he pitched forward across the log upon which he had sat, and lay so, dripping dark blood, and fouling the wildflowers with the flow. "Kay," she said in a weak voice. "Mackay." His pack strapped to his back, his bloodshot eyes brilliant in his haggard visage, ran forward and bent over the thing. Then he shot him again, behind the ear. The rage of the river drowned the sound of the shots. The man in the hut across the stream did not come to the door. But Mackay caught sight of the shack, his fierce eyes questioned the girl, and she nodded. He crossed the stream, leaping from boulder to boulder, and she saw him run up to the door of the hut, level his weapon, then enter. She could not hear the shots. She waited, half dead, until he came out again, reloading his pistol. She struggled desperately to retain her senses to fight off the deadly faintness that assailed her. She could scarcely see him as he came swiftly toward her. She put out her arms blindly, felt his fierce clasp envelop her, passed so into blessed unconsciousness. A drop or two of almost scalding broth aroused her. He held her in his arms and fed her not much and then let her stretch out on the sun-hot moss again. Before sunset he awakened her again, and he fed her more this time. Afterwards she lay on the moss with her golden brown eyes partly open. And he had constructed a sponge of clean, velvety moss, and with this he washed her swollen mouth and bruised cheek, and her eyes and throat and hands and feet. After the sun went down she slept again, and he stretched out beside her, one arm under her head and about her neck. Moonlight pierced the foliage, silvering everything and inlaying the earth with the delicate tracery of branch and leaf. Moonlight still silvered her face when she awoke. After a while the shadow slipped from his face, too. "Kay?" she whispered. "Yes, yellow hair." And, after a little while she turned her face to his and her lips rested on his. Lying so, unstirring, she fell asleep once more. Chapter 12. The Great Secret. All that morning American infantry had been passing through Dell over the Belfort Road. The sun of noon saw no end to them. The endless column of shadows, keeping pace with them, lengthened with the afternoon along their lengthening line. Now and then John Recklow opened the heavy wooden door in his garden wall and watched them until duty called him to his telephone or to his room where maps and papers littered the long table. But he always returned to the door in the garden wall when duty permitted and leaned at ease there, smoking his pipe, keen-eyed, impassive, gazing on the unbroken line of young men of his own race, sun-scorched, dusty, swinging along the Belfort Road, their right elbows brushing Switzerland, their high sun-reddened pillar of dust drifting almost into Germany, and their heavy tread thundering through that artery of France like the prophetic pulse of victory. A rich September sunset light streamed over them, like a moving shaft of divine fire. The ruddy dust marched with them upon their right hand. Legions of avenging shadows led them forward where, for nearly half a century beyond the barriers of purple hills, naked and shackled, the martyr daughters of the motherland stood waiting. Alsace and Lorraine, we are on our way, laughed the Yankee bugles. The fortress of Metz growled Nain. Recklow went back to his telephone. For a long while he remained there very busy with Belfort and Verdun. When again he returned to the green door in his garden wall, the Yankee infantry had passed, and of their passing there remained no trace save for the smoldering pillar of fire towering now higher than the eastern horizon and lengthened to a wall that ran away into the north as far as the eye could see. His cats had come out into the garden for the cat's hour, that mysterious compromise between day and evening when all things feline awake and stretch and wander or sit motionless, alert, listening to occult things. And in the enchantment of that lovely liaison which links day and night when the golden rose softened to mauve as the first star is born, John Recklow raised his quiet eyes and saw two dead souls come into his garden by the little door in the wall. "Is it you, Mackay?" he said at last. But the shock of the encounter still fettered him so that he walked very slowly to the woman who was now moving toward him across the grass. "Evelyn Erith," he said, taking her thin hands in his own, which were trembling now. "It's a year," he complained unsteadily. "More than a year," said Mackay in his dead voice, with his left hand. Then, John Recklow took Mackay's gaunt hand, and stood so, mute, looking at him and at the girl beside him. "God," he said blankly. Then, with no emphasis, "It's rather more than a year. They sent me 2 fire-charred skulls, the head of a man and the head of a woman. That was a year ago. After your pigeon arrived. I found the scorched skulls wrapped in a Swiss newspaper lying inside the garden wall over there on the grass. And the swine had written your names on the skulls." Into Evelyn Erith's eyes there came a vague light, the spectre of a smile. And as Recklow looked at her he remembered the living glory she had once been, and wrath blazed wildly within him. "What have they done to you?" he asked in an unsteady voice. But Mackay laid his hand on Recklow's arm. "Nothing. It is what they have not done, fed her. That's all she needs, and sleep." Recklow gazed heavily upon her. "But if the young fail rapidly, they also respond quickly. Come into the house." Perhaps it was the hot broth with wine in it that brought a slight color back into her ghastly face, the face once so youthfully lovely but now as delicate as the mask of death itself. Candles twinkled on the little table where the girl now lay back listlessly in the depths of an armchair, her chin sunk on her breast. Recklow sat opposite her, writing on a pad in shorthand. Mackay, resting his ragged elbows on the cloth, his haggard face between both hands, went on talking in a colorless, mechanical voice which an iron will alone flogged into speech. "Killed 2 of them and took their clothes and papers," he continued monotonously. "That it was last August near the end of the month. The botch had tens of thousands working there. And every one of them was insane." "What?" "Yes, that is the way they were operating, the only way they dared operate. I think all that enormous work has been done by the insane during the last 40 years. You see, the botch have nothing to dread from the insane. Anyway, the majority of them died in harness. Those who became useless, intractable or crippled were merely returned to the asylums from which they had been drafted. And the Hun government saw to it that nobody should have access to them. Besides, who would believe a crazy man or woman if they babbled about the great secret?" He covered his visage with his bony hands and rested so for a few moments. Then, forcing himself again, "The Hun for 40 years has drafted the insane from every asylum in the empire to do this gigantic work for him. Men, women, even children, chained, guarded, have done the physical work. The pyramids were builded so, they say. And in this manner is being finished that colossal engineering work which is never spoken of among the Huns except when necessary, and which is known among them as the Great Secret. Recklow, it was conceived as a vast engineering project 48 years ago in 1870 during the Franco-Prussian War. It was begun that same year. And it is practically finished. Except for one obstacle." Recklow's lifted eyes stared at him over his pad. "It is virtually finished," repeated Mackay in his toneless, unaccented voice which carried such terrible conviction to the other man. 48 years ago the Hun planned a huge underground highway carrying 4 lines of railroad tracks. It was to begin east of the Rhine in the neighborhood of Zell, slant into the bowels of the earth, pass deep under the Rhine, deep under the Swiss frontier, deep, deep under Mount Terrible and under the French frontier, and emerge in France behind Belfort, Toul, Nancy, and Verdun. Recklow laid his pad on the table and looked intently at Mackay. The latter said in his ghost of a voice, "You are beginning to suspect my sanity." He turned with an effort and fixed his hollow eyes on Evelyn Erith. "We are sane," he said. "But I don't blame you, Recklow. We have lived among the mad for more than a year, among thousands and thousands and thousands of them, of men and women and even children in whose minds the light of reason had died out. 30,000 dying minds in which only a dreadful twilight reigned. I don't know how we endured it and retained our reason." "Do you, Yellow Hair?" The girl did not reply. He spoke to her again, then fell silent. For the girl slept, her delicate, deathly face dropped forward on her breast. Presently Mackay turned to Recklow once more, and Reklo picked up his pad with a slight shudder. 48 years, repeated Mackay, and the work of the Hun is nearly done. A wide highway under the Earth's surface flanked by 4 lines of rails, broad gauge tracks, everything now working, all rolling stock and electric engines moving smoothly and swiftly. 2 tracks carry troops, 2 carry ammunition and munitions. A highway 100 feet wide runs between. 10 miles from the Rhine, under the earth, there is a Hun city, with a garrison of 60,000 men. There are other cities along the line, deep down, deep under the earth. There must be shafts, said Reklo hoarsely. None. No shafts to the surface? Not one. No pipe. No communication with the outer air. Then Mackay's sunken eyes glittered and he stiffened up, and his wasted features seemed to shrink until the parting of his lips showed his teeth. It was a dreadful laugh to his manner, now, of expressing mirth. Reklo, he said, in 1914 that the vast enterprise was scheduled to be finished according to plan. With the declaration of war in August, the Hun was to have blasted his way to the surface of French soil behind the barrier forts. He was prepared to do it in half an hour's time. Do you understand? Do you see how it was planned? For 48 years the Hun had been preparing to seize France and crush Europe. When the Hun was ready, he murdered the Austrian Archduke, the most convenient solution of the problem for the Hun Kaiser, who presented himself with the pretext for war by getting rid of the only Austrian with whom he couldn't do business. Again Mackay laughed, silently, showing his discolored teeth. So the Archduke died according to plan, and there was war according to plan. And then, Reklo, God's hand moved! Very slightly, indolently, scarcely stirring at all. A drop of icy water percolated the limestone on Mount Terrible. Other drops followed. Linked by these drops, a thin stream crept downward in the earth along the limestone fissures, washing away glacial sands that had lodged there since time began. He leaned forward and his brilliant, sunken eyes peered into Reklo's. Since 1914, he said, the Storbuck has fallen into the bowels of the earth and the Hun has been fighting it miles under the earth's surface. They can't operate from the glacier on the white shoulder of Usis. Whenever they caulk it and plug it and stop it with tons of reinforced waterproof concrete, whenever on the surface of the world they dam it and turn it into new channels, it evades them. And in a new place its icy water bursts through as though every stratum in the Alps dipped toward their underground tunnel to carry the water from the glacier of Vusis into it. He clenched his wasted hands and struck the table without a sound. God blocks them, damn them, he said in his ghost of a voice. God bars the botch. They shall not pass. He leaned nearer, twisting his clenched fingers together. We saw them, Reklo. We saw the Storbuck fighting for right of way. We saw the Hun fighting the Storbuck, darkness battling with light! The Hun against the most high! Miles under the earth's crust. Reklo. Do you believe in God? Yes. Yes. We saw him at work, that young girl asleep there, and month after month we watched him check and dismay the modern pharaoh. We watched him count 'em in the Nibelungen and mock their filthy God. And Reklo, we laughed, sometimes, where laughter among clouded minds means nothing even to the Hun, nor causes suspicion nor brings punishment other than the accustomed kick and blow which the Hun reserves for all who are helpless. He bowed his head in his hands. All who are weak and stricken, he whispered to himself. Reklo said, did they harm her? And Mackay looked up at that, baring his teeth in a swift smile. No, you see her clipped hair and the thin body. In her blouse she passed for a boy, unquestioned, unnoticed. There were thousands of us, you see. Some of the insane women were badly treated, all of the younger ones. But she and I were together. And I had my pistol in reserve for the crisis! Always in reserve, always ready for her. Reklo nodded. Mackay went on. We fought the Storbuck in shifts. And all through those months of autumn and winter there was no chance for us to get away. It is not cold underground. It was like a dark, thick dream. We tried to realize that war was going on, over our heads, up above us somewhere in daylight where there was sun and where stars were. It was like a thick dream, Reklo. The stars seemed very far. You had passed as inmates of some German asylum? We had killed 2 Lander on the Storbuck. That was a year ago last August. He looked at the sleeping girl beside him. My little comrade and I undressed the swine and took their uniforms. After a long while privations had made us both light-headed. I think we saw a camp of the insane in the woods a fresh relay from Mulhouse. We talked with their guards. Being in land uniform it was easy. The insane were clothed like miners. Late that night we exchanged clothes with 2 poor, demented creatures who retained sufficient reason, however, to realize that our uniforms meant freedom. They crept away into the forest. We remained. And marched at dawn straight into the jaws of the great secret. Reclo had remained at the telephone until dawn. And now Belfort was through with him and Verdun understood, and Paris had relayed to headquarters and headquarters had instructed John Reclo. Before Reclo went to bed he parted his curtain and looked out at the misty dawn. In the silvery dusk a cock pheasant was crowing somewhere on a wheat field's edge. A barnyard chanticleer replied. Clear and truculent rang out the challenge of the Gallic cock in the dawn, warning his wild neighbor to keep to the wilds. So the French trumpets challenged the shrill, barbaric fanfares of the Hun, warning him back into the dull and shadowy wilderness from whence he ventured. Reclo was awake, dressed, and had breakfasted by 8 o'clock. Mackay, in his little chamber on the right, still slept. Evelyn, Erith, in the tiny room on the left, slept deeply. So Reclo went out into his garden, opened the wooden door in the wall, seated himself, lighted his pipe, and watched the Belfort Road. About 10 o'clock 2 American electricians came buzzing up on motorcycles. Reclo got up and went to the door in the wall as they dismounted. After a short, whispered consultation they guided their machines into the garden, through a paved alley to a tiled shed. Then they went on duty, one taking the telephone in Reclo's private office, the other busying himself with the clutter of maps and papers. And Reclo went back to the door in the wall. About 11 an American motor ambulance drove up. A nurse carrying her luggage got out, and Reclo met her. After another whispered consultation he picked up the nurse's luggage, led her into the house, and showed her all over it. I don't know, he said, whether they are too badly done in to travel as far as Belfort. There'll be a Yankee regimental doctor here today or tomorrow. He'll know. So let 'em sleep. And you can give them the once-over when they wake, and then get busy in the kitchen. The girl laughed and nodded. Be good to them, added Reclo. They'll get crosses and legions enough but they've got to be well to enjoy them. So keep them in bed until the doctor comes. There are bathrobes and things in my room. I understand, sir. Right, said Reclo briefly. Then he went to his room, changed his clothes to knickerbockers, his shoes for heavier ones, picked up a rifle, a pair of field glasses and a gas mask, slung a satchel containing 3 days' rations over his powerful shoulders, and went out into the street. 6 alpinists awaited him. They were peculiarly accoutred, every soldier carrying, beside rifle, haversack and blanket, a flat tank strapped on his back like a knapsack. Their sergeant saluted. He and Reclo exchanged a few words in whispers. Then Reclo strode away down the Belfort Road. And the oddly accoutred alpinists followed him, their steel-shod soles ringing on the pavement. Where the Swiss wire bars the frontier no sentinels paced at noon. This was odd. Stranger still, a gap had been cut in the wire, and into this gap strode Reclo, and behind him trotted the nimble Blue Devils, single file, and they and their leader took the ascending path which leads to the Calvary on Mount Terrible. Standing that same afternoon on the rocks of that grim Calvary, with the weather-beaten figure of Christ towering on the black cross above them, Reclo and his men gazed out across the tumbled mountains to where the white shoulder of Usis gleamed in the sun. Through their glasses they could sweep the glacier to its terminal moraine. That was not very far away, and the dust from the Storbuck could be distinguished drifting out of the green ravine like a windy cloud of steam. Allens, said Reclo briefly. They slept that night in their blankets so close to the Storbuck that its wet, silvery dust powdered them, at times, like snow. At dawn they were afield, running everywhere over the rocks, searching hollows, probing chasms, creeping into ravines, and always following the torrent which dashed whitely through its limestone canon. Perhaps the Alpine eagles saw them, but no Swiss patrol disturbed them. Perhaps there was fear somewhere in the Alpine Confederation, fear in high places. Also it is possible that the bellowing bluster of the guns at Metz may have allayed that fear in high places, and that terror of the Hun was already becoming less deathly among the cantons of a race which had trembled under Boche blackmail for 100 years. However, for whatever reason it might have been, no Swiss patrols bothered the Blue Devils and Mr. Reclo, and they continued to swarm over the Alpine landscape at their own convenience. On the Calvary of Mount Terrible they erected a dwarf wireless station. 100 men came from Dell with radio impedimenta, 6 American airmen arrived. American planes circled over the northern border, driving off the squadrilla of Count von Dreslin. And on the second night Reclo's men built fires and camped carelessly beside the brilliant warmth, while mountain mutton frizzled on pointed sticks and every Blue Devil smacked his lips. On the early morning of the third day Reclo discovered what he had been looking for, and an alpinist signaled an airplane over Mount Terrible from the white shoulder of Uzis. 2 hours later a full battalion of alpinists crossed Mount Terrible by the neck of woods and exchanged flag signals with Reclo's men. They had with them a great number of cylinders, coils of wire, and other curious-looking paraphernalia. When they came up to the ravine where Reclo and his men were grouped they immediately became very busy with their cylinders, wires, hose pipes, and other instruments. It had been a beautiful ravine where Reclo now stood was still as pretty and picturesque as a dry watercourse can be, with the boulders bleaching in the sun and green things beginning to grow in what had been the bed of a rushing stream. For, just above this ravine, the water ended. The Storbach poured its full, icy volume directly downward into the bowels of the earth with a hollow, thundering sound. The bed of the stream was bone dry beyond. And now the Blue Devils were unreeling wire and plumbing this chasm into which the Storbach thundered. On the end of the wire was an electric bulb, lighted. Reclo watched the wire unreeling, foot after foot, rod after rod, plumbing the dark burrow of the Boche deep down under the earth. And, when they were ready, guided by the wire, they lowered the curious hose pipe, down, down, ever down, attaching reel after reel to the lengthening tube until Reclo checked them and turned to watch the men who stood feeding the wire into the roaring chasm. Suddenly, as he watched, the flowing wire stopped, swayed violently sideways, then was jerked out of the men's hands. The Boche bites! They shouted. Their officer, reading the measured wire, turned to Reclo and gave him the depth. The hose pipe ran out 60 yards. Then Reclo checked it and put on his gas mask as the whistle signal rang out along the mountain. Now, everywhere, masked figures swarmed over the place, cylinders were laid, hose attached, other batteries of cylinders were ranged in line and connections laid ready for instant adjustment. Reclo raised his right arm, then struck it downward violently. The gas from the first cylinder went whistling into the hose. At the same time an unmasked figure on the cliff above began talking by American radiophone with 3 planes half a mile in the air above him. He spoke naturally, easily, into a transmitter to which no wires were attached. He was still talking when Reclo arrived at his side from the ravine below, tore off his gas mask, and put on a peculiar helmet. Then, taking the transmitter into his right hand, "Do you get them?" he demanded of his companion, an American lieutenant. "No trouble, sir. No need to raise one's voice. They hear, quite perfectly, and one hears them, sir." Then Reclo spoke to the 3 airplanes circling like hawks in the sky overhead, and one by one the observers in each machine replied in English, their voices easily audible. "I want Zell watched from the air," said Reclo. "The Boche have an underground tunnel beginning near Zell, continuing under Mount Terrible to the French frontier. I want the Zell end of the tunnel kept under observation. Send our planes in from Belfort, Toul, Nancy, and Verdun, and keep me informed whether railroad trains, camions, or cavalry come out, and whether indeed any living thing emerges from the end of the tunnel near Zell, because we are gassing the tunnel from this ravine. And I think we've got the dirty vermin wholesale." At sundown a plane appeared overhead and talked to Reklo. One railroad train came out, but it was manned by dead men, I think, because it crashed into the rear masonry of the station and was smashed. Nothing else, living or dead, came out? Nothing, sir. There is wild excitement at Zell. Troops at the tunnel's mouth wear gas masks. We bombed them and raked them. The Botch planes took the air but two crashed and the rest turned east. You saw no living creature escape from the Zell end of the tunnel? Not a soul, sir. Reklo turned to the group of officers around him. "I guess they're done for," he said. "That fumigation cleaned out the vermin. But keep the tunnel pumped full of gas. Au revoir, messieurs." On his way back across Mount Terrible he encountered a relay of alpinists bringing fresh gas tanks, and he laughed and saluted their officers. "This poor old world needs a delousing," he said. "Fock will attend to it up here on top of the world. See that you gentlemen purge her interior." The nurse opened the door and looked into the garden. Then she closed the door, gently, and went back into the house, for she had seen a slim girl with short yellow hair curling all over her head, and that head was resting on a young man's shoulder. It seemed unnecessary, too, because there were two steamer chairs under the rose arbor, side by side, and pillows sufficient for each. And why a slim young girl should prefer to pillow her curly, yellow head upon the shoulder of a rather gaunt young man, the shoulder, presumably, being bony and uncomfortable, she alone could explain perhaps. The young man did not appear to be inconvenienced. He caressed her hair while he spoke. "From here to Belfort," he was saying in his musing, agreeable voice, "and from Belfort to Paris, and from Paris to London, and from London to Strathlone Head, and from Strathlone Head to Glenark Cliffs, and from Glenark Cliffs to Isla Water, and from Isla Water to our home." "Our home, yellow hair," he repeated. "What do you think of that? I think you have forgotten the parson's house on the way. You're immoral, can't a Yank sky pilot in Paris, darling? I must have some clothing. Can't you get things in Paris?" "Yes, if you'll wait and not become impatient for Isla. And I warn you, I simply won't marry you until I have some decent gowns and underwear. You don't care for me as much as I do for you," he murmured in lazy happiness. "I care for you more. I've cared for you longer, too." "How long, yellow hair?" Ever since your head lay on my knees in my car a year ago last winter." "You know it, too," she added. "You are a spoiled young man. I shall not tell you again how much I care for you. Say love, yellow hair," he coaxed. "No, don't you?" "Don't I what? Love me?" "Yes, then won't you say it?" She laughed contentedly. Then her warm head moved a little on his shoulder. He looked down, lightly their lips joined. My dear Kay," she whispered. "There's somebody opening the garden door," she said under her breath, and sat bolt upright. Mackay also sat up on his steamer chair. "Oh!" he cried gaily. "Hello, Reklo. Where on earth have you been for 3 days?" Reklo came into the rose arbor. The blossoms were gone from the vines, but it was a fragrant, golden place into which the September sun filtered. He lifted Miss Erith's hand and kissed it gravely. "How are you?" he inquired. "Perfectly well, and ready for Paris," she said smilingly. Reklo shook hands with Mackay. "You'll want a furlough, too," he remarked. "I'll fix it. How do you feel, Mackay? All right? Has anything come out of our report on the Great Secret?" Reklo seated himself and they listened in strained silence to his careful report. Once Evelyn caught her breath and Reklo paused and turned to look at her. "There were thousands and thousands of insane down there under the earth," she said pitifully. "Yes," he nodded. Did they all die? Are the insane not better dead, Miss Erith?" he asked calmly, and continued his recital. That evening there was a full moon over the garden. Reklo lingered with them after dinner for a while, discussing the beginning of the end of all things Hunnish. For Fock was striking at last, Pershing was moving, Haig, Gorord, Botane, all were marching toward the field of Armageddon. They conversed for a while, the men smoking. Then Reclo went away across the dewy grass, followed by 2 frisky and factious cats. But when Mackay took Miss Erith's head into his arms, the girl's eyes were wet. The way they died down there, I can't help it, Kay, she faltered. Oh, Kay, you must love me enough to make me forget. And she clasped his neck tightly in both her arms.